Sigh, Dr. Luna, please excuse me. I will have a short chat with my employee and get back to you. Susan, let's go over there and talk. Before following Susan, I glared at Lorenzo and said, Old man, you and me, we're not done yet. Fuck, what did I do? My glare and remark dumbfounded Lorenzo. And soon he turned to Anna and said, Look, because of you even a brat in Card Soldier realm dares to threaten me? I don't blame him. You deserve it all. Anna enjoyed the aggrieved look on Lorenzo's face. Luna did not care about her grandfather and his grievance. Her brain was now calculating how many mecha cards she should order and if there were different designs of mechas or just these three. Hey Luna, just don't think about yourself. What happened to the plan about replacing the Sinonium alloy with the Mimeronium or for the body of the mecha, and to use the new Megamorpher to cross the river? Anna asked Luna, who seemed to have forgotten the original plan and was busy with the plans of building her private army. Oh, about that. I was going to ask him about it next. Believe me, I was. I will ask him first thing when he comes back from his staff meeting. Luna had forgotten about the Mimerconium and other stuff consumed by the ecstasy of having a personal army of card apprentices equipped with rune mecha cards. Whatever. Anna knew Luna's telltale sign, and right now Luna was lying her ass off. Susan, what were you trying to achieve by yelling out that we cannot amass such a large amount of rare card ingredients in front of the clients without discussing it with me first? Susan was a professional. I do not believe what she did was by mistake. No, I think she did this on purpose. But why sabotage herself and the fortune she would earn on commission? The reason was apparent. She blamed herself for providing low-quality formation array cards, which led to me being questioned by the client. I am sorry, Wyatt. Because of my oversight, you got blamed for the flaws in the mecha cards. Yep, my guess was correct. She blamed herself for the low-quality formation array cards. That is not the answer to my question. Why did you answer the client without discussing it with me first? I was not looking for an apology from Susan. Susan was not just an employee to me. She was my first friend in this world. These formalities were not necessary between the two of us. I did that because if the customer insisted too much on them providing the card ingredients, you would give up the entire project or demand compensation for me. I know you. You would not care who the client is and follow your principles. Maybe Emperor Luna would go along with your demands. You and I both know that is not good for business, and we will not be able to gather a loyal customer base that way. The royal family is a huge client. I don't want you missing out on them because of me. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with the Southern Emperor, but misusing it too much is not wise. Would you please leave this here? Let the royal family provide the card ingredients. I have already made a massive fortune on the commission for the card ingredients of the 3 Beast Mecha cards. And also, the quality of the ingredients supplied by the royal family will be excellent compared to what I can get you in the Sky Blossom City. Susan recited all the valid and undeniable points she could think of to defend her action. Yes, a big client like the royal family is a career-making client, and I should not miss out on them just because of minor issues. But screwing over my employees is not a minor issue. Yes, I plan to have Luna fork out a massive compensation for Susan. That is why I argued with her when she said that her side would provide the card ingredients. Even though I knew that collecting all the rare card ingredients for the vast order Luna was placing was impossible in the Sky Blossom City. I am not the type to throw my employee under the bus just because I get to sign a huge client. Not to mention Susan is my friend. Yes, the way I am doing the business is not an excellent way to amass a troop of loyal customers. But I am not the type to do business by kissing the customer's ass. I do business by keeping my customers satisfied. Yes, Susan has become a wealthy woman after gaining the commission for the card ingredients of Beast Mecha cards. But that doesn't mean she had to give up on making more money. Yes, the quality of the ingredients supplied by the royal family will be excellent compared to what I can get in the Sky Blossom City. True, but please don't assume that this is Susan's fault. I had to let her know that none of it was her fault. Susan, listen to me. The formation array card was not an oversight on your part. You did an excellent job arranging the rare card ingredients in a limited amount of time. You bought the card that the association sold you. If the association thought those cards were filled with flaws, then they would not have sold them to you. Lorenzo is a card emperor and a high-ranking formation array master. Any other average card apprentice could not point out the flaws that he pointed out in the array. That asshole is just making things difficult for me. All this is not your fault. Yeah, If it were an average card lord of the same realm as the mecha cards, they could not point out the flaws in the formation array, as Lorenzo did. But our customers are not average customers, are they? It seems Susan did not share the same thought as me. So, what did you decide in your staff meeting? Luna asked, seeing Susan and I return after our little discussion. Having a heart-to-heart talk with Susan, we meaning Susan concluded that the royal family should be the one to provide the ingredients for the cards, and Susan will not be taking any kind of compensation from the client for the sake of maintaining a healthy business-to-customer relationship with Heatsin royal family. Since Susan is sacrificing her commission for the development of the card boutique customer relationship, I decided to award her loyalty towards the boutique with a promise that if Susan were to find her second fate ingredients, I would spare no expense to assist her in acquiring it, and help her create her second origin cards. Of all, the expense would be borne by the card boutique. Being one of the original founding members of the card boutique, Susan had as much as right I had to decide what was best for the development of card boutique. Since Susan was doing such an excellent job as an employee of the only boutique, I had all the reasons to award her for her contribution. The only problem was Susan herself. She was not willing to accept any expensive awards, so I had to settle for bearing all expenses for her second origin card. According to status, since Susan has already found her first fate ingredient, the probability of her finding her second fat ingredient was very low. This was what left me disappointed about the compromise Susan and I had arrived at. Well, after a lot of thinking and considering the contribution of the Heatsin royal family to the southern region, we have decided that the royal family can provide the card ingredients. I responded to Luna, but chose not to go into detail about the compromise between Susan and me. Boy, you make it sound like you are doing the royal family a favor. In actuality, you do not have the ability to procure the large amount of the rare top-shelf ingredients required to create the cards. Lorenzo acts up hearing my remark about considering the contribution of the Heatsin family to the southern region. Sorry, Emperor Lorne. Wyatt did not mean disrespect of any form from that statement. Susan hurriedly bowed to Lorenzo and apologized, seeing Lorenzo enraged. Then what did he mean by that statement? It seems Lorenzo will continue pursuing the matter further and did not show any signs of putting it down to rest. All he meant was that the Heatsin royal family has set itself as an exemplary example defending the southern region for generations, and as the younger generation of the south region, we should follow the example of the Heatsin royal family to do our part for our community and should not be greedy. Saying the last part, Susan glared at me, asking me to hide my dissatisfaction and act professionally. Well said, little girl. Since you want to follow the example of the royal family, why not do the job for free? Compared to the selfless sacrifice of the Heatsin family and its members, this should be nothing. Lorenzo was impressed by Susan's way with words, but he was centuries ahead of her in this game. Susan stared blankly at Lorenzo, whose eyes sparkled, feeling triumphant. Old man, shut your trap. Having lived for centuries, you are sitting on a mountain of wealth, and you still dare have thoughts about plundering the chump change in our hands. Could anyone be more shameless than you? When dealing with people like Lorenzo, polite and humble words are useless. You have to be more shameless than them. Boy, what do you mean by those words? Are you trying to slander the royal family of extortion? Lorenzo dramatically yelled, as if the slander of the royal family was the greatest sin in his eyes. Your words, not mine. But yes, I am blaming you for trying to extort the younger generation of the southern region in the name of motherland and self-sacrifice. Exploiting the youth of the motherland is equal to exploiting the nation's future. With this in view, your crimes are beyond extortion. You are a traitor who betrayed the trust of his people and country. Two can play at that game yelled louder than Lorenzo with more grimacing and stern expression. Susan, Luna, Anna, Courtney, and Clown Mask stood in the sudden turn of events. Weren't we discussing business when it turned into slander or extraction or betrayal? Boy, what did you call me? Being called a traitor, Lorenzo lost it. Enough, Lorenzo, stand down. Anna stepped in, seeing things get out of hand. I sneered, looking at Lorenzo, who was mad as hell but could do nothing because of Anna. Well played, boy. Lorenzo gracefully accepted his defeat with a grudge. Wyatt, I am willing to pay 0.5% of the total cost of the card ingredients that will be used for the creation of the cards as compensation for Ms. Susan's service. I hope this satisfies you. By now, Luna knew where my dissatisfaction stemmed from if she didn't earlier, and proposed to compensate Susan with 0.5% of the total cost of the ingredients used. This percentage is significantly less than the percentage offered to Susan by the Guild Association, but it was better than nothing. Since Susan would be getting compensated without doing any work, I think this was a justifiable amount of compensation. Thank you for your consideration, Emperor Luna. Considering that the royal family brought us such massive business, we have decided to reciprocate the goodwill you have shown to us by rebating the compensation you just promised. Let this be the fountain of a stable relationship between our card boutique and the royal family. We are happy to have you as our customer. Since Luna had already promised compensation, Susan could not reject her compensation. That would not be polite. Instead, she used the opportunity to get on good terms with Luna. Wait, what do you mean by they brought a massive business to our small boutique? You do know that I am the only one who can create these mecha cards. I asked Susan. These people had nowhere to go if they wanted to create an army equipped with rune mecha cards. They had to come to me. Yes, Lorenzo and Luna could try to decipher and reverse engineer the cards I created for them. But that would take years of the work, and not to mention, even if they are successful, they cannot possibly pump out as many rune item cards as I can. Thanks to my Calamity Daughter core, I could create rune item cards as I pleased, but it is not the same for the other card apprentices. They require a lot of time and resources to develop an ego gem shell. This is why I acted arrogantly. If they wanted to develop enough rune mecha cards for an army in the shortest possible time, then they had to come to me. They had no choice. Susan stared at me with dead eyes, as if saying, "Dude, feel the room. You see what I am trying to do here, right? What? You are my manager. You do not have to stand in a ceremony here. I don't think Dr. Luna would mind." I glanced at Luna, and then Anna and Lorenzo. Lorenzo wanted to curse out loud, but feeling the intimidating presence of Anna next to him, he chose to swear in his mind. Who the fuck does he think he is? Susan, all of Wyatt's friends are my friends, so you do not need to get nervous and walk on eggshells around us. Anna acted like a wife who met her husband's friends for the first time. It did raise alarms in me, but as long as Susan feels welcomed, that is okay. Miss Susan, Wyatt is correct. You do not have to watch your words in front of us. I insist that you keep the compensation and not rebate it. Luna asked Susan not to stand on ceremony in her presence and speak her mind. Emperor Luna, please accept the rebate. As I said, it represents the foundation of the new relationship between us. Susan insisted that Luna accept the rebate. She thought that mutually benefiting from each other would create a long-lasting business-to-customer relationship. Unlike me, she believed in building a business on trust, whereas I wanted to build the card boutique on my capability as a card creationist, rather than relationship and trust, because I have seen the businesses built on trust and relationships end up betrayed. Sometimes relationships and trust can help the business climb the economic ladder faster, but they have to have the capabilities that match their pace. Otherwise, soon, they will fall quicker than they climbed. I believe in my card creation ability, so much so that I could arrogantly discard relationships and trust. Thanks to my ability, there was no need for me to be polite to Anna or Luna because I knew they needed me. Was I not worried that I would offend them? No, as that was not in my control. Because if they wanted to be offended by me no matter what I do, how much I kissed their butthole, their opinion about me would not change. So why worry about something I cannot control? Instead, I chose to focus on my capabilities as a card creationist. Because as long as I am at the top, nobody would dare to mess with me knowingly. That is how I plan to grow my business, and that is how I plan to climb to the top. If not for my capability, I would not be targeted by many people from the shadows, and Anna would not bother to protect me. All that I have now is because of my capabilities and ability. As long as I had them, I did not have to worry about relationships and trust betraying me. That is what I was trying to point out to Susan. But she was more stubborn than me and would rather quit than do things other than her way. She insisted on working based on relationships and trust. Hence we decided to compromise. I would handle the capability part, while Susan would manage the relationship part. After all, two heads are better than one. But this did not mean I would stop trying to persuade Susan to come to the dark side. Really? Thank you. Luna jumped in joy hearing Susan insist that Luna should take the rebate. With the rebate money, Luna could order extra rune mecha cards. Her granduncle did promise her a private army, but there is a limit to how many resources can be allotted for a private army that couldn't be used in the front lines. Luna was worried that, with the high cost of each rune mecha card, her army would be a small one. Therefore, she was happy even if she could save a little on the rebate. Seeing such a reaction from solemn Luna, I was caught off guard. It seems I have underestimated the marketing gimmicks like rebates and discounts. Susan nodded in satisfaction, seeing Luna's joyous expression. It seems her 7 years of experience as a sales representative were not just for show. Anna shook her head in dissatisfaction as the conversation was heading nowhere near where she wanted it to be focused on, the Mimorconium or in Megamorpher. Crossing the river took more priority than the creation of Luna's private army. Therefore, she cleared her throat, hoping Luna would come to her senses. Ahem dash. I am getting right to it. Feeling Anna's stare and symbolic throat clearing, Luna decided to stop with her part and get to the part where she discusses with Wyatt about them using the Megamorpher to cross the river. Wyatt, about the Megamorpher. Is it possible to make it taller? If yes, how tall can it get? Yes, the Megamorpher can get taller. I have designs for mechas that are 230 meters tall. Why do you ask? This particular Megamorpher is 70 meters tall. Is it not enough? Rune mecha cards were my newfound passion, and I was not planning on stopping experimenting on them with just the beast mechas and Megamorphers. I had other designs planned, and once the deal with the royal family was set, I was planning to introduce various models of mechas to Luna for her army. Since she brought it up, I did not mind sharing the designs earlier than planned. Remember how we scrutinized the Mechamorpher earlier for some classified case file, which we could not share with you? We have decided that we want to use the Mechamorpher for that case. But here's the thing for that particular case. We require a taller and stronger Mechamorpher. Luna's explanation was vague as the sensitive nature of the secret limited the information that she could reveal. You have to be more specific than that. How tall do you want the mechas to be? Because Synonium alloy is strong, but using it at maximum, I can only build a 75 meters tall mecha. And what do you mean by stronger mecha? Do you mean the power of the mecha is not enough? Or do you have an issue with the structural strength of the mecha? Which is it? If the problem is with the structural stability of the mecha, then I need to know what kind of terrain you will use these mechas on. These mecha cards right here are made for land and aerial combat. They will do fine in shallow waters too. But I cannot make any guarantees about underwater warfare. Since these cards were just for the demonstration, I did not waste my time adding extra features. When creating the Beast Mecha cards, I was worried that the temporary forces of the Southern Watch would arrive and secure the clown mask. So in order to save time, I skipped many features of the Beast Mechas, which would not be necessary in times of land and aerial warfare. Since these cards were meant just for the demonstration purpose, I focused more on how much combat power they can showcase rather than how they can strive in harsh terrains. I did not regret my decision as my plan to turn Clown Mask into a subordinate was successful. And also, I was pretty curious about the classified information that even the Southern Emperor Anna did not have the right to reveal. Therefore, I listed a number of reasons why to show Luna that without the necessary information, I could not be of much help to them in modifying the Megamorpher for whatever secret mission they planned to use it on. My plan was pretty simple. List as many excuses and reasons until the cousins are forced into revealing the classified info to me. Well, you do not need to worry about the terrain conditions. We already have an ore in mind, which you can use to build the modified mecha according to our needs. If I provide you with the ore, how long will it take for you to determine what the maximum height of the mecha built with the said ore will be? Luna, however, seemed to be adamant about not revealing even a word about the top secret case. Well, a few minutes. If you have the ore on you right now, I can tell you the answer right away. Do you have the ore on you right now? I did not want to seem like I was prying on the secret information I was asked not to put my nose in. No, I don't, Luna replied dejectedly. Luna, you said you knew how to prepare the Mimorconium ore, right? Why don't you whip a batch right now? When it came to the talk about the classified secret, Anna chose to let Luna and Lorenzo do all the talking because she read somewhere keeping secrets at the start of a new relationship is bad for the relationship in the long run. She did not want to jeopardize the bidding relationship between Wyatt and her, so she chose to stand back during the discussion of the classified information. Right now? But I don't have the required ingredients or the equipment for producing the ore. I would have to go back to my lab at the university for that. It would be a lot easier if we just bought the ore. Standing in the SS rank gate dungeon, Luna did not expect her cousin to make such a brazen demand to whip up a batch of artificial ore. Not here, cousin. We can go back to Sky Blossom City and buy all the ingredients and equipment you require. Then you can create a batch of fresh artificial memerconium ore. Hearing Luna's response, Anna's face had a devilish smile on it as she once again proposed that Luna should prepare the artificial ore herself. That's just crazy. Instead of buying the resources and equipment and wasting hours to create the ore, why not just buy the ore? Luna made a valid point. Wouldn't it be better if you made the ore? That way, we can be sure about the quality of the material we get. Lorenzo, use your teleportation card and take us back to the Sky Blossom City. Anna started to sound deliberate. Obviously, she had ulterior motives for asking Luna to create the ore in the lad instead of just buying it. Are you high? Don't you understand what I am saying? Luna grew impatient. Aha, I knew it. You do not know how to create the ore artificially. Now, who has a brain which cannot understand the procedure to create the ore? Anna seems to have not forgotten or forgiven Luna for belittling her intellect earlier. How can you be so petty? Yes, I do not know the procedure to create the ore artificially. I was going through the material on developing the artificial memerconium ore, but I was interrupted by grandfather's call informing me that somebody had successfully discovered an item to help mortals cultivate their active soul control. So I left everything then and headed here. Luna explained why she did not know the procedure to create the ore artificially, but it did not seem to matter to Anna as she continued to laugh, feeling triumphant. Anna knew telltale signs of her cousin Luna. So the moment Luna rejected the idea of creating the ore themselves, Anna knew Luna was hiding something. Lorenzo, take us back to the Sky Blossom City. After one-upping her little cousin, Anna enthusiastically ordered Lorenzo to teleport us all back to the Sky Blossom City. I don't think we'll find memerconium or in a small city like Sky Blossom. How about we head to the Royal Palace instead? With the resources and workforce over there, things will become easier. Lorenzo thought that heading back to Sky Blossom City was a bad idea. As a small city, it had limited resources, so he thought it would be better if we headed to the Heatsend Royal Palace, where access to rare resources and an excellent workforce was readily available. No, hell no. I have a business to run, so I need to be in the Sky Blossom City. I glared at Lorenzo. I see what he was trying to do. I thought he had given up on trying to enslave or imprison me, but I was wrong. This old dude wanted to leave me stranded in the Heatsend Royal Family Palace. Really? With the order of mecha cards that Luna will place at your small card boutique, we will be your only clients for the next 2 or 3 months. That's why I think that you should move to the Royal Palace. By the time you are done with the cards, the top 10 universities should be starting the new semester, and you can directly enroll in your choice of university. Lorenzo was right. If Luna does place an order of several rune mecha cards, I would be occupied for the next few months and not be able to take on other customers. And how is that any better than hiding me in a basement and slaving me to make cards for you? Dude, what is up with you trying to enslave me every time you get the chance? Whatever Lorenzo said would somehow end up with me imprisoned and used as a slave. Boy, how is it slavery when we are paying you a hefty amount for the cards you make? And also this is for your good. You will be safe in the Royal Palace, and then you can be directly admitted to one of the top 10 universities. Just be happy you were invited to the Royal Palace for an extended stay. Brat for the money we are paying you. I expect that you show some respect and some good customer service. Lorenzo made valid points. I stood to gain a lot by going to the Royal Palace rather than staying at Sky Blossom City. My previous prejudice against Lorenzo stopped me from seeing the tremendous opportunity in front of me. I think I have gained everything I can from Sky Blossom City. Stubbornly staying there would only hold back my growth. But I had laid some roots in the Sky Blossom City, for which I had to make arrangements, so that when I am gone, these roots do not dry. Yes, I was talking about the TSR Guild and my other Calamity Daughter course. Speaking of the TSR Guild, I almost forgot about a crucial thing, revenge. Revenge on Kevin Zhang and his gang. I had asked Van to pick runaway Kevin and his subordinates and lock them up in a dungeon. How can I forget such an important event? Even if I decided to stay at the Royal Palace helping Luna create the mecha cards, I had to return to Sky Blossom City for my revenge and one last goodbye. Wyatt, I know you consider this as an invasion of your privacy, but I think what the old man just proposed is valid. Don't you think so? Anna supported Lorenzo's words, but she did not press on the matter as she did not want to come out too strong. Anna, give me a few minutes. I will give you an answer. Susan, let's talk over there for a movement. Separating from the group, I spoke my mind with Susan. Susan, I am going to tell you something, but please don't freak out. For what I was going to say next needed Susan to be prepared. What is it? Just say it already. Does it have something to do with Emperor Lorenzo speaking about your safety? Having heard the conversation between Lorenzo and me, Susan quickly caught on that something was going on that she did not know. Yes, a few days ago, I discovered a powder called silver milk powder which can help mortals cultivate their active soul control. That is how I met Anna. I got the patent and sold the production and supply rights to Anna. The school tournament was held to kill me. 30 card emperors tried to kill me. Susan did not know about silver milk powder or the assassination attempt. I purposefully kept her in the dark about these incidents because I did not want her to worry. With her strength, knowing all this would be of no help to her or me. Now I came clean about all this because right now, I was at a crossroads and wanted to know if Susan would follow me on the path I chose, or this marks the end of our journey together. To make this decision, Susan needed to know everything, mainly because she should know what she would involve herself in by following me on my journey. All this happened. No wonder you do not trust them. Did they say that when they thought that the assassin killed you? Fucking psychos. This is the first time I heard Susan curse. You know they can hear you, right? I admired Susan's gut for calling a bunch of card emperors psycho. Let them. I was starting to like this new side of Susan. Are you not mad at me for keeping you in the dark? I asked Susan. For some reason, I felt a little nervous when waiting for her answer. Yes, but I can understand why you did that. But is that all, or are you hiding something else too? I was grateful to Susan for being so understanding. Oh, apparently I have a big family in the capital city of the central region. It's a long story. I will tell you about it later. Fine, but your newfound big family, can you trust them or not? Susan did not pry into the matter, but asked if we could trust the estranged family that found me after gaining a lot of wealth. Once the royalty of the silver milk powder comes rolling in, I can buy their entire family. So you tell me if I could trust them or not. Not to mention, they disowned my mother when she eloped with my father. Once the Heatsend royal family started paying me the royalty of the silver milk powder, I plan to do precisely that. I will make sure that the Duskborn family will face the same misery and pain that my mother experienced being disowned by these so-called relatives of mine. Sorry, Susan apologized, feeling the rage in my words and understanding that talking about my estranged family made me moody. Why are you apologizing? They are the ones who are going to be sorry. Enough about them. Let's talk about the future of our card boutique. I finally decided to talk about what I was avoiding till now. Is it about you attending the top universities? I heard, attending any one of the top 10 universities is a great opportunity. You cannot miss out on this. We can talk about the card boutique once you graduate. Having heard the conversation between Lorenzo and me, Susan seemed to have already guessed that I would be attending the top 10 universities. Then what will you do until I graduate? I could sense Susan had already made plans for herself. I guess she had no choice after hearing that I would soon attend university indirectly from my conversation with Lorenzo. She must have felt betrayed hearing that I was planning to attend a university indirectly like this. It would have hurt a lot, especially after rejecting Lorenzo's job offer as the managing director of sale of the Lorne Pharmaceutical of the Southern Academic City branch for me. I cannot imagine her pain after all. She had done nothing wrong but be a loyal friend and employee for all that I awarded her with a betrayal. I guess it would have hurt less if she got to know that I would be leaving soon, directly from me. I owed her that much. Don't worry, thanks to you. I am a rich woman now. I plan to quit my job and attend the prestigious colleges at Southern Academic City. Susan laid out her plan. Aren't you too experienced to attend college? Age is a sensitive issue to a woman, so I chose my words carefully. Good save. Who says that I cannot attend college? I am a rich woman now. I can do whatever I want. Attending a card apprentice college has always been my dream. Now that I have money and the time, I plan to live this childhood dream of mine. The commission from the ingredients for the 3 mecha cards did make Susan filthy rich for a card student. And she was right. Money talks. Too bad. Knowing that you want to attend college, I will have to find a new manager now. Hearing my words, Susan's eyes narrow and sternly, she asked, "What do you mean? I thought I was your exclusive expression." I don't plan on closing the card boutique. Instead, I plan on shifting it to the central academic city where the top 10 universities are located. Now that you are attending a card apprentice college at Southern Academic City, I will have to find a new manager. I spoke those words, barely able to hold my laugh inside. WTF? I only said that because you said that you were going to leave to attend a university. Startled, Susan swore before she began to explain herself. Her startled expression reminded me of the viral startled hamster meme back on Earth. I love it when Susan curses. I know she does an excellent job concealing the bad girl inside her with her professional front, but I have already seen that side of her and will do my best to bring it to the surface. I guess there is a little sadism in me. It's unsettling to know that Susan brings that out in me. As long as it is limited to this, I guess it is okay. I never said that. You jumped to a conclusion hearing the conversion between Lorenzo and me. So, I'm afraid I have to disagree that it's my fault. And when should I be expecting your resignation letter? At this point, it was getting hard for me to keep my face straight without letting out a laugh. You. Susan's face turned red from rage, embarrassment, and then relief that her gut to follow this boy was not wrong. In a fit of mixed feelings, Susan started punching me with her small balled-up fists. Ha ha. Ignoring Susan's soft blows, I burst into laughter. Go ahead, laugh. Laugh at foolish Susan. Susan finally started to express her dissatisfaction over how I handled the talk. Okay, I am sorry. But seriously though, you know what you will be getting yourself into if you tag along with me, right? I asked Susan if she understood the gravity of her decision. Susan did not outright say that she would follow me, but her actions clarified it. Why do you ask? Do you think I will become your weakness? Answering a question with a question, this is the professional Susan I knew. If I had thought Susan would become my weakness, I would have never considered taking her with me to the central academic city. You know I don't think that. I want you to decide what's best for you after understanding the gravity of the situation. The silver milk powder has not been released in the market yet, and 30 card emperor assassins have already tried to assassinate me. There is no telling what I will have to deal with then. I had to make sure that Susan made her choice, knowing how dire the situation would turn once the silver milk powder hits the market. Good, do not underestimate me. I dared to trust the creation of my origin card to a high schooler I had just met. And look where it got. I know what I am doing. Come to think of it, Susan does act rigid and formal, but when she believes in something, she doesn't hesitate to go all out. I was the living example of that. Cousin, your man seems to have a better relationship with his manager than you. If I were you, I would be worried. Seeing Susan and Wyatt so close to each other, Luna took a dig at her cousin. Good thing that I am not you. I am confident about my charm and femininity. If you have any doubts, ask your ex-finance. Anna's mood was already unstable seeing Susan and her love so close. Especially when Susan flirtatiously punched Wyatt. Anna was bummed out, and, when Luna tried to pull her leg, she defensively lashed out. Luna gave Anna a death glare and decided to ignore her for another few years. Too soon. I am sorry. Anna apologized, but it did not seem genuine. No, that was funny. I hope you find it funny when that happens to you. Seeing that Anna had no remorse, Luna decided to change her tactic from ignoring Anna to getting revenge on her. What do you mean? Anna asked Luna, squinting her eyes at Luna. Nothing. I said pranks are only funny when it happens to others. Anna's brute strength frightens Luna, so she chooses not to taunt her dimwit cousin further. Otherwise, Anna would force her into embarrassing and compromising poses. I know, right? Anna considered Luna harmless, so she did not dwell too much on Luna's words. So, Wyatt, have you decided? Anna asked me as she noticed Susan and I headed towards the group. Anna, I have decided to take you up on your offer, but I still have things to take care of in Sky Blossom City. I have decided that until Dr. Luna places the official order for mecha cards, I will stay in the city and take care of things at my end. And then I can head to the Royal Palace, and also Susan will be tagging along. I narrated what Susan and I had decided to Anna. Susan too, huh? No problem. After all, she is your exclusive manager. Anna suppressed her discomfort and agreed to the request with a warm smile. Luna's mood finally turned up seeing her elder cousin go out of her comfort zone to accommodate her love and his requests. So, now we are heading to the Sky Blossom City next? Lorenzo asked Anna. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear him say he has some things to attend to there? Take us to the Sky Blossom City. Lorenzo became the target of all the rage Anna was holding in. She did not even hesitate to dump it all on him. Next stop, Sky Blossom City. Lorenzo was used to Anna's foul mood and did not let it disturb him. Date, March 28, 2321. Time, 12:10. Location, Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Fuck. Where are they? Where did he take my ma? How dare he kidnap my mother? I would gut him if something were to happen here. Corey yelled, standing in front of the warehouse number 234. Corey has been standing in front of the warehouse for almost 3 hours. Her patience had already run out. Her thoughts had become so violent and loud that she unknowingly yelled her thoughts out loud. Corey, control yourself. Just return to your card studio and practice the meditation art I taught you. I am sure they will be back before you know. Corey Park advised Corey mentally from within the titled demon core. How can you ask me to be calm when our mother is missing? I did not trust that bastard from day one. Corey Park's advice fell on deaf ears. You do know that we share the same memories, right? Corey Park asked Corey Bright. Yes, I know. Corey Bright answered. You do know what it means. Corey Park asked again, seeing her host being so clueless. What's your point? Corey Bright asked in annoyance. In your memories, I remember seeing that you admired Wyatt for his talent and guts to start a card boutique at such a young age with no outside help. You idolized him for standing on his 2 feet despite his difficult life. Corey Park recanted what she remembered seeing in Corey Bright's memories. That was old Corey. I am different now. Being caught red-handed by her ego fire, Corey Bright came up with a quick defense. Corey Park, as the other self of Corey Bright, knew her situation. When Corey meant that the old Corey and current Corey are different, she understood what Corey meant by that more than anybody could. Ring, ring, ring. Clerk John, you better have found them. Corey answered the grimoire call she received. Young miss, spare this old man. I am sorry, but I have nothing but bad news for you. I had your uncle's people search every corner of the city, but they could not find them anywhere. I am afraid they are not in this city. If they were in the city, our people would have found them by now. Corey had her Uncle Oliver's office clerk John search for Susan and Wyatt in the entire city when she did not find Wyatt or Susan in the warehouse or their homes. Having lost the bet to Wyatt, Corey was conflicted about facing him. Having spent a sleepless night agonizing over her loss, Corey arrived late at warehouse to fulfill her wager, but to her surprise, the warehouse was closed, and there was no sign of Susan or her ex/new boss. She tried calling their grimoire, but it did not connect. Finding no clue, she decided to recruit Clerk John's help. Did you check the dungeons? The possibility of Susan entering a dungeon with Wyatt was slim, but with all other doors closed, this option seemed more likely. Yes, young miss. We checked, but unfortunately, no one fitting the description of Ms. Susan or Master Wyatt entered a dungeon in Sky Blossom City today. Where was Big Sis Susan last seen, and with whom? Miss Susan was last seen heading into warehouse number 234 after making a mass purchase of rare ingredients, and never came out of the warehouse. It's as if they vanished into thin air. I am starving, I said, rubbing my belly, looking at the familiar surroundings, having been teleported inside of the warehouse by Lorenzo. Well, we did skip breakfast. Since it's lunchtime, shall I order some food? Susan started to speak more freely in the presence of the 3 card emperors after our conversation in the dungeon. I want pizza. What about you, Wyatt? Anna answered what she wanted for lunch. Pizza again? Before I could report what I wanted for lunch, a loud shout interrupted me. Wyatt, you mother-stealing bastard. The loud outcry from the outside dumbfounded every one of us in the warehouse. Especially me, because that cry called me out. Mother-stealing bastard? Ha. Why would you steal another's mother? Laughed the girl whose mother already worshipped me as her master. Whose mother did you steal, Wyatt? I thought you were a quiet boy, but it seems one cannot judge a book by its cover. Lorenzo did not miss the chance to mock me. That must be Corey. I will go get her. Susan's face was red out of embarrassment, as she knew the only person who would call Wyatt a mother-stealing bastard and why. Who else could it be other than Corey Bright? By Corey, does she mean the Bright couple's daughter? Luna asked, trying to grasp the situation. Yes, Lorenzo replied. Isn't her mother serving at the Way Beyond? Does she have a second mother we don't know of? Unable to understand the situation, Luna questioned Anna. After all, She was more close to the bright couple than her. Corey's father is kept on a short leash by her mother. He wouldn't dare to step out on his marital bed. Wyatt, what is that little girl talking about? Anna knew the bright couple. Both of them were honest people, so Anna ruled out any possibility of an affair in their marriage. She is here. Why don't you ask her? Corey, answer them. Susan opened the warehouse and laid Corey inside. Being put on the spot, Corey was rendered speechless. I told you to control yourself, but you wouldn't listen. Corey Park rubbed the "I told you so" salt on Corey's wounds. Shut up. How many times have I asked you not to speak to me when I am in public? Corey Bright mentally argued with her ego fire. I lost count, but are you sure that you should be arguing with me right now, when other people are trying to converse with you? Corey Park reminded Corey Bright that she was being watched. Hello, Corey. What's wrong with her? Is she shy? Seeing Corey stunned, Luna thought she was an introvert. No, believe me, she is not. She is wilder than her parents. Anna, who had met Corey firsthand, knew Corey's temperament. Back in the VIP box, when her intimidating pressure suppressed everyone, Corey was the only one unaffected and dared to curse at her. Sorry, I did not have a proper sleep last night, so I blacked out just now. So what was it that you were asking about? Pulling herself together, Corey addressed Luna. Girl, your mother is at the way beyond. You do know that, right? Luna asked, hoping to solve the mystery finally. About earlier, I was venting, having lost a wager to that loon over there. Corey answered with a straight face, and then went on to explain the wager between her and the loon she lost to. That's it. Girl, you have to learn how to curse better. Hearing your cry earlier, I honestly started doubting that your father is a two-timing cheat. Thankfully, he is not. With that temperamental mother of yours, he might have lost his third leg if he was two-timing her. Luna has worked with Corey's mother and knows how unpredictable and dangerous she could be. Corey chose to quietly listen for now, as she thought these people were her parents' colleagues and seemed very close with them, seeing how they spoke about her parents. So, you came to pay your wager. Busy with mecha cards and clown mask. I forgot about Corey and the between us. Yes, now what do you need my help with? Corey chose to honor her words rather than chicken out. How honorable of you. But fortunately for you, I do not need you. You can leave now. Since I would leave Sky Blossom City soon, I decided to free Corey from our wager. What? I can leave now. But I just got here. Corey was puzzled. Yesterday all night, she was agonizing over the fact that she would once again work under Wyatt, but she did not expect that bastard to set her free. The only thing comforting about the bet was she could work with Susan again and spend the whole day with her. But now this bastard is asking her to leave just like that. Yes, leave Shu. Shu, I was starving and had no patience for Corey or her questions, so I hurriedly shooed her. Wyatt, are you looking down on me? Corey was enraged by the way Wyatt treated her. Who the hell is he to call off the wager? Does he think he is better than her? Wait. What? You are making no sense. I thought Corey would be relieved knowing that she was free from the obligation of the bet she lost, but things were heading in the wrong direction. I am making no sense. Wyatt, are you calling me stupid? Corey raged for no apparent reason while I tried to be reasonable. Susan, little help over here. No matter what I said, it seemed to anger Corey further, so I asked for help from the only person present in the room who could calm Corey down. Don't you order my big sis. Corey was being unreasonable. When did she hear me order Susan? I was asking for help, you psycho. Corey, calm yourself. Start using the breathing technique, I thought you. Do not let the titled demon core influence you. Corey Park yelled, seeing Corey Bright's mood influenced by the demon core. Yesterday's fight was quite taxing, and not to mention Corey did not sleep the whole night. Corey's mental strength had not recovered yet. Therefore, she was being influenced by the titled demon more easily. Corey, honey, what's wrong? You look tired. Did you not rest yesterday night properly? Susan neared Corey and hugged her. Laying Corey's head on her bosom, she gently brushed her hair. No, I couldn't sleep yesterday night, losing to that bastard. Now he says it doesn't matter. But it mattered to me. I fought for you, but I failed. I'm sorry, Ma. I hope we would work together. Being embraced by Susan, Corey finally found her anchor and slowly started to circulate the breathing technique taught to her by Corey Park. It's okay, honey. You will win next time. Sometimes you win. Sometimes you lose. Don't let the losses get to you. Keep trying. You understand what you should do next, right? Susan continued to console Corey. Hearing Susan, Corey lifted her head from Susan's bosom and looked into her eyes with astonishment. These words that Susan just spoke were precisely the words the mother of Earth's Corey said to her daughter. Until now, Corey assumed Susan was her mother from a past life because of her gut feeling, and both of them looked alike. But now, these words that Susan just spoke made Corey's conviction stronger. I am sorry. I am sorry for everything. I finally found you. I will never let you go. Corey wailed like a baby in Susan's embrace, apologizing for God knows what. Susan was flabbergasted from Corey's sudden outbreak. Corey, stop crying. You look stupid. Everybody is watching you and will think you are weird. Corey Park tried consoling emotional Corey. You stop crying first. Corey Bright wasn't the only one crying. Corey Park also cried in the demon core. Nobody is watching me, and nobody will think I am weird. Corey Park was raised by her father and never knew what a mother's love was like. But thanks to the memories of Earth Corey and Corey Bright, she had an idea, but her other two selves were rotten to the core and did not cherish their mother when they were present. Let them watch. I found my mother. Corey cared whoop about how she looked right now, let alone what the people in the room thought about her. She found her mother, and this time, she will not make the same mistake as her past self. Corey, honey, what do you mean? I don't understand you. Susan was getting worried about Corey as she did not understand why Corey was crying so desperately. And the only person who had some idea why Corey was crying did not bother to speak for her. He was busy ordering lunch through his grimoire. Cousin, I think you should give the Bright couple a leave. That girl is pitiful. Luna advised Anna. See Corey have an emotional breakdown in front of them. I always believed soldiers don't rest till the enemy is dead, but never considered the impact of their absence on their loved ones. It seems I should reconsider some of the rules I sanctioned for the soldiers stationed at Way Beyond. Way Beyond is an active war zone, and nobody knows what will transpire next. The soldiers stationed there do not get extended leave to visit their loved ones, nor are they allowed to contact their immediate family. The situation at the Way Beyond is highly privileged information, and who is stationed where at the Way Beyond is highly confidential information. To avoid any leaks about the outpost location, the soldiers are refrained from contacting their families. Recently, due to the frequent war with the Supreme Beings, the rules on the soldiers stationed at the Way Beyond has gotten stricter, and some of the recent regulations were sanctioned by Anna herself. So she felt terrible seeing the emotional breakdown of Corey. To call someone else her mother, clearly, this girl has gone through a lot. Princess, people will face much worse if the Supreme Beings cross the Way Beyond. So, please do not think emotionally. Unlike his granddaughter, who just had experience in labs, Lorenzo had walked the front lines and knew what was in store for humanity if they lost the war at the Way Beyond. Therefore, he reminded Anna of the authority she holds by addressing her as princess and reminding her to think practically and not let a movement of weakness destroy centuries of sacrifice. Hearing Lorenzo, Anna remembered why she sanctioned such harsh regulation over her soldiers. Because her grandmother and family said that was an excellent discussion. You could use the rotation visitation method. You will have to make many adjustments, but it will boost morale. If the soldiers are happy, I think it's worth a try. Having ordered burgers and fries for everybody and piazza for Anna, I weighed in with my opinion on the topic. I did not get much information on Way Beyond. Still, I learned that due to security issues, the soldiers stationed at Way Beyond are not allowed to contact their families or get enough leaves to visit their families in person. There are only 3 ways the soldiers at Way Beyond can come home: in a body bag, handicapped, or after completing their term. The second and last option rarely happens as the casualty at Way Beyond is very high, and the soldiers chose to stay till the end of their tour by continuing to fight using prosthetic limbs and organ cards. It is not that the soldiers at Way Beyond are more patriotic than other soldiers. Instead, after what they have witnessed at Way Beyond, the soldiers understand that their sacrifice is necessary. Boy, you don't even know what we are talking about. So don't talk out of your butthole. Lorenzo shot down my idea without even listening to it. Rotation visitation method, what is it? What Lorenzo thought did not matter. Anna was the shot caller here. Princess. Lorenzo wanted Anna to not fall for that charlatan's words once again, but having tasted the nectar once, it was hard for Anna to recluse the second time. Quiet. Old man Wyatt, you proceed. But remember, your privilege level is not high enough, so I cannot talk about personal stuff about Way Beyond with you. Anna was willing to hear what I had to say, but was not ready to disclose any confidential information without following the proper protocol. No need of that. Just think of this as a debate on military welfare. What I was going to talk about did not require any extra information on way beyond from Anna, so I asked her to rest assured, as I would not be asking her to break any protocol. Good, they go ahead. The floor is all yours. Anna replied that she was all ears. Let's say you have 10 confidential temporary outposts that change their location every month, and each outpost has 100 soldiers. Every month 10 soldiers out of 100 soldiers get a week off in each of the 10 outposts. Adding the 10 soldiers on leave in the 10 outposts, we get 100 soldiers at rest. Now using these 100 soldiers in rest, you created an 11th temporary outpost in the safe zone where the families can visit the soldiers. If visitation is too much to ask, they can do monitored video and phone calls to their family from the 11th outpost. I don't think the soldiers will mind doing extra duty during one of their leaves once a year if they get to talk to their families. As I said, the plan would require a lot of adjustments and resources. This wasn't my idea. Back on Earth, the federal government used this system to let the VVP state's witnesses speak to their loved ones. This example I used makes the rotation visitation process sound more manageable, but in an actual army with millions of soldiers, this was very difficult to arrange. Great, that could work. But why only once a year? Can't we do this rotation visitation once a month? Luna, who had the slightest knowledge about the military and its protocols, was quickly hooked on my idea. No, during this visitation, all the outposts will be a few soldiers short. Seeing the question mark on Luna's face, I knew she did understand what I was trying to say. So, I celebrated. According to military protocol under enemy attack, all personnel present in the outpost on duty or leave should respond to the commanding officer's call. So every month, those that are on rest leave for visitation. Then the outpost will be 10 soldiers short the whole year. Therefore, the visitation can only be allowed once a year for every soldier. Can't they allot extra soldiers to each outpost to fill in the soldiers that left for visitation? Luna came up with an obvious way to solve the problem: more soldiers. If they had enough soldiers in the first place, the military would have given their soldiers extended leaves to visit their families in person. This simple thought did not cross the mind of the great researcher, Dr. Luna. I guess her expertise is only limited to the field of research. Anyway, what she thought did not matter. Once again, Anna was the shot caller here, and what she thinks goes. Boy, you think you're the only one to come up with that idea? People have thought of such methods but could not follow through because theorizing and practically applying it are two different things. So please don't interfere with something that you do not understand. Lorenzo, as one of the ministers of Anna's grandfather, has heard many such proposals and has discarded them because they were only good as a theory and did not meet the conditions to implement them practically. Old man, I never thought of myself as such and never said the method would be easy. If it were easy, you would have already done it. Lorenzo accused me of thinking that I am the only genius, but I am not guilty of thinking so. I agree. I think I am a genius, but I never felt that I was the only genius. There is a lot of difference between the two. Then what were you trying to achieve by babbling your mouth and inserting your nose where it doesn't belong? Lorenzo was on a roll, and I think he is trying to use this opportunity to get me down off my high horse. Stubborn old fool, have you ever heard of the saying, where there is a will, there is a way? Right now, I just pointed a way for you guys. It's up to you guys to conjure the will to walk it and see it through. My mentor used to say if you give it your all, there is nothing you cannot achieve. I chose to speak the second part of the story about what my mentor said in my mind. My mentor not only did he say that if one gives it your all, there is also nothing she cannot achieve. He spent his entire life trying to prove one of the scientific theories he believed in, only to have those theories disapproved by me at the end of his peak age. Then he turned into a drunkard and spent the rest of his time cursing me that why didn't I wait to disprove his work until after he died. Well, the moral of the story is my mentor became a deadbeat drunkard when I took away any of his chances at the Nobel Prize. But it doesn't mean that if my mentor failed, Anna would also fail. After all, two of them are two different, separate, distinct people. You never know if the cat is dead or alive until you give it a try. Is that it? A few motivation words. That's all you got to back your claims. I did not think you would give up that easily. Turns out all this time, Lorenzo was giving me a hard time about the rotation visitation method to check if I believed in the strategy that I proposed. Lorenzo is an okay guy if he stops playing his mind games on me. I guess he cannot help it, as it was his job to check the people that approach the Heatsen royal family's only princess are credible. That may not be enough to impress you, but I think my motivational arrows have hit the mark. So Anna, are you willing to try the rotation visitation method? I know change is hard, but it is the cornerstone of progress. I can understand why someone of Lorenzo's age is subjective of change. They are old, stubborn, and cannot help it. But you are young. Don't tell me you are afraid of change, worrying about the few mistakes that might happen with progress. If you do that, instead of progressing, you will be stuck with the old ways that you know are wrong and not doing any favors for you, your soldiers, or their families. I did not know whether the rotation visitation method would work, but it was worth mulling over if it meant it could help increase the soldiers' morale. Being on the battlefield for years is not good for the soldiers or their families back home. Why did I show a sudden interest in military welfare? At first, I spoke to participate in the conversation, but provoked by Lorenzo, I became passionate and spoke more than I should have. After all, Earth and this card world are two different worlds. There is no guarantee that what world there would work here. So pushing Anna to think about something I was unsure about myself felt wrong. Being ignored by me, Lorenzo did not get angry or enraged. Instead, he monitored the effect of my words on Anna. It's as if he was judging my influence on Anna. This gave me chills. Does he have to be this calculating and conniving all the time? Falk, all those words earlier. Did he purposely plant them to provoke me? But why? What is this old fool trying to gain here? Knowing him, he is always trying to work an angle. At least with him, I can be assured whatever he is planning is best for Anna and the royal family. As for what he is playing at, only time would tell that. Anna was quiet for some time. Nobody knew what she was thinking. But when she finally came out of her trance, her eyes were shining bright with brilliance, with solid conviction and will. Wyatt, you are correct. Change is the stepping stone to progress. I have decided that I will go through all the proposals proposed by the council once again to see which one is the best for our current conditions and do my best to implement them. Princess, that. Lorenzo spoke, but before any negative words could flow out of his mouth, Anna interrupted him. Shut up, old man. I have made up my mind. Call the council to prepare all the necessary documents again, this time instead of using the family's help. I will go through them myself and decide what's best for my military. Anna declared that she would no longer tolerate the family's input in handling her soldiers in the politest words she could think of. Though Anna was the Southern Emperor, all the paperwork that came with the most prestigious title of the Southern region was handled by the royal family. That is how Anna got the time to fool around and have a good time despite having one of the busiest jobs. Until today, Anna never really felt or witnessed another side of the title she bore, the side which she cannot find on any battlefield. This side became vivid to her when she saw Corey's emotional breakdown. Suddenly, the paperwork that she hated started to make sense, and it became clear to her how much weight those paperwork held in the lives of her soldiers despite the paper's actual weight being negligible. Food is here. I informed others after reading the delivery notification I had just received in my grimoire. What you ordered already. Hearing that I had already ordered the food, Anna's attention moved from Lorenzo to me. Don't worry. I ordered you a pizza while the rest of us are having burgers and fries. If anyone wants something else, you are free to order for yourselves. I was hungry and did not care if others did not want burgers and fries for lunch. Corey, stop crying. Go wash your face and let's have lunch. Susan asked Corey to clean herself up and have lunch with the rest of us. Okay. Letting out all of her foul mood, Corey summoned her grimoire to clean herself. I would hate to be that guy, but I only ordered for the 7 of us. I thought she would have left by now. I swear I did not do that on purpose. I really did not do it on purpose. How could I know that Corey would end up having her lunch with us here? That's okay. We can share. Susan rolled her at me and offered to share her lunch with Corey. There is no need for that. Old man Lorenzo was leaving. Anna said that since Lorenzo would be leaving, Corey could have his share of lunch. I was puzzled. Lorenzo asked Anna, "Didn't I ask you to call the council and ask them to prepare the documents for me?" Anna reminded her granduncle. Right now? Lorenzo asked dumbfoundedly. Yes. Ask them to share the documents with my grimoire. I have a lot of free time here. Might as well do some work for a change. Anna planned to stay with me till I moved to the royal palace for my safety, worried that assassins would return to finish their assignment. Great, I will get to it right away. Lorenzo beamed with joy hearing Anna. When Anna's grandfather decided to pass his title of Southern Emperor to Anna, Lorenzo opposed his idea strongly. Those that bore the title of the Southern Emperor should not only have to be the strongest to watch over the empire, but should have the patience to run an empire. Anna was strong, powerful, but her young age limited her patience. So Lorenzo opposed Anna to be crowned with the title Southern Emperor. But Anna's grandfather still handed down the title Southern Emperor to Anna, saying, "With time, she will gain the patience and become worthy of the title just like I did. I hope you will be there to support her through her journey." Finally, seeing some progress in Anna, Lorenzo was zealous and hurried to make the arrangements as per Anna's request. "Now, we have enough for everyone," said Anna looking at Corey. With Lorenzo gone, Corey was given his lunch. "Yes, we do. Everyone dig in." Date, March 28th, 2321. Time, 12:57. Location, Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Yes, you heard me right the first time, and the second time, I said to share the documents with the princess's grimoire. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Anna's interest in anything other than combat was a great shock to everyone at the council. They could not believe the words Lorenzo spoke. Hanging up the call with the council, Lorenzo checked the status shown next to the contact info of his niece and his mother. It read offline for the last 18 hours or so, about the same amount of time since he last spoke to her when she left for the mission, Forsaken Treasure. Now she was online, finally. So he hurriedly called her to check up on her. "Uncle, what is it?" Anna's mother answered the call. "I called to check up on you guys. How are you and sister-in-law? Did that ex-husband of yours show up?" Lorenzo asked about his niece and sister-in-law's condition. "We are fine, but the mission was a total bust. And that bastard never showed up. Instead, a bunch of half-step demigods appeared at the critical moment of the task. I did not notice their presence until they showed themselves. That was weird, and I don't know how they pulled that off." The group of half-step demigods was large, about 30 to 35, not counting the others in hiding. They also brought nearly 100 peak card emperors with them. They seemed to have come prepared. They knew the number of soldiers that Mother brought to the mission. They knew every little detail about the mission, including the card realm of the soldiers that followed Mother on the task. If the reinforcement I brought with me hadn't backed my mother, they would have successfully annihilated my mother and her army. I wanted to capture them all, but unfortunately, the Supreme Being's reinforcement arrived, and we had no choice but to retreat. But I still managed to catch a few of the assassins for interrogation. That was a bust because, miraculously, their memory was wiped clean as they entered some kind of vegetative state. I should have known that he would not show up in person and was the type to get others to do his dirty work. Anna's mother thought that her ex-husband had sent the assassins. I faced the same problem interrogating one of the assassins caught trying to assassinate that boy Wyatt. Lorenzo narrated his situation with Grinch to Anna's mother. "You think my ex was behind the assassination too?" Seeing the similarity between the ambush and the assassination attempt, Anna's mother speculated that her ex was behind the assassination attempt on Wyatt. "No, I no longer think that your ex was behind the ambush, let alone the assassination. There is something else as afoot here." Lorenzo knew his niece's ex-husband, and her ex was not capable of mobilizing so many card emperors and half-step card demigods. He was a capable scumbag, but he did not have this much pull. If not him, then who? Anna's mother asked. After all, Lorenzo was the one who told her that her ex might be trying to ambush her mother. "I think your daughter knows the answers, but for some reason, she chose to stay quiet. I bet she will no longer remain silent, knowing that the person behind the assassination attempt was behind the ambush on sister-in-law." Lorenzo knew Anna was holding back on the information that she got from the assassins trapped in her field card. He did not know why Anna was holding out, but he decided to trust her for now. But now things have changed. The person behind the assassination attempt tried to ambush his sister-in-law, Anna's grandmother. Becoming a card demigod was not straightforward as breaking through from one realm to another. Even if one had a diamond grimoire and broke through from card emperor to card demigod realm, they would not be considered as a card demigod, but be called as half-step demigod or false demigod. To become an actual card demigod, having a high active soul control parentage and diamond grimoire was not enough. One had to construct their divinity to be called an actual card demigod. Creating a divinity was complex, and many card apprentices who had reached the card demigod realm failed to construct or were stuck constructing their divinity. Therefore, they are termed as false demigods or half-step demigods. Though they were termed false demigods, they still packed a punch that could hurt a demigod. Their powers were no joke. They were also given similar respect given to an actual card demigod in society. And for someone to be able to gather 3 to 4 dozens of false card demigods to ambush a single card demigod, such existences working together for one goal could be only seen during the war. Be careful. You have already seen what they are capable of. And also, considering that the enemy knew every little detail about the mission, Forsaken Treasure, it's time we entertain the possibility of a traitor within the walls of the royal family palace. I believe Anna also suspected the same thing. Therefore, she held back the information she had gained. She must be waiting to confirm her doubts and then reveal the traitor, but right now, we do not have the time for that. So I will talk to her and contact you soon if I get any information. And let this matter stay between us. Until we know who the traitors are, for sure. The information about the mission, Forsaken Treasure, was a highly confidential one. Only the selected few higher-ups of the royal court and Southern Watch knew about the mission and what the plan was. Yet somehow, the information leaked to an outsider, meaning there is a traitor among them. Thankfully, only a select few people outside the royal family knew about the mission, making the suspect list short. I thought so too, and am already investigating everyone that knows about the mission. You talk to Anna and check if she has anything worth sharing. And check back with me later. Anna's mother already suspected that the leak about the mission was from inside and had already started investigation on her side into the people who knew about the task. At first, she thought her ex was behind these, so she had limited her investigation to searching if any relationship existed between her ex and one of the suspects to find the guilty. After this conversation with Lorenzo, she knew why she could not get any result from the investigation till now. She was going about it all wrong. Turns out her ex had nothing to do with the ambush on her mother. With her one lead about the ambush gone, Anna's mother decided to start over again, but this time she would follow the money. After making arrangements for Anna's request, Lorenzo was planning to visit the Sky Blossom City Card Creationist Association Hall to discuss about the changes he made to array formations surrounding the city. But that could wait. Right now, he wanted to talk with Anna and hear what she knew about the assassins that tried to assassinate her little crush. I have some work at the TSR Guild. You guys can make yourself at home here. Having filled my stomach, it was time for revenge. Informing the gang I have out. Where are you going? Aren't you going to show us the other designs for the mecha cards? Luna hurriedly stopped me from leaving, asking me to show her the other designs I had prepared for the mecha cards. About that, it will have to wait. I have some urgent work. After I am done with that, I am all yours. Since work can wait, I decided to seek vengeance for young Wyatt. What am I supposed to do here? Luna implored. How am I supposed to know that? I am giving you guys a place to rest. Isn't that enough? Why don't you go get the Memorconium, or? That way, I can analyze it, and we can talk about the custom megamorpher you guys asked about. I said the first thing that came to my mind. I have ordered it online. I paid extra for fast delivery, so it will be here soon. How about I tag along with you? After all, we are here to protect you. For some reason, Luna was being clingy. From the time spent with her, I know she is not the kind of woman who would fawn over opposite sex, but ever since we returned from the dungeon, she has been acting weird and is making a lot of eye contact with me. If I didn't know better, I would think. No, that's not possible. I am overthinking it. I do not think you tagging along would make me any safer considering what happened in the card stadium. I was still pissed about what transpired in the VIP box. However, the assassination attempt was unsuccessful. Still, I lost a body and had to undergo the recreation process. About that, I am sorry. I will do better this time around. Luna did not argue with me. Instead apologized and said she would do better. This is not the frigid and icy Dr. Luna I know. What is going on here? Are you alright, Luna? I was not the only one shocked by Luna's apology. Even Anna was shocked and asked whether Luna was fine. Luna rolled her eyes at her cousin and thought whether she was overdoing it. After all, she did not want her dumb elder cousin to suspect something. Fine, you can tag along. I did not forgive Luna for what happened. But since she asked for forgiveness, and seeing how I had no reason to say no to a willing card emperor bodyguard, I let her tag along. Where are you going? I wanted to talk with you. I cannot catch a break. Done with Luna now? Corey questioned me. Can a man not get his vengeance in peace? I am sick of people interrupting me when I want to think of different ways to torture Kevin Zhang and his gang. I am going to seek vengeance on a few people who deserve it. If you let me, I can get back to it. People say revenge doesn't pay, but I tell them they are doing it wrong. What comes after the satisfaction of getting your revenge, you ask? The opportunity to brag about it. It's like the aftertaste of your sweet vengeance. That's what I am doing right now. Seriously? Corey thought I was being sarcastic. You can tag along. I will let you watch as I torment them to death. Do you know what makes an act of revenge more satisfying? An audience. Yes, the audience's presence to your revenge makes it more pleasurable and sweeter. If you're going to do something, do it right. No, I will pass. But for your information, I will be working for you as per the wager between us. Corey ignored my edgy attitude and stated her purpose without caring for my opinion. If you are going to do as you please, why announce it to me? This again? Let me be clearer if I wasn't the first time. I free you from the wager between us because I am shutting down the card boutique in Sky Blossom City. I decided to give Corey a reason to back off. What? Why? Then what about Big Sis? She has trusted you. If you shut down your card boutique, what about her? I knew we should not have trusted you. You are a scumbag. Who knew? Instead of giving Corey a reason to back off, I gave her a reason to be more unreasonable. Susan, handle her for me, will you? Also, I will share with you an ingredients list. Could you procure them for me? Let's clear the liquid spirit gold stock in the warehouse before leaving. I did not have the patience to explain to Corey why I was shutting down the card boutique. So I tapped Susan to handle the trouble named Corey. While I was at it, I also asked Susan to run a few errands for me. I had a massive stockpile of liquid spirit gold dusting in the warehouse that I brought from the Whitebin family. I planned to use it for the wave of customers that would visit my card boutique after seeing the majesty of nanomorphers in the tournament. But due to the recent change of plans, I decided to clean out all the stock of liquid spirit gold to create a bunch of nanomorpher cards before leaving for the Heatsend Royal Palace. Why? Hearing me order around Susan, Corey fumed and wanted to yell at me, but was stopped by Susan. Sure, share it with me. I arranged the ingredients accordingly. And also, I sold all the E-rank women's armor cards yesterday in the auction. As expected, they were a big hit. I have deposited the money I got from auctioning the cards to the card boutique's funds account. Susan affirmed my request and reported that she had sold the E-rank armor cards at her auction yesterday. I forgot about the auction. But anyway, good job. By the way, weren't you at the card stadium? When did you get the time to organize the auction? Busy with the tournament, I forgot about the auction and the E-rank armor cards. But Susan, as a competent manager, performed her job magnificently. These qualities of Susan were why I planned to have her manage the card boutique I would be opening in the Central Academic City. Instead of answering me, Susan put on her usual mysterious professional smile. Seeing that smile, I felt like I could depend on her. You're the best. See you later. Saying a few words of praise to Susan, I headed out, followed by Luna and Courtney. Courtney, where are you headed? I asked her in dismay. I am feeling like a prisoner cooped up in here. So I decided to tag along with you and watch you get your vengeance. Am I not invited? Courtney explained herself. You feel like a prisoner because you are one. I wanted to yell this at Courtney, but instead, I said, you are invited, but if you are not a fan of gore and blood, I advise you not to come. You don't have to sell it to me. I am in. Do I get to torture them too? Courtney seemed to be more excited than me. No, they are mine to enjoy. After taking over this body, I promised revenge to young Wyatt's remnant. So I am going to do just that. The circle and its important members were still at large, so for now, I could only settle for revenge on Zhang Mercenary. Oh. Courtney sighed in disappointment. Don't be disappointed if I get bored. I will let you have a go at it. Yeah. Courtney cheered and followed Luna and me out. Welcome, boss. Let's head in. Arriving at the dungeon gate, I saw Van was standing at the entrance of the dungeon, waiting for my arrival. Van, any report on the circle or its members? Were you able to find them? Were you able to capture somebody important in the circle? The circle has fled the city with its core members. Before the man behind the circle climbs to the card demigod realm, as shown in the memories I had copied from Clown Mask. I had to find them and whip them all out. Before, they once again gathered and managed to become a threat to me. Location: way beyond Madam Web's unknown underground safe house. Madam Web, the intel you gave us was wrong. There was another demigod with reinforcements laying in wait. Just when we thought we would complete the mission, the female demigod and another elite force of Southern Watch attacked us from behind. We had no choice but to abandon the mission and flee. A false demigod with the appearance of a youngster reported the events that transpired during their mission to Sansa. Codename Shota, not only did you fail the mission, you are blaming your incompetence on me. Sansa's voice grew cold, hearing her men forget the hierarchy and raise his voice at her. No, Your Highness. I was stating that we failed because of the bad intel, and almost got killed in the hands of the two heat-send royal family demigods. I had no other meaning behind my words. Being a false demigod who answered to a mere card emperor was humiliating for Shota. But Shota had no choice but to swallow his anger and embarrassment because he had made a deal with the devil. If not for that deal, he would have been stuck at Card Emperor realm till today. Yes, the reason he was able to become a half-step demigod is because of the help provided by Madam Web. When he was in the Card Emperor realm, Madam Web had already enslaved his memory and recruited him as a member of her club. He was one of the first-generation members of the Madam Web Club. Shota believed that as his realm grew, with the increase in his strength, the grip of Sansa on his memory would weaken, but he was wrong. Because of this assumption, Shota gave up resisting and did everything he was asked of and had to gain enough merits for him to get resources enough to become a false demigod. When Shota finally became a false demigod, it was too late for him to realize that his assumption was wrong. The influence of Madam Web on his memories had not weakened with him breaking through to the higher realm. Instead, her mark on his memories had undergone baptism with his breaking through and had become more vital than its previous self. Therefore, despite gaining strength, Shota still lived a life of slavery. He was not the only one with such misery. The other false demigods with him on this mission had the same predicament. I understand that you all have escaped death narrowly and are a little edgy. That is why you are still sane. Otherwise, I would have turned you into a mindless vegetative corpse long ago. Sansa was a leader who ruled with an iron fist and reminded every one of her slaves whenever she got an opportunity to. But his time, it was not. So, Sansa chose to show mercy to those who dared to question and point fingers at her. This time she let it slide as she had other plans in motion to take care of the current blunder. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. This slave shall forever cherish this opportunity. Shota thanked Sansa for not getting offended and not punishing them for failing the mission assigned to them. How many of you guys survived? Sansa asked this question to Shota deliberately. She knew how many of them had survived. With the death of her slaves, their mark in her origin card also disappears. Sansa knew how to count, so she knew precisely how many of them had made it out alive from the mission. 28 false demigods and 78 card emperors, Your Highness. After the death of the original commander of this mission, Shota was the new commander. So all the members reported to him. This is how he reported to Madam Web about the card apprentices captured and taken as prisoners by the Heat-Send royal family forces. Okay, have all of the surviving members reached the safe house? Seeing Shota truthfully answer the number of surviving members, Sansa asked if all of them had made it safely back to the safe house. Yes, Your Highness. All the surviving members have made it to the safe house. And do not worry, all of them had followed the protocol during the retreat and made sure that none of them were followed. Shota reported honestly, as he had no choice, because Madam Web would verify the truth using her origin card by going through his memories. As Shota expected, Sansa used her origin card to go through Shota's memories to check if he was telling the truth. After confirming that he told the truth, she replied with one syllable, "Good. Madam Web, what are we supposed to do next? The Heat-Send family dogs have received an order to search and eliminate all of us. They will find the safe house soon. What should I do?" Shota and the other members were all now trapped in the southern part of Way Beyond, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Heat-Send royal family, whom they had pissed off by trying to ambush the queen of the royal family. It was only a matter of time before the royal family army would find them all. Do not worry. I have made arrangements. You, people, wait for the reinforcement. The reinforcement team has a card emperor with an origin card that has the ability to summon a unique nightmare beast. The nightmare beast's mouth can open into a space transfer door. With that, you guys can make it out from behind the enemy lines. Sansa explained her plans to Shota and asked them to wait for the reinforcement patiently. There is such a magical beast? No wonder your highness is not worried. This takes a load of weight off of me. Thank you, your highness, for your infinite wisdom. If not for that, we all would be lost. Shota did not spare any words to flatter Madame Web. Just make sure that you guys do not get caught for another hour or so. I will call you when the reinforcement is near your location. Saying that, Sansa hung up the call and contacted Grey Fur. Hello, madam. Grey Fur hurriedly answered the call. What's your ETA to the safe house? Sansa inquired Grey Wolf without exchanging any pleasantries. 21 minutes. We are almost there, your highness. Grey Wolf and his team were cramped up in the stomach space of Flower Thief's ocean mask. The Southway Beyond is right now under high alert, and many Southern Watch soldiers are searching for intruders that ambush their general. Therefore, to be safe, the team decided to travel the way beyond, crawling with Southern Watch soldiers in the ocean mask stomach. Do you remember the contents of your mission? Sansa asked Grey Fur if they remembered the contents of the mission as assigned by her. Yes, your highness. First, I have to use the Diablo olfactory card you provided to check all surviving members and whether they are marked by the Supreme Beings or the Heatsend royal family. If they are marked, then we have to dispose of them. Grey Fur narrated the contents of his team's mission. By now, it's clear that the royal family did not mark the surviving members. If they did, they would have already found and raided the safe house. Therefore, the possibility of the royal family marking them can be ruled out. But the same cannot be said on the Supreme Being's side. Did you guys get any information from that side of Way Beyond? Sansa, after carefully thinking, concluded that the royal family did not mark her slaves. Now the question remains about the Supreme Beings. Did they mark slaves? That is what Grey Fur and the team have to find out. There is chatter that the army of a specific Supreme Being is assembling at the other side of the Way Beyond. It seems they want to breach the treaty and invade. Considering the situation, I think we can conclude that that specific Supreme Being has marked one of our surviving comrades, or all of them. While on their journey to the safe house, Grey Fur and his team spied on the Southern West soldiers to check how much and what information they had. Except for the information about the Supreme Being who is planning to breach the treaty by invading, they found nothing worth mentioning. You guys should hurry. I think by now, higher-ups at the South Way Beyond will be trying to reason with the Supreme Being. And if the Supreme Being reveals everything it knows to the people of the royal family, then your team's mission will be in jeopardy. For your own sake, hurry to the safe house and complete the mission. There is no way that the Heatsend royal family would watch as a Supreme Being tries to invade their territory. And they are not foolish enough to go to war every time a Supreme Being is acting out. That would be too stupid and wasteful of human life. Therefore, the royal family would try to reason with the Supreme Being and come to a compromise that suits both parties involved. The royal family is not the babysitters of the Supreme Being. Since the Supreme Being is the first to show signs of breaking the treaty, it must pay a reasonable price or be punished, and also an extra to help it solve its grievance. If the Supreme Being is calmed down and hands over the tracker of the mark it left on Madame Web's slaves to the royal family, then they would find the safe house and arrest all the surviving members. This meant that Grey Fur and his team can no longer complete the special mission assigned to them by Madame Web. Therefore, Grey Fur and the team had to hurry up and reach the safe house before the Supreme Being came to its senses and recruited the help of the royal family. But the problem was the speed of the ocean mask. It's fast, but not fast enough for their current situation. Besides instant teleportation, any different speed would not feel enough for Grey Wolf and his team. Thankfully, facing an attack at its home turf had pissed off the Supreme Being, and it was too angry to calm down or listen to reasoning. So they had time, but weren't sure if it was enough. Codeman Shota, the reinforcement has arrived. They are at the fake gate of the safe house. Receive them. Sansa called Shota and informed him of their arrival. Reinforcements are here. Great. Finally, we can't get out of this hellhole. Hearing that the reinforcements had arrived, Shota exclaimed with joy. Hearing Shota's examination, other card apprentices in the safe house sighed, thinking that they could finally go home far from this hellhole. The safe house they were currently hiding in is a tiny underground safe house and is not meant for 100 people. Yet, due to their situation, All the card apprentices had no choice but to adjust and cram into the safe house unless they preferred to be caught by the Southern Watch. Fools, stop celebrating and hurry. Leave that place before the royal family finds you. Hearing Shota and others celebrate the arrival of the reinforcement, Sansa asked them to hurry and leave the godforsaken place. Yeah, Your Highness. Right away. Saying that, Shota went to invite in the reinforcement. At the same time, Sansa hung up the call. You guys are the reinforcement? Just you two? Asked Shota in disappointment, seeing that the reinforcement promised by Madam were just 2 card emperors. No, he is the reinforcement. I just tagged along to keep him company. Greyfur replied, pointing at Flower Thief. I do not get it. Shota thought Greyfur was joking with him. You will get it once he summons his nightmare beast using his origin card. Since Shota had already skipped the pleasantries, Greyfur directly skipped the introduction and decided to get down to finishing the mission. Oh, now I get it. You must be the guy with the unique nightmare beast. The one that Madam Web talked about. Since it is you, I guess just the 2 of you are enough as reinforcement for our extraction. Saying that, Shota led Greyfur and Flower Thief into the safe house. Whoa, what's that smell? Flower Thief yelled, smelling the foul smell in the air as he entered the safe house. 100 sweaty men crammed into a tiny safe house. You tell me. Shota answered Flower Thief sarcastically. Well, then we better get started. Flower Thief, go ahead and summon your nightmare beast. Let's get started. Greyfur ordered. I have already summoned it. With his words, a water mask floating in the air became visible to the 3. Isn't that beast a little too small and chibi to be a nightmare beast? Aren't they supposed to be big and scary? Hence the name Nightmare Beast. Shota was disappointed by the appearance of Ocean Mask. It did not look like the rumors about the nightmare beasts. Unlike the nightmare beasts with a haunting appearance enough to scare a grown man into shting his pants, this Ocean Mask gave Shota the impression of a soft toy. If not for the eerie air surrounding it, Shota would not believe it was a nightmare beast. After you see what it is capable of, you will change your opinion. Senior Shota, haven't you heard the saying not to judge a book by its cover? Ocean Mask was not a nightmare beast. Instead, it is an empty beast, a creature from the fairy tale of this card world. It was a famous lore that many thought that the empty beast was just a monster from a fairy tale, and the myth surrounding it was unreal. The people in the safe house would panic if they heard that their boss was sending a creature from myth for their extraction. Therefore, to keep the card apprentices in line and unsuspecting of the motives of their leader, Sansa concocted a lie that Ocean Mask was a nightmare beast with the ability to open a teleportation gate in its mouth. And now it was up to Greyfur and Flower Thief to maintain Madam Web's lies. I believe you. So how does it work? Asked Shota curiously, as it was his first time seeing a unique nightmare beast like the Ocean Mask. Nightmare beasts are beasts born from the fear of the host. Since they are the spawn of their host's fear, their appearance is as hideous as the thing that breeds apprehension in its host. Like its ugly appearance, the nightmare beast has bizarre supernatural powers unique to them. The method of extracting energy from one's fear and breeding a nightmare beast card is called fear breeding. Side effects include losing fear towards the thing that conjures enough fear to create the nightmare beast card. Sometimes one's nightmare beast card can be their fate ingredient. Why don't I demonstrate it to you? Senior Shota, please bring a volunteer to try the teleportation door in this beast's mouth. When Shota's curiosity asked more about the Ocean Mask and its abilities, Flower Thief averted his questions, saying that a demonstration is worth more than 1,000 words. Sure. Codename Tree Frog, you go first, and show the others how it's done. Shota randomly yelled a name and asked him to try the teleportation ability of the nightmare beast in front of them. Yes, Senior Shota. The rookie card emperor did not hesitate and walked towards the Ocean Mask. As the tree frog neared the Ocean Mask, Flower Thief advised, do not resist. Huh. Tree Frog nodded and waited for Ocean Mask to do its thing. He did not have to wait long, as soon the Ocean Mask opened its mouth, and a suction force directly pulled him into its mouth. With that, he vanished from the safe house. Gasp! Seeing the Ocean Mask swallow Tree Frog, everybody gasped in shock. Not waiting for them to come to their senses, Flower Thief asked, who's next? Seeing everyone hesitate and not coming forward to go next, Flower Thief asked, what's wrong? We are waiting for him to come back. One of the card emperors gathered his courage and answered. His voice was shaky because what he said pointed out that he did not trust the words of Madame Web. He cannot come back. This is a one-way door. If you go in from here, it teleports you to a predetermined position. Flower Thief pointed out that what they were waiting for was not possible. Gasp. Hearing Flower Thief's explanation, the crowd grew suspicious. Hey, I don't blame you guys. If I saw somebody swallowed by a weird creature, I would also be worried. Let's clear your doubts, shall we? How about one of you close to Tree Frog call him and check up on him? That should calm all your nerves, right? Grayfer came forward to decrease the tension in the crowd. No need for that. Tree Frog had already contacted me informing me that he has teleported safely and sound to another safe house near the border of the southern and central region. One of the card emperors in the crowd announced, and walking out of the crowd, he added, I will go next. Following the example of that card emperor one by one, everyone let the ocean mask swallow them, thinking that it would teleport them to another safe house out of the way beyond. Inside the stomach space of ocean mask. Where am I? Tree Frog asked in confusion, not knowing what had just transpired. Hello, buddy, I am Sniper. What's your codename? Sniper introduced himself to the guy that appeared in the stomach of ocean mask. Hi, my codename is Tree Frog, and where are we? Why is it so crammed in here? Tree Frog Polity introduced himself, following Sniper's lead, and asked why the four of them were crammed in such a narrow space. Tree Frog, enough questions. Just do as I say, and you will be fine. Sniper grinned as he asked Tree Frog to call one of his friends back at the safe house and way beyond, informing him of his safe arrival, and warned him not to try any funny business. Overpowered by 3 card emperors, Tree Frog had no choice and did as they said. Getting what they wanted from Tree Frog, Sniper murdered Tree Frog and waited for the next prey, and then the next. If the prey were a false demigod, Sansa would assist by erasing the memory and turning them into brain-dead idiots. Having killed his prey, Sniper and his 2 comrades would collect the head as a trophy and incinerate the rest of the body. This continued until all the survivors of the Way Beyond mission were killed and had their heads collected as trophies. Senior Shota, you're the last one. Flower Thief invited Shota to step forward and enter Ocean Mask's mouth. Finally, it is my turn to get out of this hellhole. Saying that, Shota offered himself to Ocean Mask. As the acting commander of the survivors, Shota chose to go last to stay and help maintain the order in the safe house. Soon Shota was swallowed by Ocean Mask, and after a few seconds, Sniper and the other teammates came out of the stomach space of Ocean Mask after killing Shota. Despite killing 100 card apprentices in a narrow area like Ocean Mask's stomach, not a drop of blood could be seen on the 3. Well, this is disappointing. It took us nearly half an hour to decapitate 100 unsuspecting card apprentices. Coming out of the Ocean Mask, Sniper complained that killing 100 unsuspecting card apprentices took more time than he had expected. Those 100 card apprentices were of card emperors and false demigods realm. Killing 100 of them under 30 minutes should make a sort of world record, and here you are complaining about it. Flower Thief exaggerated. Forget about that. Did you guys properly harvest the ego gems and the incomplete divinity from their severed heads? And did you guys store them appropriately? This is the primary goal of our mission. If you screw this up, then no place in the world can save us from the wrath of Madame Web. Grayfer reminded Sniper to focus on the mission's primary objective instead of unimportant stuff, and checked whether the harvested ego gems and incomplete divinity were stored with appropriate care. Yes, please do not worry. This time the reward offered for the mission is so appetizing that there is no way I will risk losing the bonus by screwing this up with my carelessness. Sniper assured Grayfer that the rewards promised by Madame Web were worthy of him being at his best behavior. And turning to Flower Thief, he exclaimed in jealousy, Rookie, you were made a killing in your first mission. Not only will you be given the first pick in the rules we collected today, but you will also be awarded a false divinity. This never in the history of Madame Web Club did a rookie gain such rewards. With these rewards, you can soon break through to the card demigod realm. Sniper, where is your gratitude? If not for the rookie and his origin card, we would not have gotten such an opportunity. He is our team's mascot. You better treat him properly as long as he is in our group. We will keep getting such simple tasks with tremendous rewards. And why are you whining? All of us are being awarded an incomplete divinity, so we all can soon break through to the Card Emperor realm. I will make a report to Madam Webb, and then we can leave this place before the Southern Watch raids it. Grayfer stood up for Flower Thief as he knew Flower Thief's origin card was why they made a killing today. Hello, madam. Mission accomplished. Where do we deliver the goods and collect our rewards? The usual place. Grayfer called Sansa and reported the successful completion of the mission's primary goal and asked where to deliver the harvested ego gems and incomplete divinities. No, the usual place is for ordinary members. You and your team have been promoted to true membership. First, head back to the central region. Then I will text you the location of the mission item drop point and your reward pickup point. Once you get your rewards, all of you hurry to make a breakthrough. Due to a recent tragedy, our club is in need of more capable false demigod members. Sansa prompted Grayfer and his team and encouraged them to break through and become a false demigod. Due to the failure of the ambush planned on the royal family, Sansa was set to lose a lot of card emperors and false demigod slaves. This did not bother Sansa, as she could create as many memory slaves as she wished. But she had spent a lot of precious resources on each of these slaves. It would take here nearly a decade of hard work to once again accumulate that amount of rare resources. Therefore, when Sansa heard of the survivors, she concocted a plan to kill them all and harvest the resources spent on them from their corpse. The members that were sent to ambush the Heatsend royal family had made a massive bladder by being marked by supreme beings. They all would be hunted down by the royal family or the supreme being itself. One way or the other, they would all die. So, Sansa planned to kill them herself and harvest her investment in them. Sansa could have just used her origin card to turn all of them into a memoryless, brain-dead fool. But that would cause a lot of noise and may attract the dogs of Southern Watch crawling all over that place. Even if she manages to kill them all peacefully, who will harvest the ego gem and incomplete divinity? So, to be on the safer side, Sansa decided to send Grayfer and his team. With the capability of Flower Thief's origin card, her objective can be achieved smoothly without attracting any attention. Flower Thief's card was very resourceful, and it has proved to be so in the recent missions. Therefore, Sansa wanted to make her control over him more powerful. Therefore, despite him being a rookie, Sansa decided to go against the rules she had set and award him with enough resources to break through to the card demigod realm. And thanks to the baptism that came with his breakthrough, her hold on him would increase. This way, not only would Flower Thief become a more obedient slave, and his power would have grown enough to be a treat to a true card demigod. With one stone, she would have killed two birds. Your wish is our command, Your Highness. Grayfer humbly replied and appreciated Madam Webb's words of encouragement. Good. After that one syllable, Sansa hung up the call. The ambush on the Heatsend royal family was an utter failure. Her plans were bound to face a setback for a while. Still, she was able to manage and minimize the loss that she would have suffered from this ordeal. You heard her, boys. Let's go. With that, Grayfer and his team entered the stomach of Ocean Mask and headed out of Way Beyond. Boss, we discovered that the circle did not entirely vanish. They just shifted their base of operations to the neighboring Sun Blossom City. But the thing is, their leader has retired, handing over the entire organization to his heir. But we were not able to find answers to why they suddenly fled from Sky Blossom City and regrouped at neighboring Sun Blossom City. Van reported everything he could gather on the circle and its core members. By any chance, is this new leader of the circle a resident of Sun Blossom City? I asked Vin based on speculation I came up with after reading through Clown Mask's recorded memory. Yeah, boss. How did you know? We also thought that this should be the reason behind the circle suddenly fleeing and moving to Sun Blossom City. But this reason seems too whimsical. Therefore, I hesitated to add it to my report. Van was surprised to hear me point out something he had not reported yet. Leave this matter here. I have an idea what the circle is up to. Next, you have your people investigate Sun Blossom City officials, those that are connected to Circle, and prepare for war. It's about time I got a small installment of my revenge on them. I ordered Van to prepare for war, hearing that the Circle was still active in Sun Blossom City. Thanks to Clown Mask's memories, I knew what Circle was up to. This time I wanted to foil their plans as I did in Sky Blossom City by taking the false relic soul pupils for myself. Clown Mask's memories had a lot of information on the Circle and its original Supreme Leader. She was holding back on lots of information. She planned to use this to leverage her and her daughter's freedom. You and I both, sir. Though my Calamity Daughter cores are faithful to me, they still have a will. And Van wants to get revenge for his two best buds. About that, Van. The attack on you and the allied guilds was not the Circle's plan. They were commissioned by someone else. It seems you or your past has pissed off somebody the current you cannot seek revenge on yet. I informed Van what I knew from Clown Mask's memories. Boss, if I may, can you tell me who this somebody is? Hearing that the Circle was just a tool in someone else's quiver, Van asked to know the real culprit behind the death of his best buds. Unfortunately, I do not have an answer for that yet. Maybe we can find a name behind the incident when we attack the Circle in Sun Blossom City. Though Van was my slave, and I did not have to care about his wishes, I still decided to help him find who killed his best buds, because if they had his close ones killed, they would not hesitate to do that once again. Therefore, I had to find the enemy in the dark before they struck again. Wyatt, you do know that I have the authority to send you to jail for the words you just spoke and the actions you are going to do next. Luna, seeing me blatantly make plans to massacre an organization in cold blood in her presence, tried to remind me that there is something called government and police in this world. Go ahead, arrest me then. I knew Luna would not do such a thing, but she had to see where my limit lied. If anybody comes between me and my revenge, they will pay dearly. And most importantly, I want to make it difficult for Luna and whatever she was planning. For some reason, Luna is trying to get close to me. By striving to increase eye contact between us and conversing more frequently. Until I knew what she was scheming, I planned to keep her at bay. Hearing an unexpected answer, Luna was speechless. So I repeated myself in a deeper voice. I said, arrest me. You think I won't? Luna glared at me, being provoked by me. Do it then. I dared Luna, glaring straight back at her. You're crazy, Luna exclaimed, giving up. If you are not going to, then do not joke about my revenge. Like how your papers and research are important to you, my revenge is to me. Do you understand? I knew Luna would cave. She is the type to avoid confrontation until it's absolutely necessary. Luna was not hardened by war, like Anna and Lorenzo. Even though she had the power of a card emperor, she was still a greenhouse flower that grew and spent her entire life under the shelter of her family and her university. Got it. Luna wants to establish a better relationship with her cousin's crush by conversing with him. But who knew that after a few whimsical words, he would blow up on her like a firecracker. Seeing her attempts of increasing conversation and eye contact to get close to her target fail, Luna was at her wit's end and did not know what to do. Then follow me silently. Done playing with Luna, I turned my attention to the man of the hour, Kevin Zhang, and his trusted nephew Ben Li. Hi, Mr. Kevin Zhang. We finally met. It's nice to finally see the face of the guy who drove me to suicide. I hope my men are treating you appropriately. I greeted the two bloodied, naked human bodies hung on branches of a foul tree. Unable to see the gruesome condition and agony-filled screams of Kevin Zhang and his cronies, Luna left and headed to the quieter part of the dungeon. Hey, you okay? Courtney followed Luna and checked if she was okay. This is nothing. I have seen worse than this, Luna said, thinking that Courtney thought she could not handle the torment of Kevin Zhang and his cronies. Me too. Wyatt is too soft. If it were me, I would have skinned them all and hung them to dry. But I'm not asking about that. About earlier, I saw how you tried to get close to Wyatt and failed. Courtney stated her purpose. Was I that obvious? Seeing that even a simpleton like Courtney knew what she was doing, Luna was dejected. Don't worry. Everyone has difficulties trying to make friends. Sister Margaret gave me a few tips to make friends in the orphanage. They helped me a lot. I will impart them to you. Hope they help you too. Courtney began narrating what Sister Margaret had taught her. Slap. Luna slapped her forehead, reflecting on her current circumstances. As she thought, this idiot has no clue. Don't be discouraged. I know making friends seems complicated, but trust me, using these tips, you will make a lot of friends. Seeing Luna slap her forehead, Courtney tried to console and encourage her. How many friends do you have? Luna decided to entertain Courtney cause she had nothing else to do in this dungeon. I have 2 friends, Wyatt and Bladette. No one friend. I don't know if Bladette still thinks of me as a friend, but I have lots of little brothers and sisters back at the orphanage. But brothers and sisters don't count as friends. Courtney was unsure how many friends she had. Obviously not because she had too many of them. Luna wanted to yell, "Girl, you still dare to advise others on making friends," but chose to swallow her anger hearing that Courtney grew up in an orphanage. Fuck. They no longer possess the strength to scream. Without the screams, this has no point and has become unsatisfying. How do I know if he is enjoying it or in pain? Boys, heal the uncle and nephew duo for another round. As for the rest, send them to a good hospital. If they manage to survive, let them spend the rest of their life telling tales of today. I did not have to torture Zhang and his nephew personally. But the eerie fog that covered my soul when I possessed this body and rebirthed in this world which I thought to have dissipated with my promise to it, somehow resurfaced when faced with Kevin Zhang and Ben Li. Its grievance influenced my emotions. In a rage, I ended up beating the duo senseless. Having its fill, the eerie fog turned calm. Then it dissipated as if it never existed in the first place. I do not know if this will be a problem in the future. That's not a problem for now. Let's think about it once I have fulfilled the promise I have made to it. I hope it keeps its end of the pledge and leaves me when both its wishes are fulfilled. Fulfilling 2 desires for a second life was a good deal, and I do not regret doing it. Wyatt, are you done? I am bored. Having lectured Luna on how to make friends, Courtney returned feeling bored. Yes, I am done with them. Before I kill them, do you want your turn on these scumbags? Courtney showed interest in beating these 2 scums earlier, so I asked if she wanted to go. How about skinning them and leaving them hanging in the dungeon? Hearing Courtney, the powerless body of Zhang, which had just gained consciousness, fainted in fright. I think that's a bit inhumane, don't you? Getting revenge, I was okay with it, but skinning someone and hanging them in the air like hanging a piece of wet cloth to dry was just inhumane, and I did not want to be any part of it. Nope, I have seen people do that. Once you do that, nobody will dare to cross your path. It's all about leaving an impression and setting your tone. What did Courtney go through to be so inhumane and naive at the same time? Sorry, we are not doing that. Van killed them after another round of beat down and bury them in the dungeon. I gave orders to Van regarding how to deal with Zhang and his nephew. Yes, boss. Van agreed. Here, take this and share it with Sarah, Frank, and Pablo. I handed a storage trunk card containing for Calamity Daughter gems to Van and asked him to use one and pass the rest to Sarah, Frank, and Pablo, respectively. Thank you, boss. Thanking me, Van stored the card in his grimoire. Apart from young Wyatt's revenge, this is the most important reason why I did not go to the Heatsend royal family directly. After sewing a Calamity Daughter gem in Clown Mask, I used the Hive AI to analyze the difference between a Calamity Daughter core and a Calamity Daughter gem. Turns out there isn't much difference in terms of physical strength and soul energy, but the host of the Calamity Daughter gem seems to have gained the ability to connect with the world. That is to say, the Calamity Daughter gem acted as an ego gem for its hosts. This shocking revolution made me think of the infinite possibilities I could use this ability of Calamity Daughter gem for. But I could only come up with one option, and that is to upgrade all my subordinates from the Calamity Daughter core to the latest and advanced Calamity Daughter gem. The ability to use rules and forge runes would give my subordinates a massive advantage over the others. This is also why I decided to go to war with the Circle after learning that they had regrouped in neighboring Sun Blossom City. No matter how many members the Circle may have, but against the enemy with the ability to control rule power. They were doomed to perish. Thinking about this, I cannot wait to go to war with the Circle. In a short time, it would be hard for all my subordinates to forge their runes even with the help of Calamity Daughter gem. But I could always share a few broken runes with them. This is the additional effect of the Calamity Daughter gem as an ego gem. The Calamity Daughter gem can store broken runes without affecting its host. Like me, my subordinates do not have to be worried about the disadvantages of using a broken rune, as the Calamity Daughter gem takes care of it by enslaving the spirit of the broken rune. This buff was well and good, but it was too damned expensive. I am hardly able to collect broken runes for myself. How do I get some for my followers? I can only hope that Luna is willing to pay some down payment for the large order she plans to place. Considering Luna wanted to create an army equipped with mecha cards, then she would order at least 50-100 mecha cards. Regarding the payment, we haven't talked about it yet, but I have made it clear that I wish to be paid in terms of broken runes. I was yet to receive a payment for the beast mecha cards I created for the demonstration. I did not bother to ask Anna for the payment because she had already given me 6 broken runes. I am shameless, but when it comes to someone I own favor to, I try to be genuine. That is the least I could do. Because if not for Anna's gift, I could not have been able to stage my death against card Emperor level assassins or won first place in the tournament. So that is why Wyatt is closing the card boutique in Sky Blossom City. Susan narrated everything that happened to Corey in the process of explaining to her why Wyatt was closing the card boutique. Then what about you? Aren't you angry that he is abandoning you? After all, you were his exclusive manager. You trusted him more than me. Look how that heartless bastard is leaving you without warning. Corey did not care what happened with Wyatt. He could die or be swallowed by a giant python. Susan is the only one she cares about. Corey, Wyatt did not betray me. All he is trying to do is get a better education. Do not overthink it. Susan did not know how to make this stubborn girl understand that nobody has betrayed anybody. All this confusion could be washed away if Susan just told Corey that Wyatt was bringing her along with him to manage the card boutique he would be opening in Central Academic City. But she was worried that if she informed Corey that, then Corey would spiral again. According to Susan, Corey was in a delicate spot. Therefore, to not trigger Corey again, Susan decided to find a perfect moment to tell Corey that she would be leaving Sky Blossom City soon. Big sis, you are too naive. But do not worry. This is also good for us. This way, you no longer have to be his exclusive manager and can join my card studio as my partner. Finally, we both can work together as a team. Corey was delighted to hear Wyatt would be leaving Sky Blossom City to pursue higher studies. With that mother-stealing bastard gone, she could have Mama Susan for herself. They could start by working together, then move in together and live like a family as they used to in their past life back on Earth. Of course, she will be kicking her overprotective grandpa out. Hearing Corey make future plans for them, Susan became speechless. Big sis, do not worry, my ability in card creation is a lot better than Wyatt. Before he even graduates, we will have built our empire in the card creation industry and show him what he missed out on. This will be our revenge on him for betraying you. Let him die suffering from jealousy. Corey's dream did not stop with moving in with her mother and kicking out her grandpa, but together with her card creation skills and Susan's management skill, they conquered the card creation industry of the world. Morally struggling, Susan was hesitating whether to hurt her friend by telling the truth or not. Meanwhile, Susan's friend, who considers her as her past life's mother, was daydreaming and making plans to dominate the world with her mother from her past life. Big sis, what do you say? Now you have no reason to reject becoming a partner in my card studio. Shall we sign a contract while we are at it? I have been carrying it with me since the day you rejected me, just in case. Summoning her grimoire, Corey took out a soul contract. What the? Seeing the soul contract, the whole thing Corey just talked about started to become vivid to Susan, and she realized that she no longer had a choice but to tell the entire truth to Corey. Big sis, no need to read the contract. Everything here is the same old. Just a drop of your blood, and we can live together for the rest of our life. In excitement, the words that Corey was supposed to speak in her mind started to pour out unknowingly. If the soul contract was not a red flag enough, live together and rest of our lives were the last push Susan needed to push the baby bird named Corey packing out of the nest and down the cliff. Corey, we need to talk. If you want to read the contract, go ahead. It's a wise choice to never sign a contract without reading it thoroughly. Big sis, you are so smart. Corey showered Susan with praises, hoping Susan would just sign the damned contract already while the iron is hot. No, Corey, I am not signing a damned soul contract. Would you please stop your daydreams and listen to what I have to say? Susan grabbed Corey by her shoulder and restricted her to one place, and looking into her eyes, she sternly asked Corey to listen. Okay, what is it? With Susan's stern voice, Corey got down from her cloud nine and seriously listened to what Susan had to say. Corey, when Wyatt moves to the Central Academic City, he is planning to open a card boutique in the Central Academic City and has asked me to manage it. Susan finally informed Corey of the dreaded information she was withholding. Tell me you rejected him. Corey's bright eyes grew dim and dark. Her cheerful voice turned eerie. I accepted the offer. After all, I am his exclusive manager, and it's good for my future. Having broken the dam, All the words that Susan withheld flowed out. Corey was heartbroken, hearing that even Susan is going to leave her behind, just like her birth parents in this world. Corey, you will also soon graduate high school and have to attend college. This was never meant to last. Corey, are you listening to me? Corey. Susan wanted to console Corey, but she found that Corey was not paying attention. Her expression had turned ashen and dark. Her eyes were lifeless. Susan tried shaking her in search of a response, but Corey did not respond to her calls. Corey, listen to me. Follow my voice. Do not give in to the influence of the demon core. Corey, listen to me. This is not a big deal. So what if Mama Susan is going to the Central Academic City? You can go too. After all, with your talent, any of the top 10 universities will accept you. All you have to do is get into the same college as Wyatt, and then you can once again work together with Mama Susan. Worrying that the titled demon core would morph Corey Bright's consciousness, Corey Parks yelled, trying to lead Corey back into the light. Her words reverberated in Corey Bright's mind, but there was no response from Corey. Corey, listen to me. Do not let that bastard, mother-stealing bastard Wyatt win. Corey Park got down to Corey Bright's level to reach out to her and stop her from connecting to the darkness inside the titled demon core. You are right. I cannot let that mother-stealing bastard win. I will not let him take my mother away from me. I will not let him succeed. Yes, I can get into any of the top 10 universities I want. Fuck that Wyatt. Wherever he goes, I will follow him like a vengeful cost and haunt him until he leaves my mother and me alone. Corey, who was drifting towards the darkness under the influence of the titled demon core, finally responded to Corey Park's call and fried her will that she would haunt Wyatt until she gets her mother back for herself. Fuck, that was close. Girl, seriously, control your mood swings. If you get influenced by the titled demon core so frequently, then it will not be long before you turn into a demoness. I do not know how the humanity of this world treats demons, but if they are the same as the ones I know, they will hunt you to extinction or sacrifice you to some angel or god for their bestowal. Corey Park sighed in relief, but warned Corey to control her mood swings. If not, she would turn into a demoness, which is not good. So there are gods in this world? Corey Bright asked eagerly. Yes, but not the type you were thinking of. The ones I know would not hesitate to wipe out an entire race just for fun, not to mention a demoness. Just hope you do not have a miserable fate to meet a god or angel. If you do, run or become a pet for their amusement. And also, try not to contact the darkness in the titled demon core. If you do, then there is no turning back. As they say, if you stare at the darkness, it stares right back at you. Corey Park advised Corey Bright to stay away from gods and angels. Also, not to make contact with darkness. Apparently, once you go bark, there is no going back. What is the worst thing that can happen if I come into contact with darkness? I have seen you use its power in your memories. You were so cool and strong using it. Corey Bright had no caution toward the darkness or indirectly being influenced by it, despite Corey Park's repeated warning. Darkness is a power that keeps you edgy by empowering your sins and numbing your virtues. Believe me, it is not something you want to feel like. If not monitored properly, you may become a mass murderer under its influence. I used it because I was in dark realms. There I had no choice but to use it. If I did not use it, I would have been killed long ago, even before my actual death. Many powerful demons who lost control of the darkness ended up massacring their friends, family, and beloved. If you do not want to be one of them, I advise you to maintain caution towards darkness. And also, if you contact the darkness and use it in this world, then you will act as a beacon of darkness for all the high-level demons in the dark realms. Following your signal, they will find this world or plane and try to conquer it, even if it means slaughtering every last human in this world. So if you care about family and friends, control yourself and stay far from the darkness. Even if you are dying, do not use it unless you want to see this world become a war zone. Corey Park's only advice for Corey Bright was that even if she were to die in a battle, she should choose to die and avoid using darkness in the titled demon core. What makes you think that the demons are not already in this world? There are thousands of new dungeons opening and closing every year in this world. What makes you so sure that a demon did not come out of one of the dungeons already? Corey Bright pointed out a valid and wise observation. You may be right. Calculating the long history of this world and the number of weird dungeons, that possibility is not small. But without proof, we cannot say for sure. But if it is true, you should be extra careful because the one you start using darkness, they will be able to sense you come for you. Knowing that they are of demon kind, obviously, they would not have good plans with you. According to Corey Park, if there are demons in this card world, then they would come looking for her if she accesses darkness from within the titled demon corner. Fuck. These kinds of things you should have told me earlier. Corey Bright blamed Corey Park for not telling them all the problems her titled demon core and the darkness could bring her. How could I? Since the day I have met you, you have been an emotional wreck. Once it is your identity crisis or mother issues or father issues. With your constant moodiness, I never got the changes to tell you that you are a waking talking time bomb. Corey Park blamed Corey Bright for being emotionally weak. So what if your parents left you and chose their duty over you? So what if you disappointed your past life mother? So what if your father left you in your past life? People have been through worse, you do not see them complaining. So now it's my fault that you did not remember to tell me the critical info on titled demon core and the darkness. You do know that I just almost embraced the power of darkness a few minutes ago. Corey Bright called Corey Park a failure of a teacher who blames her students for negligence. Whatever awaken. Mama Susan is scared silly and is worried for you since you haven't been responding to her for 10 minutes now. Corey Park reminded her other self to return to the outside world, where people are worried about seeing her sit blankly without responding to anybody. And whose fault is that? If not for you insisting on talking to me, I would not be in this mess in the first place. Corey Bright blamed her ego fire for becoming talkative. Slap, slap. Wake up, little girl. How am I supposed to answer to your parents if you die right in front of me? Anna, who was quietly eavesdropping on the conversation of Susan and Corey, came to help Susan when she saw her panic as Corey entered a trance-like state. Front hand slap, backhand slap, front hand slap. Wake up, Corey. Wake up. Anna panicked as she felt an eerie aura emitting from Corey and enveloping her body. It was as if death itself was hugging Corey. Without knowing the cause of Corey's condition, Anna did not know how to treat Corey, even though she had a bunch of medicine occupation-based cards. Therefore, she chose the Stone Age method to wake Corey from her trance-like state, loud and resounding slaps. Princess, if you slap her any harder, we might have to hold a funeral for the girl. Please let this old man try. Lorenzo, who had returned to the warehouse to talk with Anna about the ambush on his sister-in-law, seeing Anna slapping Corey to wake her up from her trance, feared that instead of waking up Corey, Anna might kill her with her slaps. Be my guest. As Anna made way for old Lorenzo to check Corey's condition, Corey's lifeless eyes suddenly turned bright. Before she could utter a syllable, she cried in pain. Ah, Corey, you are awake. What happened just now? It almost seemed like you were going to die. Susan hugged Corey in relief. Oh, Corey wanted to answer Susan, but her swollen cheeks, aching gums, and loose teeth made it hard to say anything but cry in pain. Susan did not know how to explain to Corey about her swollen cheeks. Lorenzo and Clown Mask chose to stay quiet too. Girl, if not for my treatment, you would have died right now. Sore mouth, swollen cheeks, aching gum, and loose teeth are its side effects. Bear with it. Saying that Anna used her healing card on Corey, healing her sore mouth. Thank you. Thanking Anna for healing her, Corey then turned to Susan and said, Which university is Wyatt joining? I will join that. Then we can work together at his card boutique. I am doing this because I do not like to be indebted to others and for no other reason. He has not decided yet. Susan only knew how much Wyatt told her, and she did not hide anything from Corey. What? Then why is he closing the card boutique so early? There is still so much time for the start of university. Having calmed down, Corey finally reached the real question. About that. We are moving to Heatsend Royal Palace in a few days for the creation of a massive order of cards that Emperor Luna will soon be placing. Having informed the complete truth finally, Susan felt relieved. Why have I not been informed about this? I am an employee of this card boutique too. The thought of being apart from Susan for months didn't sit right with Corey. Sweetie, you are no longer part of the card boutique, remember? Susan reminded Corey that she was not a part of the card boutique and had started her own card studio. I do, but I lost the bet with Wyatt, and since then, I have become this card boutique's employee. As an employee, I demand to go to the Royal Palace with you guys. Corey requested manager Susan as an employee. Honey, Wyatt did not approve of your return. Even if you do return, it is not in mine or Wyatt's hands to take you to Royal Palace. You can come with us only if you have the appropriate security clearance and an invitation. Susan explained how Corey couldn't tag along to the Heat's End Royal Palace. What if I get an invitation? Then can I tag along with you? Corey asked Susan. Nope, you still need to get Wyatt's approval to return to the card boutique. Corey, do not be stubborn. Susan did not want to recruit Corey without Wyatt's permission. No problem. For now, I will get an invitation to the Royal Palace. Corey accepted Susan's rejection positively and turned to Anna, saying, I remember you. What? Anna did not understand what Corey was talking about. You attend my first birthday party. Corey decided to help Anna remember by dropping a hint. Yes, I did. How do you remember? You were about 4 weeks or a month old back then. You still remember that day. Anna was surprised to hear that Corey remembered memories dating back a few weeks since her birth. Yes, I do. I remember you throwing a tantrum because my father and mother did not choose you as my godmother. But do you remember that night you visited my crib? I guess you don't. After all, you were pretty drunk that night. Corey recalled all of her memories thanks to her origin card, even the ones when she was a toddler. Where are you going, girl? Anna understood what Corey was trying to do. Corey's mouth spoke, you know what I want, and her eyes told the rest. Give it to me, and I will stay quiet. Yep, Corey was blackmailing Anna with the embarrassing memories she recalled about Anna. Anna glared at Corey and said, Fine, you are invited to the Royal Palace as a guest for an extended stay. Old man, arrange everything. Miss Corey, when will you visit the palace? If you give me a date, I can make appropriate arrangements for your extended stay. Old Lorenzo asked Corey for a date for her arrival. I will tag along with them. And make sure to give Big Sis Susan and me adjoining rooms. Corey did not shy from stating what she desired. She dared to blackmail the Southern Emperor. This was nothing. Thanks to Anna's invitation, she could live in the palace, unlike Wyatt and Susan, who are invited based on their work. This way, even if Wyatt denied her from rejoining the card boutique, she could still visit the palace as a guest and stay close to Susan. Sigh? Corey, I have no time to play with you. I have to procure the ingredients Wyatt ordered and arrange them. See you later. Saying that, Susan turned to Anna and said, Royal Highness, if you need anything, please give me a call. I will be at your service. Sure. Anna nodded in agreement and headed to the couch. Big sis, wait up. Let me help you. Corey hurriedly followed Susan, offering her help. As Susan and Corey walked out of the warehouse, Lorenzo summoned his grimoire and set up a barrier encircling Anna, Clown Mask, and him inside the warehouse. We need to talk, said Lorenzo, looking at Anna. Well, talk. I am all ears. Anna made herself comfortable on the couch. I just contacted your mother, revealed Lorenzo. Oh, she is back already. Did she kill my father? Asked Anna nonchalantly. No, the ambush was not led by your father. Instead, 3 to 4 dozen false demigods and a few hundred card emperors showed up. Lorenzo was not surprised by Anna's cold words. I should have guessed that that coward is not the type to do his dirty laundry, but have someone else do it for him. But he is also not capable enough to gather these many false demigods and card emperors for an ambush in Way Beyond, no less. Is somebody helping him? Anna reached the same conclusion as her mother, but she went a few ahead and deduced that her father did not have the ability to gather around 3 to 4 dozen false demigods under his command to pull off an ambush in Way Beyond, and concluded that he must have had outside help. You tell me that? Lorenzo questioned Anna. I'm sorry. Anna did not expect Lorenzo to question her. Your mother was able to capture a few ambushers successfully for interrogation, but they all turned into memoryless brain-dead idiots and entered a vegetative state. Do you remember this memo? Lorenzo narrated what his niece had reported to him. So you're telling me the person behind Wyatt's assassination tried to ambush my grandmother? Anna was surprised upon hearing the new revelation. Yes, based on the way of self-harm displayed by the attackers, they appear to be of the same organization. They would have succeeded in their ambush if not for her intel, though it was partially wrong. Lorenzo affirmed Anna's conclusion. So, you are telling me my father had nothing to do with this? I don't believe it. Anna thought that somehow her father was part of the ambush based on the call he made to her, and the Clown Mask's info that her father seemed to possess the forsaken treasure in the future. Anna, don't let your prejudices cloud your judgment. Forget what we know about the future and look at the facts that we have with us right now. Think. Who would be foolish enough to send 30 card emperors to assassinate someone our Heatsin royal family wants to protect? With the long-distance mass teleportation formation array, our soldiers can reach any part of the southern region in a matter of seconds. Yet, someone dared to send mere 30 card emperors to attack the city which you were in. What are 30 card emperors to your army? Someone can only do something as foolish as this if they were optimistic that you could not get any reinforcement from the family's side. That someone should be the person who knew about the mission, forsaken treasure, and where each of our family powerhouses would be stationed. So I am 100% sure that the organization behind the ambush was behind the assassination. Lorenzo explained what he thought to Anna in detail. But this does not explain that my father is not involved with these people. Anna still believed her father was in cahoots with Sansa Baylor. Princess, forget what you think you know from the future and focus on the current facts. And tell me who is behind the organization that dared to target our family. I know you did not come back empty-handed from the damned arena. Cut off from the outside world and suffering from the soul energy withdrawal. Those poor bastards would have blabbed everything to you. Lorenzo asked Anna to forget about what she learned from Clown Mask and focus on the hard facts that were before them. Lorenzo thought that worrying about the possible future, they would miss the truth right in front of them. Sigh, according to what I gathered, Sansa Baylor is the one leading the organization behind the assassination attempt of Wyatt and ambush on Grandmother. Anna finally reveals the name behind the mysterious organization of card emperors and false demigods. Wait, what? By Sansa Baylor? Do you mean the Baylor family is behind all of this? Are you sure your intel is correct? The Baylor family is the most upright and righteous family I have known apart from ours, of course. Not to mention the relationship between our two families has been excellent for centuries. Why would they target us? A mere forsaken treasure is not enough to break the bond between us. The Baylor family was a prestigious family from the capital city. Though small, they were known for their righteousness throughout the central and neighboring regions. Don't overthink it, old man. According to the people I interrogated, the Baylor family has no idea of the organization. Their daughter-in-law Sansa Baylor is the one who runs and manages the organization consisting only of card emperors and false demigods using her dreadful origin card. And the organization is called Madame Web's Club. Slowly Anna started to narrate everything she knew about Sansa Baylor, her origin card, and the organization. How does it operate? How vast is it? Everything she knew, Anna imparted it to Lorenzo. Fuck, if what you are saying is true, then Sansa Baylor is a hazardous person. If this is the extent of her origin card in the Card Emperor realm, then what if she manages to become a card demigod? Lorenzo was astonished by what one woman was capable of. Clown Mask, in the future you saw, is there any information about Sansa Baylor? Anna finally asked Clown Mask the question she was planning on asking Clown Mask for a while now, without arousing any suspicions. Now that everything is in the open, Anna no longer had to worry about secrecy. Yes, I do. Sansa Baylor, the matron of the northern wetlands and southern wastelands. In the future I foresaw, she is one of the most influential New World leaders alongside the supreme leader of the Circle and Deacon of the Light. The matron and her organization, the Paw Clan, will take over the north and south region after the Heatsend royal family and Osmond royal family go into hiding. Clown Mask answered Anna without holding back anything this time around, following her master's orders. What the fuck? Anna exclaimed, hearing Sansa Baylor would become the new ruler of the southern region while chasing Heatsend royal family into hiding. No way. You are messing with us, right? Lorenzo yelled at the Clown Mask. No, I told what I had seen in my vision. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. Clown Mask spoke nonchalantly. The distribution of the Heatsend family and the southern region gaining a new ruler did not matter to the Clown Mask. How is that possible? Both our royal family and the Osmond royal family together can face any challenge. How did we lose to a single person and her dark organization? Anna did not understand how a no-name organization could topple two behemoth royal families with millenniums of history. Well, because both royal families did not act together. They fought each other until both were crippled, and seeing the opportunity, the matron and her Paw Clan took the chance to conquer both northern wetlands and southern wastelands, chasing both the royal family into hiding. This is all I know. Clown Mask revealed that Sansa and her organization did not defeat the two families. Instead, They fought each other until exhaustion and were chased into hiding by her. What? Why would our family fight the Osmond royal family? What reason could we have to fight them? Even if such a battle were to happen, wouldn't the government intervene to stop us? War among the human race powerhouses was a common sight before the formation of the government, which laid strict rules banning infighting. Those who opposed did not live to tell their part of the story. The government was busy dealing with the Deacon of Light from the Empire. They had no time to stop the war going on in their backyard. Not to mention, the Central Region was busy dealing with the Supreme Leader of the Circle. Come to think of it, a decade from now, the world will change as we know it now. Thanks to the three mischief Supreme Leader, Deacon of Light, and Matron. All three of them are beyond the scope of a standard card apprentice. The government will have its hands full facing these people. Clown Mask recalled the world she saw in her vision and shuddered involuntarily. Do you know why our family fought the royal family from the north? After understanding why the government did not step in to stop the two royal families from going to war with each other, Anna asked Clown, why did the two royal families fight each other? What was the reason that caused these families to fight each other to death? It's because of your father. In the vision, I saw your father marry into the Osmond royal family within the next few years. After your father reveals the forsaken treasure to the world, you and your family end up believing that he ambushed and killed your grandmother. To seek revenge for his wife, your grandfather goes to the Osmond royal family and asks them to hand over your father. How could the Osmond royal family give up the life of their son-in-law just because somebody asked them to? In the end, your grandfather declares war on the Osmond royal family. Clown Mask explained how the Heatsend royal family ended up in a war with the Osmond royal family. Tell me whether somebody from my family was able to kill that sorry excuse of my father in the war. Anna's hatred for her father ran more profound than one could think. Unfortunately, no. After the war between the northern and southern royal families started, your father mysteriously vanished. Your family thought that the Osmond family hid him, and the Osmond family thought that your family secretly assassinated him. So, even after he mysteriously vanished, the war did not stop. It continued and raged into something that neither royal family could turn back from. And next, Clown Mask only had a disappointing no for Anna's question. Well, at least tell me you know the name of the whore he will be marrying soon. Dissatisfied, Anna asked Clown Mask the name of her father's third wife and her third mother. Ivana Osmond. I think you know her when the news about your father's marriage with Ivana was announced. You became the gossip of every household because of the relationship between you and Ivana Osmond. Clown Mask answered Anna. That itch. Is she doing this to me on purpose to torment me? Anna yelled in frustration, knowing her father's third mother would be Ivana Osmond. Am I missing something? Lorenzo, who had no clue who Ivana Osmond was, asked to be brought up to speed. Ivana is my batchmate from Morningstar University. That BTCH had a thing for that bastard way back then in the university. She was one of the few girls who bought into the story that my father had concocted about him being forced to marry my mother and blah blah. To think that BTCH would finally end up marrying the guy she admired all her life. TSK. Anna clicked her tongue in anger, remembering her university life. Ivana was one of the people who made her university life difficult for her every turn she got. Hearing that Anna's father was marrying her university batchmate Lorenzo was speechless. Now he understood that Anna was bound to become the talk of every house when her father marries her batchmate. Arg! Anna shouted in rage. University life was one of Anna's most dreaded memories. That was the first time Anna stepped into the real world out of her family's warm and loving shelter. That period was the most confusing moment in Anna's life. In the university, the world she knew was questioned and challenged with every step she took. Would you be happy if I told you that in my vision, I learned that you hunted and killed Ivana Osmond during the war between the northern and southern royal family? Seeing enraged and spiraling Anna, Clown Mask decided to soothe her rage with positive info from the future. I do not know why, but it does. Maybe I should consider killing that BTCH for real. Ivana and her besties were young Anna's bullies. They had a lot of hand in shaping the current Anna. Anna thought she had come to terms with her past, but it seemed she had just buried them in the pile of unwanted memories. When dug up, they hurt a lot more than they did that time. It seems to get rid of them. She will have to face them head on. And in Anna's mind, that meant killing her bully. You know you can't do that, right? Seeing the crazed light in Anna's eyes, Lorenzo checked if she still had a sense of reason. Why shouldn't I? It would be fun to revisit my university friends after nearly 100 years. Let's call it a reunion with revenge as the theme. Anna's thoughts no longer operated on ordinary sense. Doing that would only trigger the war between the two families earlier than it would? I don't see where the fun is in that. We should be trying to stop the war between the two families, not start it even before it would. Lorenzo yelled at Anna. Emperor Lorne, Your Highness, haven't we already stopped the war between the two families by eliminating the ambush? Now, we have to accept the unexpected. The matron I saw in my vision would not give up just because of a setback. This time around, you guys will not have my future vision to help you people. Clown Mask corrected Lorenzo that they had already stopped the war between the northern and southern royal families by blocking the ambush, and warned them that Sansa would not just stop at that, no matter how I see it. This Sansa Baylor is a remarkable and capable girl. To be able to put two royal families against each other without them realizing the involvement of a third party, killing sister-in-law in ambush and stealing the Forsaken treasure, then using the Forsaken treasure to mislead the Heatsend royal family into thinking that the Gainover bastard was behind the ambush on sister-in-law. Seeing all this, I think Sansa was the one who made Gainover mysteriously disappear, raging the ongoing war between the two royal families to the point of no return. Once both the families are exhausted from the war, she steps in and claims both the north and south regions under her rule while chasing the two royal families out of their domains. Sophisticated yet straightforward plan. Lorenzo narrated his thoughts. Congratulations, old man, for stating the obvious and complimenting the enemy, Anna said sarcastically. It seems she was pissed at Lorenzo for raining on her plans of taking revenge on her bullies. Lorzino avoided Anna, and for a good reason, as he knew what happens next when Anna gets like this based on experience. She would rip him a new one no matter what he said until she was satisfied, so he chose to stay silent. Old man, your analysis of Sansa's plans based on the current facts is correct, but you missed something. Her origin card. With it, she doesn't have to go to war. She can topple a country or organization from within. The other parties involved will not know what hit them. Anna explained that all the credits of Sansa's plan went to her origin card. This origin card of hers, what is it? For her to be able to assemble and run an organization entirely exclusively to card emperors and false demigods, without anyone noticing it, right at the heart of the central region where most world leaders live. How overpowered is it? Lorenzo was curious what kind of origin card could empower a person to run a colossal organization filled with card emperors and demigods from the shadows with nobody knowing its existence and with no rebellion from within. Old man, you do not know what her origin card is capable of, and you still dared to comment on her plans and methods. Aren't you pretentious? Anna's mood was foul right now, and she did not need a reason to rip Lorenzo a new one. Lorenzo once again went quiet. Any words of defense or argument from his mouth would only provoke Anna into bad-mouthing him. From the information I have received, Sansa's origin card seems to belong to a control type. A memory control type, to be exact. According to the card emperors I have interrogated, she can suppress and manipulate the memories of her victims. They said Sansa could dig up their dirtiest past and blackmail them into doing things they don't even remember because she has suppressed them. The most crucial point of the Sansa origin card is not its ability to suppress and manipulate a person's memories, but that it can affect numerous victims simultaneously, and has an extended range of effect, meaning once you are under the influence of her origin card, there is no turning back on her orders or running away from her. Sansa has the ability to suppress any thoughts of rebellion in her victims with a single thought, which is a beneficial ability to have when running a shadow organization. Not to mention, she can completely erase the memories of her victims and turn them into brain-dead idiots. Now you know why the people you and my mother tried to interrogate suddenly went into a vegetative state. The scariest part about her origin card is that by suppressing the people's memories, she can easily plant spies in any organization, just like sleeper cells. One day you are doing your daily routine, and suddenly, you recall some of the suppressed memories, and receive a grimoire call asking you to do SHD, they say, or else. Finding this kind of spies is very difficult because even they don't know that they are spies due to their suppressed memories. This is why I was hesitant to tell you about Sansa and her ability. Whoever leaked the info about Mission Forsaken Treasure probably doesn't know they revealed the information to Sansa. I think in Clown Mask's future vision, Martin, aka Sansa, must have lots of such spies implanted in the Heatsend and Osmond royal families. This is how she could drive both the royal families away from their territory. But planting such spies in a royal family cannot happen in a day. It must have taken decades of preparation for Sansa to plant the spies in both royal families. If my guess is correct, Sansa must have already started planting spies in our family. Thankfully right now, Sansa is a card emperor, and the scope of her origin card is only limited to false demigods, card emperors' realms, and below. But the same cannot be said when she finally breaks through to the true demigod realm. Therefore, we have to act fast. Anna explained that she did not just hide the info she knew for no reason. There is actually not much to gain from many people involved in this matter, cause she cannot be sure whom to trust. Anna went through various possibilities to counter Sansa's ability and has not found a solution yet. Therefore, she decided to recruit the help of Lorenzo and Clown Mask. After learning about Sansa's ability and the various ways she uses it, Lorenzo's throat went dry such that he couldn't even gasp in shock. Just the very thought that one of your trusted people would be a spy and you not knowing is dreadful enough. However, the idea that the spies themselves do not know that they are spies was frightening. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room turned severe, Anna switched the topic. On a less serious note, why are Sansa and her organization called Matron and Paw Clan? From the information I have gathered, I know for fact Sansa is called Madam Web, and her organization is called Madam Web's Club. But according to you, in the future, she will be titled as Matron, and her organization will be called Paw Clan. Why is that? What changed? And what kind of a name is Paw Clan? Lorenzo stayed silent as he was still trying to digest the info he just got. Suddenly Lorenzo had a weird thought. What if such a thing were to happen to him? If somebody were to dig up his dirtiest secret and use it to force him into betraying his family and friends? Will he do it? Hell no. He would rather face the consequences head-on than betray his family or friends. Being punished for his crimes is better than becoming a traitor. Thinking of this, Lorenzo could not help but ask, I do not understand how one can use someone's darkest secrets to form an organization like that. Lorenzo did not know that Sansa would not target people with little to hide. She has her template for selecting her victim. Her victims have always been people with lots to hide and the darkest secrets. And not to mention the merit and reward system that she has in place for her victims. According to the card emperors I interrogated, Sansa only recruits people with dark secrets. And also, her demands at first do not seem unreasonable. But over time, they turn into some tests to test the loyalty of the victims towards her organization and her. If they pass, they are eligible for the merit and reward system. With enough merits, the victims can exchange anything they desire. The organization will make sure of it thanks to its vast network. This is how Sansa converts her victims into willing perpetrators. It is almost like running a cult. Speaking of Sansa and how she built her cult organization, Anna could not help but admire her. What kind of desires can the merits buy? Lorenzo could not help but ask. Compared to the welfare of the Heatsend royal family, the Sansa's Paw Clan's merit and reward system started to seem more enticing to him from the sound of it. Anything from strength to authority to physical needs. You need resources for the breakthrough, you got it. You require somebody assassinated in a power struggle to climb ranks, done. You want to obtain somebody for yourself, consider them kidnapped. You fancy someone else's ultimate card, then consider it stolen. According to them, even an incomplete divinity is available for exchange. That's how she has so many card demigods in her ranks. Anna narrated the information that she gathered from the card emperors trapped in her damned arena. What an incomplete divinity is also up for grasp. Isn't that only obtained by killing false demigods? How does she possess so many? Lorenzo was shocked hearing what enough merits could buy him in the Madam Web's Club. No wonder the victims of Sansa had no trouble joining her and becoming a perpetrator themselves. With her origin card's ability and massive organization supporting it, I don't think she will have a hard time killing a few false demigods to extract their incomplete divinity to stock up her shelves, Anna commented. Yeah, but the question is, how is her organization going unnoticed after committing so many atrocities? Until yesterday, I did not even think that there existed a shadow organization that was willing to send 30 card emperors to assassinate a mere card student. Lorenzo was astonished by the capability of Sansa's cult. Come to think of it, why did Sansa want Wyatt dead? Clown Mask asked Anna. The hostile card emperors said this assassination attempt on Wyatt was out of the blue and sudden. Sansa seemed to give a lot of importance to this assassination mission, and apparently, the merits awarded for the mission were very high. Except for this, they knew nothing else. I guess they did not bother asking why. What? Before taking the task posted by Sansa. After all, that would count as rebellion in the books of a tyrant boss like Sansa. Anna did not manage to find anything regarding the reason behind the assassination attempt on Wyatt. Well, isn't that obvious? If Sansa plans on having the Heatsen royal family and Osmond royal family crippling each other, families should have equal strength. But because of the silver milk powder discovered by that boy Wyatt, our family's strength will soar to unimaginable heights in a few years. By then, even the Osmond family will no longer match the Heatsen family. Hence, she urgently wanted to dispose of Wyatt. And yesterday was the perfect chance for Sansa to assassinate him because all our forces were focused on Mission Forsaken Treasure. Mission Forsaken Treasure was planned months ago. Therefore, Sansa got a lot of time to prepare for her ambush. But the assassination attempt was scheduled at short notice. Because of that, we did not face any false demigods assassins. Lorenzo speculated. Pretentious much old man. You are talking out of your ass as if you were there. Did you know Sansa Baylor, young demigod Baylor, and Wyatt's parents were all friends? There are lots of things we need to take into consideration before we jump to a conclusion. What we should be talking about is how do we proceed with the information we have now? Whom do we share the information with? Anna did not want to take a chance on why Sansa was after Wyatt, because her mother's background search on Wyatt and his parents showed that Mama Wyatt and Sansa Baylor were friends. Where are we headed next? I want to make a quick stop by Bloodette's place. Courtney asked, heading out of the Foul Woods Gate dungeon. Sure, lead the way. Having dealt with Zhang and his nephew, I decided to meet up with my other Calamity Daughter core and upgrade them to Calamity Daughter Gem, namely the Bright Brothers, Vivian, Ted, and Old Ben. So I did not mind making another stop for Courtney, as I also wanted to meet Bloodette. The last time we met, Bloodette's body was under the influence of the world. I hope the second meeting goes well. That will have to wait for now. We have to return to the warehouse. I have received a notification that the Memorconium ore will soon be delivered to your warehouse. I have to be there to receive it. Luna wanted us to return to the warehouse so that she could receive the Memorconium ore that is to be dropped off there soon. Can't Anna or Lorenzo receive it? Or drop it off at the doorstep? I still had errands to run and did not want to return to the warehouse without completing them. No, I opted for the super special delivery, so I need to be there to receive it. Luna said there was no other option. So, you head to the warehouse. After we are done with our errands and visiting Bloodette, we will return to the warehouse. I did not want to make a round trip just for Luna. That's out of the question. I am your bodyguard. You need to stay with me. Luna asserted. Isn't that the other way around? Asked Courtney. Luna, don't be unreasonable. I have errands to run. You know the route. Return by yourself. I said impatiently. No, I need you there. So that you can analyze the Memorconium ore and tell me the maximum height of mecha you can make using that ore. So that I can place a bulk order of the ore. Luna revealed the truth about why she wanted me at the warehouse. The creation method of Memorconium ore is a bit peculiar and very recent. So the production method has not been optimized for maximum efficiency. Because of this, large orders take a long time to be processed and delivered. Therefore, Luna wanted to place an order as soon as possible, which would be only possible if Wyatt specified the amount of or he needed to create the mecha. I can do that when I return. Saying that, I summoned my nanomorpher. Following my lead, Courtney also summoned her hoverbike. But Luna wanted to argue that I should return to the warehouse with her. Not waiting to listen to what Luna had to say, Courtney and I left on our hoverbikes. Courtney, lead the way. Let's visit Bloodette first. I have demed the Bright Brothers, Vivian, Ted, and Old Ben to meet me at the Guild Association Mall after exiting the Foul Woods Gate dungeon. Considering how I just informed them about the meeting, it will be a while for each of them to reach the rendezvous point. Therefore, I decided to meet Bloodette with Courtney first. Okay, but before visiting her, we will have to make a stop at a bakery and restock on blood pudding. Courtney had a storage trunk full of blood pudding, but she thought that would not be enough as an apology. So you plan on bribing your friend into forgiving you? I commented, hearing Courtney wanted to make a stop at a bakery to buy blood pudding. Yeah, Bloodette loves blood pudding, but interestingly, she hates blood wine. Courtney thought that Bloodette would love anything made out of blood, so she offered her blood wine, but it turns out she hated it. Blood wine is created by fermenting monster blood. For Bloodette, whose diet is blood, feeding her blood wine would be like feeding humans rotten food. This is true for the monsters that feed on blood. I suppose the same is valid for Bloodette, whose diet is also blood. Wow, no wonder. Finally, understanding why Bloodette hated blood wine but loved blood pudding, Courtney exclaimed in understanding. Boss, double the usual order of the blood pudding. Courtney seemed to be regular at this bakery. Little girl, tell me all of this is not just for you because that much sugar with monster blood will kill you. The owner added a friendly reminder to his regular and best customer. Because if she dies of heart disease caused by too much sugar, he will lose a wealthy customer. Don't worry. It is not for me. Courtney replied to the chief baker, handing him a storage trunk card. Young man, do you want anything? The chief baker turned to me. 50 liters of fresh monster blood. Since I was about to visit Courtney's friend, I did not plan on going empty-handed. Huh? Baker was surprised to hear my order. You do have fresh monster blood, don't you? Since you sell blood pudding and blood wine, I thought you would have fresh monster blood. Seeing how Bloodette's diet is blood, I thought what would be an appropriate gift for her than freshly collected monster's blood. We do. I just restocked all my ingredients. But I only have F-rank monster blood. My shop is not big enough to use higher-rank monster's blood as ingredients. $220 for 50 liters of F-rank monster blood. Will that be all? Reported the chief baker. Like he said, the bakery was not that fancy enough to get customers who would be willing to pay top dollars for delicacies made using high-ranking monster blood. Yes, that will be enough, I said, scanning the QR code on the bakery counter to pay the bill. Obviously, Courtney paid for her bulk order of blood pudding. Soon the baker brought out a 50-liter jar filled with dark red monster blood, placing it in front of me. He handed Courtney her storage trunk card. Are you going to carry it? The 50-liter jar of monster blood would not fit in an average storage trunk card, so Courtney couldn't help but ask, not knowing how I planned to transport it. Watch and learn. Saying that, I opened the cap of the jar and summoned Blood Swordsman. Then pointing at the monster blood jar, I commanded it, use blood candy. Blood candy. Following my command, the blood ego elemental manipulated the monster's blood out of the 50-liter jar and then condensed all of the monster's blood into an aspherical ball of blood. Then it spun the spherical ball of blood at high speed until it turned completely black. Soon the ego elemental extracted the black waste covering the pure condensed blood and disposed of it. With all the waste removed, what remained was a bright red spherical ball made up of pure monster blood. The ego elemental spun the bright red spherical mass of pure monster blood. After a few minutes, the blood thickened and looked like blood mercury. This was not because of clotting in the blood. Instead, the blood was so thick because it was highly concentrated. Using the concentrated blood, the ego elemental started to create small spherical candies of blood. As the elemental was done compressing half of the condensed blood into 1,000 blood candies, I asked it to stop because I had other plans for the other half of the pure concentrated blood. As Anna and he discussed how to deal with the Sansa Baylor conundrum, Lorenzo suddenly felt that someone was tampering with the privacy formation array he had placed surrounding the warehouse. So he immediately signaled Anna about the intruder using his eyes. Dealing with memory suppression. Anna, who spoke her thoughts about dealing with Sansa's memory suppression, stopped abruptly, catching Lorenzo's eye signal. Luna was pissed at being ditched by two teenagers in the card soldier realm. So in a foul mood, she returned to the warehouse to receive her super special delivery only to find that a privacy formation array surrounded the warehouse. Being taught the formation array by her grandfather, Luna knew the formation array in front of her was laid by her grandfather himself. Knowing this, Luna became curious about what her grandfather was discussing with Anna in her absence under a privacy formation array. Already pissed, Luna took this incident personally and thought she was being excluded by her grandfather and cousin while making important decisions. Thinking of being ditched by teenagers, and excluded by family made Luna emotional. The privacy formation array's function was to stop any possible eavesdropping and alert Lorenzo if someone entered the warehouse. The array did not prevent anyone from entering. It just stopped the sound from inside of the formation leak outside and warned the master of possible passerby. Luna could have just entered the warehouse. Instead, emotional Luna, who was not in her right mind, let her curiosity get the better of her and ended up tampering with the warehouse's privacy formation array to eavesdrop on her grandfather and Anna's conversation. In the heat of the moment, Luna forgot an essential thing: that everything she knew about the formation array she learned from her grandfather. "Luna, come in." Lorenzo was surprised to find that the one tampering with this privacy formation array was his granddaughter. Being caught, Luna was embarrassed and mechanically walked into the warehouse. "Where are the other two?" Anna asked. She chose to ignore the fact of catching her cousin trying to eavesdrop on her conversation with old Lorenzo. "They ditched me in the dungeon and went on their own, and you guys are excluding me from important decisions. So, I decided to eavesdrop on you." Embarrassed Luna let out all her feelings to her cousin, grandfather, and a prisoner. If you cannot be weak in front of your family and friends, you have not accepted them as your family and friends. The very need to hide your true feelings in front of your close ones means you are not as close as you thought, or you don't trust them enough to show true feelings and weakness in front of them. In the case of Luna, she trusted Anna and Lorenzo enough to cry out her true feelings, even if it meant she looked weak in front of them. This is what close ones are for. For the entire world, Luna is a strong and independent ice queen, but in front of her family, she is just another little girl who makes stupid mistakes. Haha. You, a card emperor, got ditched by 2 card soldiers. How is that even possible? Anna burst into laughter hearing Wyatt and Courtney ditched Luna. "It's all because of you," saying that Luna pounced upon Anna, who was rolling on the couch, unable to control her laughter. "How is it my fault that you got ditched at by 2 card soldiers?" Anna hugged her cousin into a lock, restraining her with ease, and whispered in her ears, "Now it's punishment time." Grandpa, unable to break free from Anna's restraint, Luna pleaded for help from her grandfather. "We will continue the talk later. I will go and keep an eye on the boy and the girl from afar. Doesn't he know that there are card emperors out there hunting him?" Lorenzo reported and headed out while shaking his head at the 2 cousins playing around despite their age and realm. "Nobody will save you from my clutches today." Breathing down on Luna's neck, Anna softly whispered in her ear, "Big sis, I am sorry. I will not eavesdrop on you ever again." Luna started to beg for her dignity. She did not want to pose in vulgar positions while her cousin photographed her. "No can do. Do you know how much your sexy pics sell these days? I can get a few high-level broken runes for these easily. Damn does nerds. If nothing, they are super rich." Anna was joking. Since when did the Southern Emperor, the ruler of the Southern region, and the commander of the Southern Watch require to pimp her cousin's pics to earn some chump change? Date: March 28th, 2321. Time: 1426. Location: Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Koi Snacks. "Wow, what are these red beads?" Courtney asked in surprise, seeing me transform 50 liters of monster blood in 1,000 red beads and collect them in my storage trunk card. "They are blood candies, a type of candy made up of the condensed monster's blood essence. It is very sweet and tasty. The sweetening agent is the sugar in the monster's blood. Here, have some." Explaining that I passed a few candies to Courtney and the chief baker for taste while I ate one myself. "Really?" Courtney and the baker were skeptical as Wyatt did not use any other ingredient other than the monster's blood. Since when did monster's blood become sugary and sweet? Try it and then speak. These beads were not just some condensed monster blood bead. They are highly concentrated monster blood essence with near zero impurities. These candies were not only sweet, but had a bit of soul energy in them. So if a mortal were to eat them, they would feel refreshed and re-energized. It is more like Viagra for mortals, but for a card apprentice's body baptized by soul energy, this bit of soul energy would have no effect. Wow, delicious. It is so flavorful. You did not add any preservatives. Yet how can you make them so sweet and filled with flavor? If I were to use this to create blood pudding, customers would line up in front of my shop. "Boss, I don't mean to be rude, but can you sell me the recipe?" The chief baker was mesmerized by the taste of blood candies and begged me to sell the recipe to him. It's not that I don't want to sell you the recipe, but it is of no use to you. You cannot use it without a high-level blood manipulation card. Please understand, I did not mind giving the recipe to the baker as it was common knowledge for whoever possessed a blood rule or blood manipulation card. Oh, sorry for the trouble. The baker left dejectedly. Tell me you are not planning on presenting those blood candies to Bloodette, Courtney inquired. Don't worry. I will tell Bloodette that these candies are from both of us. I was not surprised by Courtney's question. After all, her apology present should not be overshadowed by my present. You are the best, Courtney exclaimed. Yeah, so where is this dungeon, where Bloodette is supposed to be sealed in? I asked Corey, landing at the barren land. Wait, I will ask Bloodette to summon the entrance to the gate dungeon she is in. Replies Courtney, summoning her grimoire to contact Bloodette using the Soul Pact card. Will she come? After all, Courtney and Bloodette parted on bad terms. Don't know, but I got to try. Courtney only hoped that by now, Bloodette's anger towards her had decreased by a lot. With a heavy heart, Courtney tried contacting Bloodette. Bloodette, I am at the gate. Let me in. Courtney, come in. A childish cold voice sounded in the barren land. Then soon, a blood-red dungeon gate appeared in front of Courtney and me. Well, I guess she has forgiven you, I said, seeing how Bloodette let us in. Nope, this is just the calm before the storm, Courtney responded based on her previous encounters with Bloodette. I followed Courtney into the blood-red gate, and we were transported to a cave-type dungeon. The walls of the cave were all blood-red. I tried touching them as I felt a power of rule flowing through them. Upon touching the stones, I found out that the cave walls gave me the same feeling as my blood ego elemental. It appears that the rocks that made up the cave walls were soaked in blood rule and mutated into a low-level blood rule ore. As I continued down the path, I discovered that the entire cave contained blood rule stones, and the concentration of blood rule in the rocks increased as I went deeper into the cave. The air in the deeper parts of the cave dungeon contained blood rule. This cave was the perfect place for a card apprentice to comprehend the blood rule. Having reached the center of the cave, I stood corrected. This place wasn't just perfect to comprehend the blood rule. This place was the holy place to learn blood rule. I wanted to summon Blood Swordsman so that it can practice and reforge its blood rune. I did not do so not without Bloodette's permission. Not to mention, this whole cave is a mine full of blood rule ore. One blood rule ore would be enough for a card apprentice with an average ego gem to comprehend the blood rule to basic proficiency. With the amount of blood rule rocks in here, one could make a fortune enough to run a country. But this cave was somebody else's house, and it would not be polite of me to do as I please without permission. Forget my blood ego elemental. I just comprehended blood rule to basic proficiency by inhaling the blood rich with blood rule. This is fucking crazy. Combined with the high synchronization rate of my Calamity Soul Gem and high density of blood rule in the cave's atmosphere, I didn't even have to connect with the world to get started with comprehending the blood rule. If I were to seriously try to comprehend the blood rule in the cave, then I bet I could reach master-level proficiency in blood rule within half an hour. It seems it was worth coming to visit Bloodette. But this cave was Bloodette's property, and I did not plan on using it to comprehend blood rule without her consent. Therefore, I waited patiently to greet the landlord and get her permission. Walking into the center of the cave, I saw that the whole cave was filled with wooden furniture and decorated like a regular room, where a human would live. It did not take me long to spot blood-red Bloodette, who was rolling on the mattress as she read a book. If I were to guess, all the furniture was brought by Courtney for Bloodette to make her stay sealed in a dungeon more comfortable. Bloodette, I am sorry for yesterday. Courtney apologized. Hearing Courtney, Bloodette looked our way. Noticing me, she said coldly, "Why is he here?" "He is here to apologize for yesterday." Courtney referred to me whooping Bloodette's ass on the tournament stage. "Speak for yourself. I am not here to apologize." I never told Courtney that I wanted to apologize. I know Courtney is only trying to get me in Bloodette's good books, but I can take care of myself. Courtney gawked at my response. "Then why are you here?" Bloodette asked sternly. Her voice was cold. It seemed she did not forget the loss she suffered yesterday at my hand. "I am here to thank you." I genuinely wanted to thank Bloodette. If not for her, I may have died in the tournament. Though Anna would have saved me anyway, that's a whole other thing. "Why?" Bloodette became confused seeing me genuinely thank her. I know yesterday it wasn't you who was trying to kill me, but the world's will. If not for you resisting the control of the world's will, I would not have been able to defeat you. Forget winning the tournament. Instead, I would have died. Thank you for not giving in to the influence of the world's will. Thank you for saving my life. I thank Bloodette honestly. I did so because I was here to make friends, not enemies. I did not resist the world's will because of you. I fought it because I don't particularly appreciate being controlled. But it's good to know that you couldn't have defeated me if I was not resisting the will of the world. Bloodette acted like she did not appreciate my thank you, but it was the total opposite. Anyways, thank you once again. I still humbly thanked Bloodette, as I knew it was working. That's okay. I accept your gratitude. Bloodette finally stopped acting cold towards me, as I could hear the coldness in her voice reduce and ooze with pride. She was so easy to read, just like a child. I cannot believe somebody like that once had the power to frighten demigods into shting their pants. Bloodette, here's the thing. Just like how you were being forced by the world's will to do its bidding, Courtney, here, was also forced by the world's will to do what happened yesterday. The only difference is you were strong enough to resist the influence of the world's will. But Courtney is so weak that she succumbed to the domination of the world's will and ended up hurting you. While I was in Bloodette's good grace, I decided to strike when the iron was hot and put in some good words for Courtney. I chose my words carefully not to describe what Bloodette went through yesterday, but enough to make her realize that what she went through was not something a weak girl like Courtney could resist. I spoke in favor of Courtney. After all, mending Courtney and Bloodette's relationship was the first step to me getting permission to comprehend the world rule blood inside this cave dungeon. I know the one who summoned me yesterday is not Courtney, but the world's will. Courtney is so weak. Somebody as fragile as her cannot resist the domination of the world's will like me. That is why I allowed you guys in here, didn't I? But I do hate being put in a situation like that. Being weak is no excuse to treat a friend like that. And not to mention that I did not get paid for yesterday's summon. Though it is complicated, I still got summoned, didn't I? I am angry at Courtney because she did not give me the blood pudding she promised me. It seems Bloodette was fully aware of what happened yesterday and did not seem to blame Courtney as much as Courtney blamed herself for hurting her friend. Bloodette's only grievance was that she was not compensated appropriately by World's Will or Courtney for being summoned yesterday. Instead, she got her ass handed down to her by me. I understood her. She had very reason to be angry, because not only was she not paid, but she got her ass hooped. That isn't fair. A supreme being should be paid for her day's work, even if that supreme being lost disastrously and ran away with her tail between her legs. I am sorry, Bloodette. I know after what happened yesterday, you feel cheated and betrayed. I feel so bad for treating you like that yesterday. I promise that something like that will not happen ever again. As soon as Courtney said those words, I felt an omnipotent presence watching us. Especially Courtney. I finally understood the side effects that Clown Mask mentioned about Courtney's physique, Tao Tung, were no joke. I also noticed that due to my high synchronization rate, I could feel the presence of the world's will when it showed itself. I believe you, and now give me my blood pudding. Bloodette quickly forgave Courtney and believed her promise. If I can detect the world's will witnessing Courtney's promise, then so could Bloodette. After all, she is an oddity brother from the world rule blood. Thank you. Seeing Bloodette forgive her so quickly, Courtney was touched. As an orphan, Courtney knew how bad it felt to be betrayed. Therefore, she felt so bad for what happened to Bloodette yesterday. If it were her on the receiving end, she would not be kind enough to forgive those that betrayed her trust. She would go one step ahead to hurt them so they, too, could feel 100 times the pain she felt. Courtney's thoughts were not wrong. As a supreme being, Bloodette was a very vindictive being. Humanity, which is known for its trickery, has always been on the receiving end of the supreme being's vindictive nature. Being an oddity born out of the world's rule, these supreme beings are embodiments of power and innocence. They are just like mighty animals, but with the intelligence of humans missing the wisdom that humanity has handed down to their younger generation. The combination of power and innocence is never a good combination to have. It made the Supreme Being the target of humanity's trickery, and the Supreme Beings hate being tricked more than anything, and they know how to hold a grudge. Innocence doesn't mean virtue. Virtue and innocence are two different concepts. When a tiger is hungry, it kills a deer. This act of the tiger is innocent, but there is no virtue in it. Similarly, though supreme beings are innocent in nature doesn't mean they are virtuous. They are the strongest predators humans have faced in this world. Though current Bloodette appears harmless as a rabbit, as a being who grows stronger with stronger blood, she consumes. Humanity is her prime source of strength. That is why the old Bloodette got sealed in this dungeon in the first place. But there is something different about the current Bloodette. Instead of choosing to feed on young Courtney when they first meet, the two end up becoming best friends. Gaining the trust of the supreme being is not as easy as Courtney and Bloodette make it seem. I guess Courtney's physique Tao Tung played a significant role in gaining Bloodette's trust. Here, I brought enough blood pudding. Courtney summoned and stacked up a small mountain of blood pudding from her storage trunk card. Before she could finish speaking about it, Bloodette turned into a blob of blood and devoured the entire mountain of blood pudding in one gulp. Yummy! Bloodette turned into her humanoid form with a satisfied smile pasted on her face. But soon realizing that she had no blood pudding left, she was saddened. Oh no! I knew you would do something like this, therefore, I saved some. Promise me you will eat them sparingly. Saying, Courtney stacked up another smaller mountain of blood pudding. I promise, Bloodette exclaimed, looking at the newly stacked mountain of blood pudding. And this time she acted with human manners and took a blood pudding cup. And tearing the cover, she ate it slowly, savoring the taste of the blood pudding. Looking at the humanoid blob of blood slowly savoring the blood pudding and letting out a satisfied moan with every bite, only one word came to my mind. This card world is tripping. If this were back on Earth, people would have shot first and asked questions later. Though the same cannot be said for millennials. They would take selfies first and ask questions later. Hey, no judgment here. Every generation has its black sheep. Haha. Courtney did say you love blood pudding. I hope you like these blood candies. These candies are a sign of my gratitude and Courtney's apology, saying that I handed Bloodette a carton box full of blood candies. Sniff, sniff. Bloodette did not take the carton of blood candies. Instead, she sniffed them to check if it was okay to eat, and said, they smell delicious. And they taste delicious too. Saying that, Courtney took a blood candy from the carton box and ate it in front of Bloodette, showing that it was okay for her to eat them. Ever since the blood wine fiasco, she has been mindful of things she eats, Courtney explained to me. Oh, I see. I could see that Bloodette seemed to have a high level of control over her thirst for blood. With the amount of blood rule in this cave, she doesn't have to consume blood. Maybe this is helping her control her bloodthirst. I could be wrong, cause judging Bloodette based on the behavior of vampiric monsters may not be the correct approach to explore Bloodette's likes, dislikes, and habits. Crunch, crunch, wow. They are so sweet and yummy, Bloodette exclaimed, chewing the blood candy, and then reached for more. Having tasted the sweetness and flavor of the blood candy. Slap. Hey, what was that for? Getting her hand slapped away by Courtney from the carton containing blood candy, Bloodette complained. You are not supposed to chew the blood candy, but suck on them like this. This way, they will last longer. And one candy at a time. Courtney nagged Bloodette like a mother nagging her daughter. But I have a big mouth. Blood's about opened wide in an inhumane way, arguing that she had a wider mouth so she could fit more than one candy. That is not proper manners. Sister Margaret says good kids should eat with proper manners. Otherwise, no more candy for you. Sister Margaret is the only actual mother figure in Courtney's life, so she acted like her while teaching her friend about table manners. But these are my gifts. You can take them from me. Bloodette acted like a spoiled brat. Yes, I can. Watch me. Saying that, Courtney stored the carton containing blood candies in her storage trunk card. No, they are mine. Give it back. Bloodette protested, but it only fell to deaf ears. No matter how many tantrums Bloodette threw like a spoiled brat, Courtney did not cave. Courtney, pretty please. Give them back. Feeling her tantrum not work, Bloodette opted to beg. And when Bloodette finally seemed ready to listen, Courtney delivered her final blow. Only if you promise to eat one at a time and save rest for later. Courtney started her terms to Bloodette, who had no choice but to agree. Seeing Bloodette behave, Courtney gave her the blood candies. And once again, the world graced us with its presence as Bloodette made her promise to Courtney. Supreme beings are known to keep their word no matter the cost, but if they feel like they are being cheated, They will seek retribution no matter the cost. Their innocence makes negotiating with them easy, but the same innocence makes their anger unreasonable and hard to quench. This integrity of supreme beings is one of the reasons why card apprentices have been able to hold their front on the way beyond. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos right now after all supreme beings are the world rule's spawn and darling of the rule they represent. The amount of power they embody is beyond human comprehension. That is why it is shocking to see Courtney tame Bloodette. Suck dash. You are right, Courtney. Sucking on them is better than chewing them. Bloodette devoured the entire candy in one suction. Seeing this, Courtney shook her head, giving up. Hey, don't worry. Eat as many as you want. I can teach you the method to create these candies. So you will never run out of candy as long as you have enough monster blood. Seeing Courtney struggle to teach Bloodette to eat sparingly, I decided to teach Bloodette how to make blood candies by herself. With the proficiency of her blood manipulation method, she can make better blood candy than my ego elemental blood swordsman. Really, Bloodette looked at me with sparkling eyes. Those sparkling eyes of hers did not affect me, as I was still finding it hard to believe that I was conversing with a blob of blood. I don't know why out of all the weird SHD I have seen after being reborn in this world, only the Bloodette was the one who weirded me out. I did not feel the same with my ego elementals. I guess I was having a hard time treating a blob of blood similar to a person. Seeing Bloodette express emotions like anger, joy, pride somehow, this card world started to seem vivid on a whole new level. I guess the way I feel right now was displayed in a robot movie I saw back on Earth. Everything was fine until the robots followed human instruction, but SHD got real once the robots started to display emotion. It's like one's entire worldview began to bend out of his control. Yes, as long as you promise me something. Nothing is free in this world. It is about time I taught my new friend that. What is it? I promise. Tell me how to make these candies. Bloodette was very eager to learn how to make blood candies by herself. Interesting to know that Bloodette likes learning new stuff. I could see that from the stack of books by her bedside, and when we came in, she appeared to be engrossed in reading a book named Introduction to Omnipresent Soul Pathways. We can compare Bloodette's intelligence to a preteen, but she displays the caution and eagerness of an experienced adult. I guess she developed them with circumstances surrounding her living. Considering all that SHD, it's already a miracle that Bloodette did not grow up hating humanity for sealing her in this dungeon. I don't know what changed in this birth of Bloodette compared to the last one for such a miraculous change in her as a person. Hold your horses, little girl. I haven't told you what you have to promise me yet. I don't know if calling Bloodette a little girl was appropriate, but she walked, talked, and looked like one. So, I think calling her a little girl would not be wrong. But considering her age, it was a whole different can of worms. And as a transmigrator, I have already transcended the concept of age. Well, hurry then, said Bloodette impatiently. Promise Courtney and me that you will not use your powers to hurt innocent humans. I am not saying you are not allowed to harm humans. All I want to make sure is that you will not bring harm to innocent ones, and will not hunt them just because you can. If you can promise that to Courtney and me, then I will teach you the method to create blood candies. There is no need to hurry. Think about it before you make the promise. If Bloodette were to use the method I taught her to make blood candies out of humans for her taste, I would be a sinner in this world too. Therefore I asked Bloodette to make such a promise to Courtney and me. A promise to me is not worth a candle, but Courtney is different. She has an omnipresent witness and omnipotent enforcer, ensuring that people keep the promise they made to her. With a walking, talking soul contract next to me, I didn't have to hustle Bloodette into signing an unfair blood contract. It's not like I forbade Bloodette from harming humans. I just asked her not to harm innocent humans just because she could. I wasn't asking much from Bloodette. As I asked for something as severe as this from Bloodette, I made sure to give her enough space so that she does not feel like there is trickery to my words. Because knowing how supreme beings feel about getting tricked by humans, I knew if Bloodette feels like I am trying to trick her, everything till now will go down in drains. Bloodette, you don't have to promise him anything. I can get you the method of creating blood candies some other way. Fuck, I did not expect Courtney to say that. Wyatt, Bloodette is not a threat to humanity. It's the other way round. I have seen the cruelty of humans. No, I am an example of what human can do, and there are many other examples in orphanages and homeless shelters. If humans can do that to their kind, then nobody is safe from them. So please don't force Bloodette into something that will become shackles that would tie her when the humans come for her. You may not understand it, but Bloodette is like my sibling. I don't care what she thinks of me, but to me, she is my little sister. And I believe she will not do anything to harm the innocent. I think I've influenced her that much. Humanity does not need protection from Bloodette. Bloodette needs protection from them. So, please do not force Bloodette to make that promise. Otherwise, get out. Fuck. I can't believe Courtney chose Bloodette over me. And what's more shocking is that it hurts to know that. Just because of my few regrets of the past life, I ended up hurting my new and old friend. Courtney grew up in orphanage and did not know the love of a society like young Wyatt and I. The community that saw young Wyatt as their future looked at orphans like Courtney as, well, they did not exist in society's eyes. Yes, society neglected them as if they were the trash in your drains, which you know is there, but you walk by ignoring it. The community we live in has never acknowledged the orphanage. They treat orphans and other related issues like a bad nightmare, which you see in your sleep and forget in the morning. Yes, just like that. A single coffee is all that it takes to forget a nightmare or the underlying problems of society. Courtney has seen babies die of something as insignificant as a common cold or a fever. Because the orphanage could not gather enough money for medicine or treatment fees, even if they get the medicine, the hunger eventually gets to these ill children. When you see enough brothers and sisters die of something as minor as cold, fever, and hunger while the rest of the society doesn't even consider those things a threat, then a part of you dies knowing the community could have helped you, but they didn't. Courtney may seem like a delinquent at first glance, but if you get to know her, she's a jolly person. If you really know her, you would know that she remembers every dream of her fallen brothers and sisters that could not make it through the winter or hunger or something like a common cold. Courtney's origin card, Tome of Contracts, represented the contract she made with her fallen brothers and sister to live the life and dreams that this F-ked-up society robbed from them. Her fascination with the luxurious lifestyle, clothes, bags, cosmetics, beauty, jewelry, and other apparel was a gift from her sisters. In contrast, her infatuation with strength, hoverbikes, cold weapons, armory, golems, and brotherhood was a gift from her brothers. And her resolve to live a simple and good life with no regrets was a bone from her mother, Margaret. I consider you as my sister too. Bloodette hugged Courtney and declared, I, who had trouble trusting people, could never understand what the bond between Courtney and Bloodette is like. Well, I would like to say I do not care, but I would be lying. My past life has robbed me of trusting anyone, but somehow when I saw Bloodette hug Courtney, I remembered the feeling I got from Susan, Anna, Auntie Kathy, Uncle Tom, and for some reason, that gigolo Elliot. Enough. I surrender. Are you guys going to make me cry? I no longer want to let my past burden my present and hold back my future. So what if my past life had robbed me of my ability to trust others? This is my second chance at life, and I think I am doing fine despite the wounds from my past. Say what? Courtney asked in surprise, hearing me. Bloodette, you don't have to promise that to Courtney, but just me. I trust you and believe that you will not harm an innocent soul willingly. And keep your promise with me. Who am I to look out for humanity? Humanity is already F-ked and still doing fine without my intervention. No, thanks to you F-ked-up society. Humanity is doing fine because of what I see right in front of me, the selfless trust between Courtney and Bloodette. And let me have some of that. I promise. Is that all? Asked Bloodette after hearing my explanation on the method to create blood candies. Yes. Unfortunately, we do not have fresh monster blood for you to create blood candies. I taught Bloodette how to create blood candies, but there isn't any monster blood for her to gain some practical experience. Blood. There is always blood in here. Saying that, Bloodette focused her gaze in the air and soon conjured a basketball-sized ball of blood out of thin air. Using the conjured blood as ingredient, Bloodette applied the blood candy method that I had just taught to her. When Bloodette applied the blood candy method on the blood she conjured, I noticed that she did not extract any waste from blood like the black waste that blood swordsman extracted from the F-rank monster's blood. I am not saying that Bloodette missed a step. Instead, it would be more accurate to say that no waste was produced by the blood that Bloodette had conjured from thin air. Done, Bloodette yelled as she condensed the conjured blood into 25 blood candies. Having created the blood candies, Bloodette opened her mouth wide and threw all 25 of the blood candies in her mouth. Technically, she wasn't breaking the promise she made with Courtney, as the promise she made was conditional and applied only to the blood candies in the carton box that I had presented to her. What's wrong with it? It's so bland. Why is it tasteless? Did I do something wrong? But I followed that method step by step. Bloodette complained as the blood candy she made was not sweet and as flavorful as the ones I gifted to her. They tasted bland and nothing like the blood candy she had recently fallen in love with. What happened? Watching Bloodette frantically contemplate herself, Courtney could not help but ask in concern. The blood candies I made are not as sweet and flavorful as these candies. Yummy. Bloodette shared her problem with Courtney as she ate one of the blood candies from the carton box. She could not help but moan in satisfaction as she sucked on it. Are you sure you did not skip any step? Did you follow all the steps in the exact same order as taught to you by Wyatt? Courtney asked as she noticed a difference between Bloodette and Wyatt's creating blood candy. Courtney remembers seeing Wyatt extract a mass of black waste from the blood and discard it. Yes, I did. Yet my blood candies are bland and flavorless. Ah, so sweet. Bloodette answered Courtney as she popped yet another candy into her mouth. Why don't you try again? This time do slowly as Wyatt guides you. Courtney thought that the fault lay in how Bloodette created the blood candies. According to her, Bloodette must have skipped a few steps in haste to develop the blood candies resulting in the bland blood candies. Yes, why don't you try creating blood candies again? Don't gulp all the candies at once. Leave a few for me to taste what went wrong. I have watched Bloodette's creation of blood candies, and I do not think the fault lies there. Even though hasty, Bloodette did not skip a single step and followed the order exactly as I explained to her. Bloodette's blood manipulation skill was higher than my ego elemental skill, so she was much faster, and no mistake was made there. I think the problem lay in the blood that Bloodette conjured, as it did not yield any waste during the refining step. Therefore, I asked Blood to leave some candies for me to taste after she developed the second batch, so I could check what actually went wrong. Done. Here you go. This time Bloodette did not hurriedly eat the blood candies she prepared. Rather, she did not even take one and handed all 25 of the blood candies to me. She is a picky eater. What am I supposed to do with these many? One is enough. Taking one candy, I placed the other on a nearby wooden table. Surprisingly, once I placed the candy in my mouth, I felt this unfathomable energy gush into my body as the candy slowly dissolved in my mouth. This power was rule power. Blood rule power, to be exact. I hurriedly sat down in the lotus position and closed my eyes in order to deal with the blood rule power that was filling in my body. Before the rule power ran rampant in my body, I hurriedly activated my calamity, soul gem, and swallowed all the blood rule power that I gained with the blood candy, dissolving in my mouth. What is happening? You didn't poison him, did you? Courtney could not help but ask, seeing Wyatt hurriedly sit in the lotus position and enter the meditative state. Bloodette was speechless and thought, I don't think so. I ate it too and am still okay. But he is a weak human. Soon the blood rule power appeared in my calamity soul. I could just leave it there or use it to increase the comprehension of my blood rule, or forge a blood rune, or give it to blood swordsman to heal itself. For now, I decide to leave the rule power to my ego elemental to mend its broken rune. How are you? Why were you acting weird after eating the candy? Having seen me act strangely after eating her blood candies, Bloodette asked me why so, when I finally opened my eyes and stood up. Courtney looked at me with concern. She was apprehensive that Bloodette's cooking might have poisoned me. I am fine, and I know why your blood candies are so bland and flavorless. Saying that, I picked up the remaining 24 blood candies I had previously placed on the wooden table. They are too precious now that I know what they actually are. Why? Asked Bloodette eagerly. Because the blood you conjure as an ingredient is not just any blood. It is the condensed form of blood rule itself. Blood is a carrier. It carries both nutrition and waste in the organism's body. This nutrition carried by the blood adds flavor and sweetness to a being's blood. The sweetness of the blood stems from the sugar content in the nourishment carried by the blood. This nutrition in the blood is what gives it flavor. If the average blood is a carrier of nutrition and energy, the world rule, blood, itself, is energy. Therefore, it can do all that average blood can do and much more. Blood rule is pure energy with the concept and meaning of regular blood. Blood is a pure form of rule power. Therefore, it is bland and flavorless. The blood conjured by Bloodette from thin air is no average blood. It is a condensed form of the blood rule. Therefore, when she applied the technique that I taught her to create blood candies, there was no waste produced in the process. And also the reason why the end product tasted so darn tasteless and flavorless. But compared to the blood candies made by average blood, these blood candies had a lot of energy in them. If the blood candies I made can be considered sweet candies, then Bloodette's blood candies, a powerhouse of blood rule power, can be named the legendary blood rule pills. One has to know that conjuring condensed blood rule out of thin air is not something somebody with average proficiency in blood manipulation skills can achieve. Even if this cave dungeon can be considered the holy place for blood rule comprehension, conjuring blood rule power in physical form requires a high-level comprehension of blood rule and high-tier blood manipulation rune. Though Bloodette was only in the Overlord realm, she seemed to have very high proficiency in blood manipulation. Seeing how she is made entirely of condensed blood rule, I have no comments about her comprehension of blood rule. Soul energy and rule power are two different concepts. Soul energy is embodied in everything, and the higher the soul energy one has, the higher the realm they are. But rule power is the pure form of energy that makes up almost everything for the first Big Bang. Soul energy gives one the ability to ascend to a higher realm, whereas rule power gives one the authority to understand and control everything that makes the world. Rule power and soul energy are not related to one another. One dictates the card apprentice's authority over the world, and the other dictates the card apprentice's presence in the world. Two are not to be confused. Bloodette, as the oddity born from the world rule blood, has had very high authority over blood rule since her birth. As the darling of the blood rule, her sovereignty over blood rule is undeniable. But the same cannot be said for her presence in the world, aka her realm. This she can only gain through normal means with cultivation and time. Even as the spawn of the blood rule itself, she cannot skip this crucial part. But still, her origin gives her a lot of advantages compared to the others. With her overload realm and high-level blood rule, Bloodette could quickly subdue something like my blood ego elemental. Thinking back to the tournament finals, I cannot help but think how lucky I was to defeat Bloodette. If not for her resistance towards the influence of the world's will, adding debuffs to her power by a massive margin, I do not think I could have been able to defeat Bloodette. There is no problem with your technique. The fault is in the ingredient you used. It is not suitable to create sweet blood candies. The blood you conjure is a condensed blood rule. It is tasteless and flavorless, to begin with. So no matter how efficiently you apply the technique, you can only make tasteless blood candies with it. But it is not without merits, as the blood candies you created through the blood you conjured have a lot of blood rule power in them. One candy is enough for somebody to step into comprehension of blood rule effortlessly. What I am trying to say is the blood candy you made is very precious than mine. Heck, just the blood you conjured is priceless. I honestly explained what I deduced about the blood candy created by Bloodette. So what if it is precious and priceless when they taste so bad? I like your blood candies better. They are priceless. I can't have enough of them. Bloodette did not seem to care about the value of the blood candies she created. Instead, she seemed to think the blood candies I made with F-rank monster blood to be more precious and priceless. Hearing Bloodette, I finally realized how people must have felt when I would destroy the working prototypes of future tech that I invented just because they were not perfect and as efficient as I wanted them to be. I have to say that this feeling is not good. No wonder the management of the company hated my gut. Billions of dollars that were used to create that prototype went down in drains just because I was not satisfied with it. So the problem is not with me. This blood I create is bland. Being trapped in the dungeon, Bloodette survived by drinking the blood conjured using blood power. She had never tasted anything before, so she was fine with using the conjured blood to erase her hunger. But once she tasted the blood pudding provided by Courtney, Bloodette finally knew the concept of taste and texture, getting hooked to blood pudding and the sugar in it. Wyatt, what is this blood rule you are talking about? Courtney could not help but ask, hearing something she did not know. Has Clown Mask not taught you about Ego Gem and world rules? Clown Mask knew how to create Ego Gem, having watched her future self forge an Ego Gem in her future vision. But she chose not to forge in this timeline because of the risk of blowing up her cover. Yes, forging an ego gem and comprehending rules would significantly boost her strength, but it was not worth the risk. Because if she were found out, she would not be able to sabotage the rise of the supreme leader of the circle. I thought she would have at least taught Courtney the basic circulation method, but Clown Mask was through about her priorities. No, Master never spoke of ego gem or world rules. This is the first time I am hearing about them. I accessed the stored memories of Clown Mask and found that the Clown Mask seems to have chosen not to pass down anything about ego gem and world rule to her daughter because it was too much of a risk. According to her, the supreme leader had to be stopped no matter the cost. So that's what the world and rules within it are. You can come in contact with them if you forge your ego gem following the steps I spoke of earlier. Since Courtney has been a good friend, I did not hesitate to introduce her to the ego gems and the world and the rules within it. Wow, is this the power you and Corey used to fight in the semifinals? It was so spectacular. I knew average cards cannot give one such power. Courtney exclaimed in enthusiasm, learning about ego gem, the world, and the rules within it. And then Early asked, "Can you teach me to forge my ego gem?" "Pretty please." "Sure. For now, let me introduce you to the basic circulation method to refine your soul energy. This is a lengthy and tedious process once your soul energy reaches enough purity. I will teach you the rest." Unlike Anna, who began by teaching me to find my ethereal spirit first, I taught Courtney to refine her soul energy first. My reasons behind this were obvious. Once the ethereal spirit is found, it will ask to be fed with pure soul energy. If the purity of the soul energy is not high enough, the ethereal spirit will go on hunger strike. The repercussion of the ethereal spirit being hungry for long is very serious. Therefore, I decided to teach Courtney about finding her ethereal spirit after she refines her soul energy to the required purity. But I thought you said finding the ethereal spirit comes first. Courtney couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yes, it is. But finding your ethereal spirit without soul energy with required purity has serious repercussions. Hence, I think it would be in your best interest to refine your soul energy to higher purity, and then you can find your ethereal spirit. I did not go into detail to explain to Courtney and asked her to trust in me, which she did without hesitation, like the simpleton she is. Finding the ethereal spirit takes a lot of time. Therefore, others did not mind teaching their students first to find it. Having deduced how to create Viltronian core, I have a way for Courtney to find her ethereal spirit in no time, of course, with the help of my soul pupils. So I was not worried about Courtney wasting extra time on finding her ethereal spirit when I decided to teach her refining her soul energy first. That's all about the basic circulation method. Why don't you try it? Remember, do not force it. It will take you time to get proficient with the technique and get some results. Courtney doesn't have a soul energy manipulation cheat as I did, so it will take her a lot of time and practice for the method to show some results. Okay, I will get to it. Courtney sat in the lotus position and began practicing the basic circulation method, leaving Bloodette and me alone in the cave. Suck, slurp, slurp, suck, dash 'em. Bloodette was gulping down the blood candies one by one. Unlike the last time where she devoured the candy in one go, this time, she took her time to suck on each candy and enjoy the aftertaste. This way, she did not trigger her promise with Courtney. "Hey, Bloodette, do you like the candies I made for you?" I asked Bloodette a leading question, and it was obvious where I was planning to lead this conversation. "Like them? I love them. I can't have enough of them." Bloodette answered without thinking. "Is that so? Then why don't you make some more sweet blood candies?" When talking to a child or stalking prey, one has to have enough patience. "I would, but I do not have monster blood required to make the candies," replied Bloodette dejectedly. "I have some monster blood on me. How about this? I will give you monster blood in exchange for your blood roll pill. Does that sound good to you? I am not ashamed of what I am doing right now." "Really? Give it to me," Bloodette asked eagerly. Right now, her face was no less desperate than that of addicts. "Sweet, aren't you forgetting something? Your blood candies." I reminded Bloodette of her part of the deal. "Here." Bloodette hurriedly created another set of 25 blood pills and handed them to me, and asked, "Now give me the monster blood." "Here you go." Storing the 49 blood pills in my storage trunk card, I handed Bloodette the bottle of condensed monster blood I stored away earlier. It smells so good. No, no. Focus. Blood candies are more taste. Bloodette barely managed to control herself from chugging the entire condensed monster blood. Instead, she used it as an ingredient to create blood candies. While turning the blood into blood candies, Bloodette managed to remove more waste from it despite it being refined earlier by my blood ego elemental, proving how high her blood manipulation skill was compared to blood swordsman. Bloodette could only produce 600 blood candies, whereas blood swordsman managed to make 1,000 blood candies with the same amount of blood. Lesser quantity of blood candy in Bloodette's production was due to the extra waste she removed, making Bloodette's candies better in quality compared to blood swordsman's candies. Glup unrestricted by Courtney's promise for the new batch of blood candies she created, Bloodette opened her mouth inhumanely wide and gulped down all 600 candies at once. I said nothing to Bloodette because this was good for me. The more Bloodeditor cannot control her greed for the blood candies, the better for me. Huh, they weren't as sweet as the ones here. Having devoured all 600 blood candies, Bloodette complained. I see what is here. You refined the blood too much. In the processor refinement, it lost most of the sugar that makes the candies sweet and flavorful. Next time, do not refine it so much. I advised Bloodette, having figured out the reason for losing the flavor and sweetness in the candy. Oh, I see. Do you have more monster blood? Understanding the fault, Bloodette asked if I had more monster blood. No. I answered truthfully as I had already been thrown the bait. What? Don't be stingy. I can give you more of my blood candies. So could you give me the monster blood? Yes, the fish has successfully taken the bait. I do not have any monster blood on me now. But if you require it, I can have someone get you more of the monster blood, maybe even of higher quality. But you know it will cost you. I patiently reeled in the fish. Yes, do that. I will give you as many of those tasteless blood pills you want. Bloodette exclaimed in agreement. A blood pill slave successfully acquired. Stepping out of the Bloodette's cave dungeon for a minute, I contacted Van asking him to gather as much high-level monster blood he could possibly procure and get to my location ASAP. Did you get the monster blood? Bloodette enthusiastically asked, seeing me return inside the cave. No, it doesn't work that way. I have asked my friend to collect as much high-ranking monster blood as possible and bring it to this location. So considering the amount of blood and its rank, it will take him some time to get here. Until then, why don't you get down to making the blood pills? After all, I will be giving you a lot of high-ranking monster blood. I did not set how many blood pills Bloodette was supposed to give me because I was already guilty of using her ignorance, and I did not want to add more guilt to it by demanding a large number of blood pills from her. So I left it up to her how many blood pills she wanted to compensate me with in exchange for the high-ranking monster blood I provided her. Okay, following my words, Bloodette began refining blood pills. This time around, she conjured a massive ball of blood big enough to fill half of the cave, and soon, she began refining it. Within a few minutes, she produced 3,000 blood pills. Here, is this enough? Handing me the 3,000 blood pills, Bloodette asked if they were enough or she should make some more. You don't know Bloodette. I asked my friend to gather a lot of high-ranking blood. Storing the 3,000 blood pills, I dragged my words waiting for Bloodette to reach a conclusion herself. Got it. I will make another batch of blood pills. It did not take long for motivated Bloodette to reach the conclusion I wanted her to reach, and return to refining another batch of blood pills. If you want to, I shamelessly let Bloodette refine another batch of pills. I had to be shameless as it was either this or begging Anna or Luna for an advancement on my pay for their order. I planned to go to war with the Circle Sun Blossom branch. My confidence in winning against a local titan like Circle in its home ground came from the fact that I could upgrade all my Calamity Daughter cores to Calamity Daughter Gem. But just having the Calamity Gem doesn't mean they will suddenly become powerful. No matter how high the synchronization rate of my Calamity Daughter Gem is, it will still take time to comprehend rules and form runes. To solve this problem of my Calamity Daughter Gems and have them gain enormous strength in less time, I plan to equip them all with broken runes using the additional effects of the Calamity Daughter Gem. But I did not have the required number of broken gems with me yet. Earlier, I planned to get the necessary number of broken runes from Anna or Luna, but having seen the capabilities of the Blood Rule pill created by Bloodette, I planned to have my Calamity Daughter Gem comprehend the Blood Rule and forge their respective blood rune with the help of the Blood Rule pill. With the high synchronization rate of my Calamity Daughter gem and the miraculous blood rule pills created by Bloodette, I was 100% sure that my Calamity Daughter gems could comprehend blood rule to a higher level and create high-tier blood runes based on their comprehension of blood rule. Considering how I have 3,000 blood pills with me now and another 3,000 are soon to be produced, I planned on feeding the Calamity Daughter gems until each of them forges a high-tier blood rune. Snuff snuff, just when I was planning my war with the circle, I smelled a pungent smell fill the air. As I turned to find the source of the scent, I found Courtney with her clothes soiled in black waste. WFT, I cursed, seeing Courtney, who opened her eyes, smelling the pungent scent off of her. I understood how Anna must have felt when I successfully mastered the basic circulation method in 5 minutes. Here, is this enough? Bloodette handed me another batch of 3,000 blood pills and asked if she should continue refining pills. What's going on here? Courtney, who had just refined her soul energy for the first time, looked at me with suspicious eyes. Yes, this is enough. I hurriedly stored the 3,000 blood pills in my storage trunk cards and indicated to Bloodette that she could stop refining pills as the amount she delivered was enough. Good. When is your friend going to come with the monster blood? Bloodette asked eagerly. Since she had completed her part of the deal, Bloodette's eagerness grew by another level. Soon, when he arrives, you will be the first one to know. Literally, Bloodette will be the first one to know if Van arrived at this location because she controlled the dungeon gate. I asked, what is happening here? Courtney was very protective of Bloodette than I had thought. Wyatt said that his friend will get me a lot of high-ranking monster blood in exchange for my tasteless blood pills. Isn't this great? Bloodette enthusiastically reported the deal between her and me to Courtney, who narrowed her brows upon hearing the unfair agreement. Courtney, before you say anything, I am not taking advantage of Bloodette. I do not plan to sell these blood pills. They are for my personal use. Except for the core members of my guild, I do not intend to give or sell these pills to anybody. You have to trust me. Having been caught by Courtney red-handed taking advantage of Bloodette's ignorance of the material world, I felt ashamed and guilty. After all, I consider Bloodette a friend, and friends do not take advantage of their friends. I wronged and betrayed Bloodette on so many levels. Wyatt, I am not the one you should be explaining yourself to. You know what you did and how to make it right. Courtney asserted. Bloodette, I knowingly took advantage of Bloodette's innocence. Because of that, I think myself unworthy of Bloodette's friendship. Therefore, I plan to apologize and return the blood pills to Bloodette, but was interrupted by Bloodette. Wyatt, you do not have to apologize. I knew what I was doing when I made the agreement with you. And Courtney, I am not stupid. I read the books you brought me. I know about materialism among you humans. Wyatt is not at fault here. He already informed me of the values of blood pills I made earlier. Despite knowing how much you humans value the blood pills, I chose to enter an agreement with Wyatt because the refining method he taught to me and the high-ranking monster blood he plans to exchange with blood pills are more precious in my eyes. So nobody is wrong here. If anything, you owe Wyatt an apology for judging him too fast. I was dumbfounded hearing Bloodette. Not just me, Courtney too. But realizing she spoke out of terms, she gave a straightforward apology. No need to apologize, Courtney. You were just looking out for your friend. But you better take a shower or something before this whole cave starts to sting like you. Having refined her soul energy for the first time, Courtney's body emitted a lot of black waste through her skin pores. Because of this, she smelled a lot. Debt possession, water boa skill, purify. Heeding my advice, Courtney activated her origin card, Tome of Contracts, to borrow the purify skill of a B-rank monster water boa. Your origin card is very handy. Got to say, the combination of Courtney's origin card and her physique make a sweet ability. She doesn't need active skill cards as her ability allows her to borrow skills from monsters that made contracts with her. Right? Thanks to this, I was able to master the basic circulation technique faster than I expected. Courtney was satisfied with her origin card. Apparently, it seems to be the reason behind her mastering the technique in under half an hour when it would take other card apprentice days or weeks. How so? I asked, unable to understand how Courtney's origin card could help her master the basic circulation technique in under half an hour. After trying the basic circulation method, I realized that trick to refining the soul energy laid in the precise control of soul energy inside me. After uncovering that rest was a piece of cake as I used my origin card to borrow Bloodette's soul energy manipulation skill to help me master the technique, Courtney explained how she had mastered the basic circulation technique in under half an hour using her origin card. What Bloodette has soul energy manipulation skill? I asked in surprise, as soul energy manipulation skill is an overpowered ability. For someone as heavens-defying as Bloodette to possess something like that was just overkill. My soul energy manipulation is a passive ability limited only to my body. I cannot manipulate soul energy outside my body. Thanks to his skill, I can maintain this humanoid form. Otherwise, I would be in the form of a blood blob. Turns out that Bloodette's soul manipulation skill is not overpowered as the one I have. Her skill, at best, allows her to control the soul energy in her body and nothing more. But thanks to that, she could form a humanoid form by manipulating the soul energy that gave shape to the condensed blood rule. Despite its limitations, that skill is a perfect cheat for the basic circulation method. With this skill, I should be able to refine my soul energy to the required purity within 2 or 3 weeks. If my realm were higher, I could have achieved it faster. Courtney, despite having the apparent advantage that others practicing the basic circulation method did not seem to be satisfied. Instead, she sighed in dismay because she could not use the skill to its fullest due to her low realm. Don't get me wrong. I am grateful to use this skill as a cheat, but I wanted to form my ego gem as soon as possible and feel the world and the rules in it. I can't wait to feel the power you and Corey displayed in the tournament. Courtney explained how the wait for gaining new power had left her restless. Don't worry. I have a solution for that. Bloodette seemed to have thought of a way to help Courtney. How do you plan to help me? Courtney asked skeptically, having been friends with Bloodette for a long time. She knows her friend is not quite dependable. Trust me, I can help. Just do not resist. Blood possession. Without giving much explanation as to what she was up to, Bloodette turned into a blob of blood and swallowed Courtney. The blob of blood, having swallowed Courtney, started to shrink. Pretty soon, the Courtney who had been swallowed began to become visible as the blood of the blood blob was gushing into Courtney through her holes of eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. After a disgusting 15 seconds of the display, the blood blob had moved entirely into Courtney's body, and many visible physical changes had occurred to Courtney's body as her pale white skin had turned red and the sclera of her eyes had turned black, while her pupils had turned blood red. Hello, Wyatt. It's me, Bloodette. The newly morphed Courtney spoke with Bloodette's voice creeping the hell out of me. Hi, Bloodette. What happened to Courtney? Forcing my mind not to reach the obvious conclusion one would get by seeing what Bloodette did to Courtney, I greeted Bloodette back and asked about Courtney. Hopefully, she is fine. Courtney is no more. I ate her. Bloodette replied suspiciously. Don't kid around, Bloodette. I know that the Soul Pact card will not allow you to harm Courtney. I did not fall prey to Bloodette's prank, as I knew it was impossible for her to harm Courtney. Not because of the relationship between them, but because of the contract between them. As long as that exists, the world will never allow Bloodette to harm Courtney. I told you he is too smart for such silly pranks. This time the red-skinned Courtney spoke in her original voice, helping me understand that both the consciousness of Courtney and Bloodette are awake and present in one body thanks to Bloodette's possession skill. What next, Bloodette? There should be a reason you possessed Courtney. I questioned Bloodette about her plan. Now I superimpose my soul energy manipulation skill with the skill Courtney copied from me and help her refine her soul energy. My skill is of Overlord rank, A rank, and Courtney's skill is of the Card Soldier realm, D rank. Together, we can refine Courtney's soul energy to the required purity in no time. Now let's get to work. Bloodette explained how she would use her high-ranking soul energy manipulation skill to help Courtney refine her soul energy. Done with the explanation, the red-skinned Courtney sat in the lotus position and began operating the basic circulation method. Hey, Bloodette, can I use the cave to comprehend the world rule blood? Seeing that Courtney and Bloodette would be busy refining the soul energy using the basic circulation method with the help of their cheat skill, soul energy manipulation, I decided to make use of this time to comprehend the blood rule and help my ego elemental blood swordsman heal its rune. Sure, go ahead, make yourself at home. Red-skinned Courtney, who sat in the lotus position to practice basic circulation method, answered in Bloodette's voice. Thank you. Thanking Bloodette, I did not waste time and summoned Blood Swordsman. Summon Blood Swordsman. Blood Swordsman is an ego elemental whose rune is forged using the world rule blood. Its original owner developed this rune after gaining enlightenment in sword art and blood rule. Using the new knowledge in the sword art and his high-tier blood rule, he created the Blood Sword rune. And using this rune, the original owner acquired the title Blood Swordsman. After his death, the rune broke, and its spirit took the shape of its owner and the title Blood Swordsman. This rune is very powerful, and the proof of that is its owner was able to acquire a title using it. But as a broken rune, most of its power has been lost. Only a few basic skills and memories remain intact. Therefore, Blood Sword rune is unable to display its true strength. Now that I got the chance to bring the Blood Sword rune back to its glory, I did not hesitate to do so. After all, the stronger it was, the safer I was. Usually, healing a broken rune means reforging the entire broken rune using the rule power of the new owner and in the image of his comprehension of the rule. But this also meant that the old rune was no longer there. Reforging is a very tedious and expensive method. The amount of resources spent to reforge a broken rune, or an existing low-level rune, one can forge a new rune instead. Therefore, not many card apprentices chose to do this, as it would be better to forge a new rune. But there are a few card apprentices who, in search of quick power, end up placing a broken rune in their ego gem. But once they reach a higher realm, these broken runes become redundant. Yet they will continue to feed like a parasite in their ego gem. Having realized the cost of using broken runes, many card apprentices chose to rectify their past mistakes by reforging the broken rune and its spirit in their image. This way, the toll of the parasitic nature of the broken rune can be negated. Since the Blood Swordsman is also a broken rune, I would also have to follow the reforge path like the other card apprentices if not for my Calamity Soul Gem and Calamity Daughter Gem. The broken rune Blood Sword has its personal ego gem, a Calamity Daughter Gem, which the broken rune spirit can use to connect with the world and comprehend the world rune blood. And using the blood rule it has comprehended, it can heal itself. This way, I will not have to kill the spirit of the broken rune, meaning the enlightenment of its original owner will still be intact. As the spirit of the broken rune heals itself, it can regain its former glory. And the enlightenment of its original owner will relive as an ego elemental Blood Swordsman and can genuinely showcase the strength of the Blood Sword rune. If all my ego elemental's broken runes are able to heal themselves to their former strength, then my strength would rise by another fold. Unfortunately, the chances of me finding or getting a chance to visit a holy place of specific rules to comprehend a rule and heal broken runes like today are near zero. The ego elementals can still use their Calamity Daughter Gem to comprehend their respective rules. But the synchronization rate of the Calamity Gem will drop by a lot to the level of average grade talent. Basically, those who have my ego gem will get a synchronization rate of a good grade talent or excellent grade talent, depending upon the original synchronization talent of the host of the Calamity Gem. Meaning if the original talent of the host is average talent, then the Calamity Gem will promote his synchronization talent to excellent talent. If the original talent of the host is poor talent, then the Calamity Gem will promote his talent to the level of good grade talent. For example, Van's original synchronization talent was poor grade talent. With that grade of talent, he should forget about forging runes or comprehending rules to a high level. Fortunately for him, he is my subordinate and has a Calamity Daughter Gem, which boosted his synchronization talent to good grade talent. Calamity's Daughter Gem is powerful but is not omnipotent. It also has limits to how much of a boost it can give. Similarly, broken runes have no ability to connect to the world, let alone a synchronization rate. It's already a miracle that the Calamity Daughter Gem has given it an average grade synchronization talent. The synchronization talent of the broken rune is not set to average grade talent, but that is the highest it can get. If the broken rune is heavily damaged, then the highest synchronization talent it can get is poor grade talent. Therefore, I could kiss the dream of me forming an army of ego elements who have healed their broken runes goodbye. It's not impossible, but it will require a lot of time. Even with an average grade synchronization talent, It will take the broken runs nearly 1 to 2 years at the minimum to heal themselves to their former glory. If not for me finding this cave, I never planned to have Blood Swordsman heal itself. On another thought, though, I can't form an army of ego elementals who have healed their broken runes due to lack of synchronization talent and resources. Still, I could create an army of blood ego elementals with complete runes. Yes, that was quite possible. With this blood cave, I could achieve that. And if Badette cooperates by creating more of her blood pills, then I can have an army of blood ego elements a lot faster. But this would mean I would have to gather a lot of broken runes of blood rule. That is tricky. With Anna as my only source of acquiring broken runes, it gets trickier. I do not think the blood rule and runes are popular. I have heard that after the incident with Demigod Redfall, the card apprentices have become wary of blood rules and runes. The story of Demigod Redfall secretly cultivating humans as blood slaves to make a breakthrough in his realm had sent a chill in the spine of many vile and good men that have heard this story. Come to think of it, Sarah is Demigod Redfall's last successor. Will she also have an affinity to blood rule as he did? It would be interesting to see if that's the case. Having ordered Blood Swordsman to comprehend blood rule and heal itself, I also sat down in a lotus position and closed my eyes to enter the one with the world state to connect with the world. This is the second time I will be connecting with the world after my first try at the Card Stadium VIP box. My first experience with the world was not that memorable as it lasted for a short time. And the short time that I spent in the one with the world state, I spent most of it floating in the embrace of various energies, which apparently turned out to be the rules within the world that showed preferential treatment to me based on my synchronization talent grade. Being the second time entering the one with the world state, I was looking forward to exploring more about the world and its various rules. My previous experience, if not for my vigilance, could have been much pleasant and informative. Due to my subconscious caution as a first-timer, I could not explore much. But this time, too, I cannot allow myself to get lost in the world and its supernatural wonders as I had the rule to comprehend. Not just comprehend, but to achieve high comprehension in blood rule. As higher the level of the blood rule I comprehend, I could use it to forge a higher tier of rune. Setting my priorities straight, I entered the one with the world state with a firm will to not be lost in the vastness of the world and its rules. Due to my astonishingly high synchronization rate, it was easier said than done. Because of my near-perfect grade talent, I was able to enjoy the highest level of immersion with the world and the rules within it, which meant I would comprehend rules faster than anyone else. But I had my problems, and they were very different from other card apprentices. Others had to find a rule with affinity to them, but for me, I had to choose out of hundreds of rules lining up to be comprehended by me. Thankfully, I have a basic comprehension of blood rule, which will be my guide to blood rule. As I entered the one with the world state, the vastness of the world and its boundless will greeted me. I do not know how strong my willpower has to grow to resist the domination of the limitless will of the world. Blood had achieved it, so I know that it is not impossible. I will get there in time. Ignoring the overwhelming feeling that I got after entering the vast and boundless world, I focused on the rules that started to surround me. Thankfully, I did not need to waste time on picking a rule, as I already had a rule in my mind. I accessed my basic mastery of the blood rule to track the specific rule. Following the directions pointed by my basic mastery of the blood rule, I moved my consciousness in the river of energy formed by the countless streams of various rules. It was hard to identify which stream of energy belonged to which rule. Having a trustable guide as the blood rule mastery helped, and soon, my consciousness reached a broad stream of rule. This stream was fatter than other streams. It basically occupied half of the river formed by the gathering of the rule streams. Feeling its presence, I knew this was the stream of blood rule. Finding this stream and comparing it to the other streams proved my theory that the location where a card apprentice enters one with the world state affects their access to the rules within the world. It may not be a massive discovery for the veteran card apprentices, but for me, it was something notice-worthy. Now I know that my Calamity Daughter gems will get the maximum benefit of the blood pills to comprehend blood rule if they were to enter the one with the world state in the Blood Rock Cave. This way will be more productive for them rather than asking them to do it at their convenience. It seems I will have to request more favors from Bloodette. I know this is shameless on my part, but hey, what are friends for? I no longer hesitated, and my consciousness dove right into the fat stream of blood rule. Having embraced the blood rule, I felt a faint connection with the blood rule. This faint connection between me and the blood rule stemmed from my basic mastery of blood rule. Having devoted myself to the blood rule, I started to explore it, understand it, and discover what was hidden from me. For the current me, the blood rule was a vast mystery that I needed to solve one layer after another. The more I uncovered the mystery of blood rule, the more I formed an understanding of the blood. This understanding of mine strengthened the connection between the blood rule and me that I felt earlier. I could feel this connection growing with my understanding of the blood rule. As the connection grew, there came the point when I heard a notification from my grimoire. Your comprehension of blood rule has advanced from basic mastery to intermediate mastery. Hearing this notification, I knew that whatever I was doing was working, and I was heading down the right path. As I was about to continue my exploration into world rule, from the sudden interaction of the grimoire, I realized that I had forgotten something important being immersed in the newfound knowledge. I had forgotten about my slave consciousness. They are part of my mutated soul and calamity soul gem. So when I enter the one with the world state, they enter the one with the world state with me. Overwhelmed by the boundless mystic in front of me, I forgot about them. Thanks to the grimoire notification, I did not waste time comprehending world rules with a single consciousness. As with 4 consciousness, I could have achieved intermediate mastery of blood rule a lot sooner. Now that I know the mistake I made, I no longer wasted time and summoned my 3 slave consciousnesses. And with the help of my slave consciousness, peeling into the mysteries of the blood rule became much faster. With my current speed of exploration of the blood rule, I am pretty sure I will soon be hearing another grimoire notification of my advance in blood rule comprehension. The deeper I dived into the blood rule, I started to see the blood rule split into various shades of blood. As I and my slave unconsciousness approached that territory, I suddenly heard another notification from my grimoire. Your comprehension of blood rule has advanced from intermediate mastery to advanced mastery. Achieving the blood rule advanced mastery, you have met the blood rule bifurcation point. Please choose one meaning of the blood rule to continue your comprehension of the blood rule. Caution: once you choose a meaning of the specific rule, there is no turning back until you gain complete mastery over that meaning. Notice, due to the host's mutated soul, the host can choose different meanings for each of his consciousness. Recommended: the host is advised to choose the same meaning for each of his consciousness to avoid complications. Having read the notification, I realized that after advancing to advanced mastery, the blood rule was no longer a singularity. Instead, it branched out into millions of different meanings. Each of these meanings of the blood is represented by a different shade of the blood rule. This point in the comprehension of the rules is called the bifurcation point. Arriving at this point means the card apprentice has achieved advanced mastery in the specific rule. Right now, I was at the crossroads of comprehending the blood rule. I had to choose from millions of paths in front of me. Without picking, I cannot go ahead even if I have multiple consciousnesses. According to the notification, I can only choose one meaning of the blood rule, and this choice is permanent until I gain a complete comprehension of the meaning I decided on. But thanks to my mutated soul, I could choose different meanings for each of my consciousness, but the notification also advised me not to do so. Therefore, I decided against choosing more than one meaning. Because with my synchronization rate, the blood rock cave, and my slave consciousness, I was confident that I could comprehend one meaning to completion. This way, I would save a lot of time by not dividing my workforce into different places. With this, my choice was evident and self-warranted. It's not as if choosing 4 meanings from a million meanings would make things any better. Choosing one from a million meanings was a problem in itself. I could not decide which to choose. I know they say there are no waste rules, but waste people. We all can agree that some rules are handier than others. And that's what my problem is right now. The blood rule is known for its infinite regeneration and infinite stamina. Blood rule is famous for being able to steal the essence of blood from other creatures and help in the recovery of its wielder. Though the method to achieve this wondrous feat is questionable, it is still a very powerful rule. And because of this nature of the blood rule, many card apprentices with questionable morals long to comprehend blood rule. Blood rule has many other outrageous meanings, like the possession skill that Blood Debt displayed. A card apprentice can use their blood to shed his body and possess another body by devouring the original owner of the body. This way, the card apprentice will not only gain the body of his victim, but also the memoirs and life essence of their victim. An exciting ability, giving a card apprentice an ability to live infinitely. Another outrageous meaning of blood rule is the one that the demigod Redfall comprehended, which allowed him to use the blood from powerful card apprentices to increase his active soul control percentage. That meaning was so outrageous that it even allowed a demigod to make a breakthrough, though the resources required were massive. I also heard that demigod Redfall had comprehended a second meaning of the blood rule, which allowed him to charm anybody by feeding them his blood. It is said that this is how he was able to form an endless army of lovers and followers with blind faith and trust in him. And then there are other handy meanings like the one that allows the card apprentice to read the creature's memory through their blood, be it living or dead. Not to mention the handier and most common meaning of blood that allows the card apprentice in recovering health, stamina, and soul power. All of these are attractive meanings, but they all are totally useless to me, the owner of the Calamity Soul Gem. Due to the soul energy manipulation ability of the Calamity Gem, I didn't have to worry about recovering health, stamina, and soul power. Be it shedding physical body to possess others or charming others into doing your bidding, or using other creatures as manure for a breakthrough in the realm, all these meanings of blood rule, which are very fancy and desirable for others, are not worth my time. I can move my Calamity Soul Gem into the body of any card apprentice within the gold rank and possess their body. This way, not only can I make their body mine, but I can make their strength, memories, and lifespan mine. Better yet, I can even enhance the body that I possess into a Viltronian physique using the traits of the Calamity Soul Gem. Another way to do the same is in the event of crises. I can turn my Calamity Daughter Gem into a Calamity Soul Gem using Hive AI. That is, I could shed my current body and possess my Calamity Daughter core. So the blood possession meaning of the blood rule had no use for me. With the help of the Calamity Daughter Gem, I could turn a card apprentice within the gold rank into my slave within seconds. Not only turn them into my slave, but I could give them an extraordinary Viltronian physique and a Calamity Ego Gem. Therefore, the blood charm or blood enslavement meanings of the blood rule also failed to impress me. The dungeon Calamity Seed can use the creatures it enslaved as manure to satisfy its hunger or even make a breakthrough in its realm. Similar that function was available to my Calamity Soul Gem. So I could also extract soul energy essence from my Calamity Daughter Gems to help in recovering soul energy, stamina, health, or to make a breakthrough in my realm if necessary. Hence making the meaning of the blood rule, which uses the blood of other creatures to recover soul energy, stamina, health, or to make a breakthrough in the realm, useless for the current me. Even minor meanings of blood rule such as gaining memories of living or dead through their blood or blood berserker, who gains temporary blood enhancement with every enemy he kills in battle. Both of these meaning were useless to me because I had unlimited access to the memories of Calamity Daughter Gems, and I had the monstrous Viltronian physique. In the end, any meaning of blood rule considered as attractive by other card apprentices was not something worth wasting my time trying to comprehend, as my Calamity Soul Gem had better alternatives. This is the reason I was stuck at the blood rule bifurcation point after advancing to advanced blood rule mastery. Right now, I was trying to discern the different shades of blood rule, trying to gain a glimpse of what meaning they represented, but that yielded zero results as I could not tell which shade of blood belonged to which meaning of the blood rule. I did not want to choose a meaning with the ability which my Calamity Soul Gem could already achieve. This would be a total waste of time and opportunity. This is a big deal because once I choose one meaning over other meanings, I have to see it through completion. And if it is a meaning that is useless to me, then I would not want to spend my time trying to comprehend that meaning of blood rule to completion when I can use the same amount of time and work to comprehend other rules. This meant that I would be giving up on the blood rule completely. Therefore, I did not choose the meaning of blood rule hastily. Right now, I was thinking of finding a loophole to this predicament I was in. I had zero knowledge of rules, and if not for the basic mastery of blood rule I gained suddenly, I would never have been able to discern blood rule from other rules. My lack of knowledge of rules is also the reason for my current predicament. Though Anna taught me how to form an ego gem, She forgot to teach me the basics about rules and how to comprehend them. Right now, I needed a guide to help choose the correct meaning of the blood rule for me, just like my basic mastery of the blood rule, which guided me to the blood rule. Having thought of that, I let go of all my worries and concentrated my thoughts on myself. I did this to check which shade of blood I felt most connected to or drawn to. I did not know any other way to make this choice, so I let my gut feeling help me choose the one which felt the correct meaning for the current me. And I was right to do so, because that is when I felt the different parts of my calamity soul gem pointing me to the various shades of blood rule. Finally, I knew where to begin. Without hesitation, I started to check the leads I had just received. Turns out the dungeon calamity seed, Voltronian physique, soul pole, mutated soul, soul pupils, each of these which were the part of my calamity soul gem, were pointing me to a different meaning of blood rule that was compatible with them. From millions of shades to choose from, the numbers of meanings of blood rule to choose from decreased to 789. I could still sort out and cut down the number to a more manageable number. I could achieve this by gauging how strong the connection of the shades of blood rule had with the parts that directed me to them. Not all shades had the highest degree of affinity with my calamity soul gem. This helped me weed out most shades of blood rule with anything less than excellent affinity. In the end, I had managed to round up to 25 meanings compatible with the current powers I possessed. Though still, I did not know which 25 meanings of blood rule these 25 shades of blood rule individually represented. But scrutinizing the parts that pointed me to these meanings of blood rule, I could vaguely tell what these meanings could be. The soul pupil directed me to 3 shades of blood rule. The 3 meanings pointed out by soul pupils should be related to I-type abilities. The soul energy manipulation skill of soul poles led me to 13 shades of blood rule. The 13 meanings pointed out by the soul energy manipulation skill should be related to various forms of manipulation of blood rule, possibly in the route of recovery of health, stamina, soul energy, etc., by manipulating different essences of the blood. Voltronian physique pointed me to 5 shades of blood rule. It was evident that the Voltronian physique directed me to meanings of blood rule related to different types of blood physique enhancement. Mutated soul directed me to 2 shades of blood rule. And now, this one was tricky as I did not know how the blood and soul of a person could be related. But I remember one of the abilities of the blood rule, which allows a card apprentice to rebirth in their progeny with a high degree of bloodline purity. Using this meaning, a card apprentice can hide a part of their soul in their blood, creating a bloodline that can be passed down to their progeny. And in case the said card apprentice dies, they can achieve rebirth by possessing the body of their child, grandchild, or great-grandchild with a high degree of bloodline purity. I guess one of the 2 shades pointed out by my mutated soul should be this meaning. As for the other, I had no idea, but after comparing it to the meaning earlier, I think this also has weird abilities related to soul and resurrection in terms of blood, which did not impress me. Lastly, the dungeon calamity seed part of the calamity soul gem led me to 2 shades of blood rule. Actually, dungeon calamity seed pointed me to like 500 plus shades of blood rule, but I discarded all of them and settled on the best 2. I did not have to be a genius to guess the meanings pointed out to me by dungeon calamity mostly were related to blood enslavement, charm, devour, puppet, cauldron, etc. After discerning all the possibilities, I realized something I had not considered earlier and had 2 options to decide on. That is whether I should choose from the 789 shades of blood rule pointed to me by my skills or choose out of these 789 shades of blood rule. As the shades of blood rule pointed out by my skills will definitely have meanings with abilities I already have and will only act in helping me enhance the power I already possess. By choosing out of these 789 shades, I could possibly comprehend a new ability, but who is to say the unique meaning I comprehend will be handier than enhancing the capabilities I already have? When faced with choosing between comprehensive a new ability or enhancing an existing ability, I did not hesitate to choose to improve the ability that I already possess. Because learning an unknown new ability was too much of a gamble. What if the ability I gain is not compatible with my current skills? What if that ability is what I did not want? What if that ability had too many restrictions? There are one too many ifs and buts to choosing a new ability over empowering the ability that I already know about. I am not the one to shy away from risks, but choosing my first meaning of rule decides the entire direction of the blood rule I will be comprehending now and in the future. And if I were to end up comprehending a meaning with too many restrictions or a meaning which is useless to me, then it is equal to abandoning the blood rule altogether. Therefore, I was not willing to take the risk at this point and choose to stick with the safest option. Even if the path of blood rule is abandoned, I still had other ways to use blood rule. For example, broken runes. With the ability of my Calamity Soul Gem, I did not have the same restriction that other card apprentices are faced with when using the broken runes. Not only that, I could heal the broken runes to completion using my Calamity Daughter gems. So I was not hopeless if I somehow ended up abandoning the blood rule or any rule for that matter. But using broken runes was not as natural as using the self-comprehended runes. Therefore, I did not want to risk abandoning the entire blood rule just based on the chance of me gaining a new helpful ability. This was the reason why most of the card apprentices, even though they have forged an ego gem, have huge gaps in their strength. Some card apprentices are lucky, and the first rule they comprehend gives a massive boost to their capabilities. In contrast, some end up comprehending something which doesn't suit their fighting style or something that cannot be used in combat. Just take Anna and Luna, for example. Both of them are card emperors, but when it comes to personal prowess, Anna will easily outshine Luna in terms of strength in combat. Clearly, Anna's rules and runes are focused on battle and warfare, while Luna's rules and runes are based on support and control type. But both of them were very lucky as the rules and runes each of them comprehended all seemed to align with their passion, making them top in their respective field. Therefore, instead of being a daredevil and risking it, I decided to be cautious and chose to improve my current ability over risking it all in a gamble. Having whittled down to the number of shades of blood rule to choose from to 25 shades, I proceeded to shorten the number further by scrutinizing the abilities that lead to these shades of blood rule. Upon doing so, I immediately discarded the 5 shades pointed by Voltronian physique as I was not looking for enhancement type ability. I think for a card apprentice, I had a monstrous strength which would do for now. Next, I discarded the 13 shades pointed out by the soul energy manipulation skill I acquired from Soul Pulse, because I had a hunch that 13 shades of blood rule pointed by this skill were all related to manipulation, recovery, or enhancement type. And I was confident that one of the shades definitely belonged to the blood manipulation meaning of the blood rule. That meaning was overpowered, but I had blood swordsman for that. And for now, that will do. And then the 2 shades of blood rule pointed to me by my mutated soul. I chose to discard them because I was sure that one of 2 meanings was bloodline resurrection, a very vile meaning that I do not want to be associated with. Therefore, I could not risk choosing between these 2 shades of blood rule. Lastly, I discarded the 3 shades pointed out to me by my soul pupils because soul pupils were my most coveted ability, but I know many eye-related meanings of blood rule, and none of them were worth comprehending. One of the blood pupil-related meanings I heard of is that a blood pupil will increase the victim's blood pressure in an instant and burst their eyeballs, heart, head, etc. Or another ability is to reverse the blood flow in the victim's body. These abilities are deadly and all but failed to impress me, leaving me with 2 shades pointed out by the Dungeon Calamity Seed. If I looked at all the 500+ shades pointed by the Dungeon Calamity Seed skills, I could say they all are somehow related to the enslavement type meaning of blood rule. But still, my final choice landed on this was because I felt that if I were to comprehend one of these meanings to completion, I would be able to meet the conditions required to unlock the 3rd form of the Calamity Soul Gem's transformation ability. Dungeon Calamity Seed's transformation ability is one of its most attractive skills. The Calamity Soul Gem has inherited this skill from the Dungeon Calamity Seed and gave me the ability to transform. Until now, I had unlocked the base form, the 1st form, and the 2nd form. The base form, the Calamity Soul Gem from which made my should immortal by encasing it in the shell of the Dungeon Calamity Seed. The 1st form, the Mutant Voltronian, which gave me the enhanced physique of a Mutant Voltronian. The 2nd form, the Kaiju form, gave me the ability to transform into a Voltronian Titan. I had yet to satisfy the conditions to unlock the 3rd form, and after a long time today, I was finally able to uncover a clue that would help me open the 3rd form of the transformation skill of my Calamity Soul Gem. Having finally found the hint to unlock the third form of the Calamity Soul Gem, I had to risk it and choose one of the 2 shades of blood rule pointed by the Dungeon Calamity Seed skills in my Calamity Soul Gem. This is worth it instead of risking it all by choosing a random shade, hoping for the best outcome. I did not feel reluctant about discarding the shades of blood rule pointed out by the Vidalronian physique, mutated soul, soul pupils, and soul poles, because comprehending those meanings did not guarantee that I would enhance my strength. Whereas comprehending one of the 2 meanings pointed out by the Dungeon Calamity Seed gave me a 50-50 chance that I could upgrade my power to a whole new level. So my choice was obvious to select between the 2 shades of blood rule that were indicated by the Dungeon Calamity Seed. This did not mean that my work had become more accessible. Instead, I was going bonkers on which shade to choose between the 2. But one thing was sure, whichever meaning I ended up choosing, both of them had a high level of affinity with me and were highly compatible with my Calamity Soul Gem. I tried to focus more on the 2 shades of blood rule to see which skill of the Dungeon Calamity Seed reacted to the 2 shades. And if I were able to figure out which shade the transformation skill of the Dungeon Calamity Seed is responding to, I could successfully choose the shade that would help unlock the 3rd form of my transformation skill. But no matter how hard I focused, I could not discern any difference and finally had to give due to time constraints. Now that I knew that I could no longer whittle down the 2 shades of blood rule, I did not waste time choosing, and along with my 3 self-consciousness, I jumped to the one I felt like maybe it was it. Having chosen one of the shades of the blood rule, I started to comprehend the meaning of the blood rule represented by the shade that I chose without hesitation. While I headed deep into the meaning of the blood rule, I had an ear out waiting to hear the grimoire notification stating that I had met the conditions to unlock the 3rd form of transformation skill of Calamity Soul Gem. And finally, the long-awaited report of the grimoire sounded. Host has crossed the rule bifurcation point and has stepped into meaning of the blood rule. Note: please deepen your compression of the meaning of the blood rule to see the name of the meaning you have chosen to walk. The long-awaited grimoire notification had come, but it did not bring the news I was eagerly waiting for. Instead, it pointed out that my comprehension of the meaning I had selected was insufficient, and could not even know the name of the meaning I had chosen. Seeing the notification I was waiting for did not arrive, I was not disappointed, as I thought my comprehension of the meaning of the blood rule was not enough to meet unlock conditions of the 3rd form of the Calamity Soul Gem's transformation skill. Therefore, after reading the notification, I cleared my mind of other worries that I could not control, my slave consciousness, and I started to uncover the mysteries of the mystic in front of me. As the comprehension of the meaning I had selected increased, I started to realize that the meaning of the blood rule I had chosen was not related to the transformation skill that I wanted to enhance. Knowing this, I was disheartened, but did not stop my comprehension of the meaning of the blood rule, as it was too early for me to give up. I still did not know what this meaning was named, so I had to comprehend this meaning until I knew what this meaning actually was. Then, depending upon whether this rule is of any use, I would decide whether to continue the compression into this meaning or not. My expectation of this meaning of the blood rule was not much. As long as it was handy or enhanced one of my skills, I would be satisfied with it because I did not want to abandon the blood rule until or unless I had no other option. It would be laughable if I abandoned the blood rule despite my high synchronization talent grade, Blood Rock Cave, the holy place of blood rule, and the additional help from the 3 slave consciousness. Other than hurting my pride, the most important thing was that if I gave up here, then the clue I got for unlocking the 3rd form of the transformation skill of my Calamity Soul Gem would become useless. Hence I had no choice but to see this meaning the blood rule to competition so that I could comprehend the other shade of blood rule pointed out by the Dungeon Calamity Seed to unlock the 3rd form of my transformation skill. Therefore, I did not give up on comprehension of the meaning of the blood rule. I diligently, along with my 3 slave consciousness, started to peel the layers of the blood rule meaning one by one. The further I went, the more I felt connected to the blood rule. It was as if I was becoming a part of the blood rule, or it was becoming a part of me. Either way, I was connected to it, and it was connected to me, and the connection between us grew stronger and stronger. As the connection deepened, I finally realized which skill responded to this meaning of the blood rule. It was the parent and daughter gem skill of my Calamity Soul Core. Parent and daughter gem skill is derived from the parent and daughter core skill of the dungeon calamity seed. Fuck. I could not help but curse, knowing the skill that pointed me to this particular shade of the blood rule. Discovering that the meaning of blood rule I was comprehending actually had an affinity with the parent and daughter gem skill of calamity soul and daughter gem, I could not help but sigh in dismay. I was saddened that the new meaning of blood rule I am comprehending would also be related to some enslavement or charm ability. Parent and daughter gem is the ability that allows the host of parent gem to enslave the host of the daughter gem. If the meaning of the blood rule I am comprehending right now is suitable with the parent and daughter gem skill, then it means that the ability of the meaning of blood rule is also closely related to the ability of the parent and daughter gem. But I did not stop my three-slave consciousness or myself from further comprehending the meaning of the blood rule. There are two reasons why I choose to continue with the comprehension of the meaning of the blood, even though I could guess it has an enslavement type ability. The first one was simple. That is, the name of the meaning I was comprehending still had not been disclosed. Without knowing the name of the meaning of the rule, I did not want to make any decision hastily. Secondly, if I wanted to unlock the third form of the Calamity Soul Gem's transformation ability, I need to comprehend the second meaning of the blood rule pointed by the Dungeon Calamity Seed. For this, I had to complete the comprehension of the meaning I was comprehending right now. These two reasons were enough for me not to stop comprehending the meaning of the blood rule, despite me being dejected about its relation with parent and daughter gem ability. Putting my disappointment aside, I continued to explore and uncover the meaning of the blood rule. The deeper I went into the meaning of the blood rule, my understanding of this particular meaning of blood rule deepened. With my newfound understanding of the meaning of the blood rule, I realized that I seemed to have misjudged this meaning. And just when I realized this, a grimoire announcement sounded. Host has gained basic mastery in Fate Plunder, meaning of the blood rule. Note, kindly increase your master of Fate Plunder, meaning of the blood rule for detailed information. Hearing the words Fate Plunder as the name of the meaning of blood rule I was comprehending, I got an ominous feeling about it. Fate, Plunder. These two words were alarming by themselves, and put together, they could sow dread in anybody's heart. If the word fate represented a person's destiny and the word plunder could be interpreted as acquisition, then put together, they could be construed as the acquisition of destiny. Acquisition of destiny, whose destiny is being taken. How can such abnormal meaning be present in blood rule? And how is it possible to plunder fate using blood rule? Thinking of all this, I questioned if there was such a thing as fate and destiny in this world. I do not know, but thinking about it, I remembered something related to fate, the fate ingredients of a card apprentice. Coming to this conclusion blew my mind in shock. I no longer wanted to speculate, but wanted to see the real deal. That was only possible with a deeper comprehension of the fate plunder meaning of the blood rule. My curiosity about the fate plunder meaning of the blood rule motivated me. And with proper motivation, my comprehension speed was also boosted. My slave consciousness and I once again dove into the mystic of the fate plunder meaning of the blood rule, and began to dig deeper and deeper into the meaning of blood rule, leaving no stones undisturbed and swiping every corner. And my diligence was rewarded with a grimoire notification. The basic mastery of fate plunder meaning of the blood rule has advanced to advanced master of fate plunder meaning of the blood rule. The host can now form a basic rune, fate plunder, using the advanced mastery of blood rule and advanced mastery of the blood fate plunder meaning of the blood rule. Note, kindly increase your master of fate plunder meaning of the blood rule for detailed information. Not only was I able to increase the comprehension of my fate plunder blood rule to advanced mastery, but now I could draw a basic rune of fate plunder using the advanced mastery of the blood rule and advanced mastery of the meaning fate plunder. Knowing this, I was thrilled with my very first rule and rune. Having comprehended the rule to this point here, I decided to stop spending more time comprehending the blood rule, as I had zero knowledge of rule mastery grades, meaning mastery grade and rune creation grade. I have walked deep into the blood rule, and before walking further, I wanted to gather knowledge on the grades of rule mastery, rule meanings, and their mastery. Last, but not least, the creation of the runes. How do I create runes? When do I create runes? What are the grades of runes? There are too many things I have zero understanding of, So if I were to charge ahead recklessly, I would be harming myself. So I decided to pause my comprehensive and learn about mastery grades and rune grades before I returned to forge my rune fate plunder. Yes, I was curious about the ability of the fate plunder meaning of the blood rule, but that had to wait until I learned everything about the rules, meanings, and runes. According to the Hive AI, I was immersed in the one with the world state for almost 2.5 hours. So I hurriedly exited the one with the world state only to be greeted by red-skinned Courtney was intently gazing at me. I do not know who was behind this intent gaze. Was it Bloodette or Courtney? I opened my eyes and blinked at the red-skinned Courtney, having caught her staring at me. Seeing my eyelids move, the red-skinned Courtney complained in Bloodette's voice. "Wyatt, you finally awake? We have been waiting for you." It turned out the impatient Bloodette in Courtney's body was glaring at me. Ignoring her blame-filled glare, I asked, "How long?" "What, how long?" Red-skinned Courtney asked in Bloodette's voice in confusion. "How long have you been waiting? Did you guys refine the soul energy to the required purity already?" I expanded my question, seeing the confused Bloodette unable to answer my question earlier. "Yes, we refined the soul energy to the required purity, and we have been waiting for you for hours." Bloodette exaggerated. To her, the wait did indeed feel like hours. "Bloodette, don't exaggerate. It hasn't been that long. We have only waited for 10 minutes. 12 minutes 33 seconds, to be exact." After Bloodette was finished speaking, the red-skinned Courtney corrected Bloodette in Courtney's voice. "Really? But it felt like hours had passed by for me." The red-skinned Courtney switched to Bloodette's voice and explained herself. "Will you two stop it? I'm getting creeped out here. Why are you guys still in one body?" I was creeped out seeing the red-skinned Courtney speak to herself in two different voices, one her original voice and the other being Bloodette's voice. "I'm sorry, Wyatt. I like this way." Both Courtney and Bloodette answered simultaneously. Hence their voices overlapped as the red-skinned Courtney spoke, which sounded similar to a ghost's yell. Yet, I understood both of them thanks to my ear's soul echolocation ability. Again, this right here is freaky. Since you have already refined your soul energy to the required purity level, then let's head to the next step. I could get used to this red-skinned Courtney, so decided to hurry since the faster Courtney builds her ego gem, the faster this thing is over. "Okay, great." They both agreed simultaneously, and once again, I heard a shrill yell. "Next time, just nod, understood?" I advised the duo to limit their speech as much as possible. Nods. The red-skinned Courtney nodded twice. Seeing the duo cooperate so wonderfully, I began explaining the next step in the forging of an ego gem. After refining your soul energy, the next step to forging an ego gem is by finding your ethereal spirit. You can find your ethereal spirit deep in your soul. Close your eyes and try to find it. Nods. The red-skinned Courtney nodded once and yelled in Bloodette's voice, "I will find it first." Sigh. It's not a competition. But my word fell to deaf ears as the red-skinned Courtney closed her eyes, indicating that both Courtney and Bloodette had begun to search for Courtney's ethereal spirit. Considering how Bloodette already used blood possession on Courtney's body, I think she must have already found Courtney's ethereal spirit or should know its location. After all, only after controlling it can one truly successfully seize an individual's body. Any minute now, she should be able to find it, unless she did not understand what an ethereal spirit is. Time passed, and neither of them could find the ethereal spirit. As I suspected, Bloodette did not know what an ethereal spirit was. "Wyatt, I could find the ethereal spirit. How did you find yours?" Courtney thought of learning from my experience. "Give me more time. I will find it." Bloodette complained that she did not have enough time. "Fuck. Somebody, please tell her there is no time limit." Hearing Bloodette's excuse, my eyes twitched. Yet I maintained a calm expression and asked, "Bloodette, at any point of the time, did you find a little Courtney sleeping inside Courtney's soul?" "Yes, I did. She is so adorable. I could bring myself to disturb her sleep." Bloodette narrated her encounter with Courtney's ethereal spirit. "You idiot. That is my ethereal spirit we are supposed to find. Don't tell me I had to waste so much time soul searching just because you did not understand what an ethereal spirit is supposed to be." Red-skinned Courtney yelled in Courtney's voice. "Hee, my bad." Bloodette brushed off her mistake with a shameless laugh. "No harm done." Bloodette led Courtney to little Courtney. And Courtney, after you see your ethereal spirit, try making contact with it. Even waking her up works. I instructed Courtney and Bloodette on what they were supposed to do next. Filling my instructions, Bloodette's consciousness led Courtney's consciousness to the ethereal spirit. Courtney tried to make contact with her ethereal spirit, but to no avail. Wyatt, I saw my ethereal spirit, but I cannot make contact with it. It is as if the ethereal spirit cannot hear me. Or is it deaf? Don't tell me my ethereal spirit is deaf. Courtney reported in panic. No, it is not deaf. It will take time for it to hear your voice and for you to hear its voice. This part would have been more accessible if you had found the ethereal spirit yourself instead of taking a shortcut. But do not worry, I have a shortcut for this step too. Bloodette, follow Courtney to little Courtney and intimidate it with a tiny bit of your bloodlust. That should wake her up, and Courtney, you go to her rescue. This time she will listen to you. Hope Bloodette knows to hold back her bloodlust. Otherwise, I am afraid she will give Courtney's ethereal spirit a big heart attack and kill it in its sleep instead of waking it up. Courtney and Bloodette approached the ethereal spirit. Thankfully, Bloodette found little Courtney too cute and could not bring herself to bombard it with her full bloodlust and held back, which was enough to wake it up, and in fright, it went to Courtney for help. In the end, everything worked out as planned. Have you established a connection with your ethereal spirit? I asked the red-skinned Courtney. It was planning to help Courtney friend her ethereal spirit using my soul pupils, but her being possessed by Bloodette helped a lot. Yes, I did, but for some reason she is grouchy. I think she is angry that I woke her up. Red-skinned Courtney spoke in her original voice, asking about her concern with her ethereal spirit. Oh, the grouchy mini Courtney is so cute. Bloodette voiced her thoughts without anybody asking her to. Oh, that. You have nothing to worry about. All the ethereal spirits are stuck up and have individuality. Mine is cold and aloof. I explained to Courtney that she had nothing to worry about with regards to her ethereal spirit. Okay, what's the next step to forging my ego gem? Knowing that there is nothing wrong with her ethereal spirit, Courtney asked me about the next step to forging her ego gem. Next step to forging an ego gem is the manifestation of your ethereal spirit to reality. To manifest your ethereal spirit to reality, you have to feed it your refined soul energy until it is full. I explained to Courtney about the manifestation of the ethereal spirit. Okay, red-skinned Courtney nodded and closed her eyes. With that, Courtney's consciousness returned to her ethereal spirit and began feeding it with her refined soul energy. Done? I asked, seeing red-skinned Courtney open her eyes. Yes. What's the next step in forging? Courtney replied positively and asked the next step. Now gather all your refined soul power with your ethereal spirit in the center. Compress that soul power with all your strength. Make sure there are no gaps, because the ethereal spirit will use that compressed soul power surrounding it to form a cocoon of refined soul energy. That cocoon is your ego gem. Go ahead, get creative with the same of your ego gem. I gave my ego gem a spherical shape, and Bloodette, you can help her compress the refined soul energy and hold it all in one place. Having explained to Courtney the final step in forging an ego gem, I asked Bloodette to help her since she was available. Got it. Both Courtney and Bloodette answered together. As a consequence, the red-skinned Courtney's speech sounded like a spooky yell. Sorry. Again, a shrill yell filled my ears as the duo apologized in unison. Glance. Giving an apologetic glance, the red-skinned Courtney closed her eyes as the consciousness of Bloodette and Courtney returned to the mini grouchy Courtney. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, I shook my head, seeing the bungling duo confirming that birds of the same feather flock together. It's been a while now. Courtney should have finished forging her ego gem by now. Add the help of Bloodette. They should have forged the ego gem long ago. But the red-skinned Courtney showed no sign of awakening, meaning they are still busy forging the ego gem. This amount of time for the last step in forging an ego gem is totally unnatural unless there is a complication. Feeling a lot of time pass by, I decided to use my soul pupils to check on Courtney and her ego gem. When I was about to activate my soul pupils, a brilliant red light flashed out of the red-skinned Courtney's body and filled the cave. To protect my eyes from the bright red light, I closed them. And when I opened them, I found unconscious red-skinned Courtney floating in the air, still emitting red light. But this time, the light was not intense enough to hinder my sight. SHD. I cursed, realizing that something unexpected did happen with Courtney as she forged her ego gem. Whether it was a good sign or a bad sign, I could not tell yet. Just when I was contemplating what was happening, I saw something miraculous. I saw the blood rule stream manifest outside of the world into the physical realm and slowly pour into the unconscious, floating red-skinned Courtney. Shocking. I could not believe what I was seeing. I saw a stream of rule manifest out of the world into the physical realm. Not just the rule, the entire stream of rule. This is outrageously astonishing. In order to comprehend a rule, card apprentices enter the one with the world state to connect with the world in the spiritual plane. And then, if they have an affinity, the rules grant the card apprentices their presence so that the card apprentice can explore the stream of rule and comprehend the rule. Right now, the entire opposite was happening with Courtney. The blood rule stream manifested in the physical plane and descended on Courtney. Without waiting for Courtney to comprehend, it started to house itself into Courtney's body. If the rest of the card apprentices were to see what I am witnessing, they would cry in envy, yell in madness, and beg for justice. Yes, the heavens are unfair. While the rest of the world has to enter the spiritual plane to gain comprehension of rules, the blood rule manifested in the physical plane and housed itself in Courtney's body. Without even making an effort, Courtney comprehended the blood rule. Fuck. Realizing what was happening with Courtney, I could help but curse out loud. This is too grand. I have a 95% synchronization rate, yet I did not get such a privileged visit from the rules. How heaven-defying should one's ego gem be to receive such a treatment from the world rules? Is it because of her special physique, Tao Tung? I tried to think of various reasons for such a reaction from the world rule blood towards Courtney. No, I don't think that's it. If Courtney's Tao Tung physique was the reason behind this spectacular and grand entry of blood rule, then there should be other rules manifesting, but they didn't. Just blood rule did. There has to be another reason. Ruling out Courtney's special physique as a reason behind the manifestation of the blood rule stream in the physical plane, I began contemplating various reasons that could be behind this unexpected turn of events. And all the reasons pointed me to Bloodette and her using the skill blood possession on Courtney. No, I did not think of the possibility that Bloodette consuming Courtney might have resulted in this sight. As that is not possible because of the Soul Pact card, Bloodette could never harm Courtney. But I think that somehow Bloodette's involvement in Courtney's ego gem formation has something to do with this unexpected miracle. I cannot put my finger on it cause I do not know what actually happened and how it happened. Seeing that speculation will not yield solid results, I decided to use my soul pupils to gather more facts. Activating my soul pupils, I peered into the floating red-skinned Courtney. And what I saw left me more confused. I saw the consciousness of Bloodette and Courtney floating around a blood-red ego gem. The duo's consciousness seems to be in a daze. No, to be exact, they seem to be in some enlightenment as the blood rule stream poured itself into Courtney's blood-red ego gem. Even seeing all of this with my eyes, I still cannot believe the fact that the aloof world rule blood manifests in the physical plane and is willingly entering the ego gem of a card apprentice. I deactivated my soul pupils with more unanswered questions than before. This was frustrating as hell, but I had no choice but to wait for Courtney and Bloodette's consciousness to come out of the enlightenment to get the answers I needed. I did not have to wait long. After a few minutes, the blood rule vanished from the physical plane and returned to the spiritual plane. As for the floating red-skinned Courtney, she was gently placed back on her original spot in the lotus position. Red-skinned Courtney gently opened her eyes and let out a soft breath, but her eyes did not seem to have clarity. "Courtney, you awake?" I asked in concern. I knew that the unclear look on red-skinned Courtney's face might be because of two consciousness inside her body, yet I couldn't help but ask. Blood possession release. Having achieved the task, Bloodette separated from Courtney's body. "Yes, I am fine and feel great." The sudden enlightenment in blood rule was refreshing. Also, the forging of my ego gem was a great success, and I already formed a rune. With the guest and her body gone, Courtney enthusiastically answered, narrating her gains. "Say what? You formed a rune, but you just formed an ego gem. Was it because of the blood rule enlightenment just now? I was starting to understand what Anna must have gone through seeing me forge an ego gem in a few hours. Courtney was a step higher than me. She not only forged an ego gem in a few hours, but also comprehended the blood rule and successfully forged a rune. I hadn't forged a rune, yet despite my 95% synchronization rate. We can all agree that Courtney broke my record. Yes, it was due to the sudden enlightenment. Is it common for everybody? Courtney asked innocently. No, you're an exception. My mouth twitched as I answered Courtney. I was a genius in my own right. Seeing Courtney break my record, it couldn't help but feel like I was being replaced. Really? Why is that? Hearing that it was just her that gained enlightenment after forging her ego gem, Courtney asked in concern. As an orphan, Courtney did not like to be separated from the regular crowd. Her whole childhood, she was separated from general society and considered an outcast. Though Courtney acts like an outlaw and a delinquent with a devil-may-care attitude, she actually cares that her friends do not outcast her because of their differences. Check your grimoire. See the updates to your stats. Maybe you will find the answer there. Courtney alone could deal with her demons. I could just support her. Wait a sec. Courtney summoned her grimoire and began to go through the new updates to her stats, and answered, "There are changes to my physique and trait section." What changes? I inquired. Courtney was surprised to see that I knew there is a physique and trait section to the grimoire. Don't be surprised. I, too, have a physique and trait section in my stats. You aren't the only different one here. So what are the changes to your states? I replied to the surprised Courtney. Nothing much. Mutated ego gem and innate rune blood supreme are added to my physique and trait section. Courtney reported. Mutant ego gem, innate rune, blood supreme. These two names caught my attention as the mutant ego gem proved my theory that something happened during the process of Courtney forging her ego gem. And the innate rune, blood supreme, proved that this mutation that occurred with Courtney's ego gem had something to the only blood supreme I know, Bloodette. Hey, do not look at me like that. I did not do anything. I was just trying to help you. It seems Courtney also had reached the same conclusion and glared at poor Bloodette, who voiced her defense. I know you were just trying to help. And thank you. If not for you, I would not have been able to forge the ego gem so early. And one more thing, you didn't do anything wrong. If anything, you helped me forge the best ego gem and a rune. I can't thank you enough. Courtney hurriedly clarified the misunderstanding that Bloodette got from her sudden glance. Mention not. Happy to help. Next time bring me lots of monster blood. Hearing Courtney thank her repeatedly for her help, Bloodette cheered up and asked to be rewarded with lots of monster blood. Hearing Bloodette offer Van blood pills to bring more monsters' blood for her, I could not help but frown. If Blood could offer Van, then she could do it for others too. Fortunately, Van is my subordinate. Otherwise, I could do nothing but watch my monopoly over Bloodette's blood pill come to a sad ending. Therefore, I had to take measures so that this would not repeat again. Bloodette, I thought we had been between us. You give me blood pills, and I provide you with monster's blood. Correct me if I am wrong. I asked Bloodette with a professional smile pasted on my face, covering my disappointment over Bloodette's action. We still do. You too can bring me monster's blood, and in exchange, I will give you blood pills. Don't worry about my deal with him. I can create more than enough blood pills for both of you in no time. Turns out Bloodette was just being greedy. And she did have the strength to back her greed, as she can indeed create thousands of blood pills in a matter of minutes without breaking a sweat. Bloodette, it doesn't work that way. He works for me. I had to coax Bloodette into becoming my monopoly, despite the glares that Courtney threw at me. So what? Bloodette asked in confusion. He works for me, so the blood he brings belongs to me. I bring you the monster's blood, or he brings you monster's blood in the end. You will be paying me. I made my words a bit confusing so that Bloodette would get what I was saying, but not understand where the problem lied. I still do not understand. Bloodette pouted. Don't hurt your little Brian, Bloodette. You do not want to feel hungry all the time, right? When Bloodette was done digesting the 336,000 blood pills that she swallowed earlier, the first thing she said was, "Is this how it feels not to be hungry?" The meaning from Bloodette's words was clear that she was always hungry, and could never satisfy her hunger because other than the bland and flavorless condensed blood rule, she had nothing in this room to quench her thirst for blood. Decades of surviving just on condensed blood rule had made Bloodette develop a kind of dislike towards it. Hence, she would rather stubbornly starve than feed on condensed blood rule. This is also the reason why Bloodette cannot hold back whenever she gets monster's blood or food products made using it. Yes, I do not want to feel hungry anymore, Bloodette complained. This is why she eagerly decided to make a deal with Van. She thought that 2 people bringing a monster's blood was better than 1. What? Why did you not tell anything about this earlier? If you had said something, I would have brought you lots of monster's blood every day. Courtney, who had finally understood the reason behind Bloodette mindlessly swallowing all the blood pudding she brought, could not help but ask why Bloodette did not tell her about her hunger. As she always thought that Bloodette was addicted to sugar, so she would always end up limiting Bloodette's intake of blood pudding. I did not want to burden you with my hunger. The first few years that Bloodette spent as Courtney's friend, she knew that Courtney was very weak and could barely survive herself. Therefore, she never mentioned her hunger to Courtney. And by time Courtney found her mother, Bloodette had gotten a minimum knowledge about how the human world works by reading the books Courtney bought for her. Even though it seemed Courtney's mother was loaded, she still chose to keep quiet about her hunger because she did not want to strain Courtney and her mother's relationship because of her. Money is a sensitive issue in the human world. Knowing this, Bloodette tried to make do with the blood pudding that Courtney brought her. I'm so sorry. I never understood you. I was not a good friend. Courtney hugged Bloodette. Huh. Bloodette was flustered, being hugged by Courtney suddenly. Don't worry, Bloodette with me here. You will never have to be hungry again. I will form a team of card apprentices who will hunt monsters every day and bring you fresh and warm monster's blood. I made a promise to Bloodette. This is why I was planning to build the TSR Guild's main base here in the outskirts of Sky Blossom City. To feed Bloodette, and it also monopolizes her blood pills. I never planned to sell the blood pills made by Bloodette, but use them for my Calamity Daughter gem. So I did not demand Bloodette anything in return for feeding her monster's blood every day. Whatever Bloodette gave feeling debated to me would be more than enough for me and my subordinates. Really? Bloodette asked with big watery red eyes. Her hunger is her curse. It has tormented her for decades, though she has managed to control her hunger and live with it. It would be better if she never felt hungry. Yes. And not just the monster's blood for your hunger, but I plan to add many things to this place so that you never feel lonely and can live a life of luxury and pleasure. I plan to keep Bloodette happy and satisfied because the happier she was, the more indebted she felt towards me. Good then. I promise to help you with whatever you need. Bloodette went one step ahead. Instead of promising her blood pills, she promised herself. Good. I will be counting on you then. And this, my friends, I call Monopoly 101. Winning a person's heart gets more returns than coercing a person. Are you still hungry? Courtney asked in concern. For now, no, but soon I will be. Overlord rank monster's blood to satisfy my hunger for a long time. Bloodette finally was honest about her hunger, seeing her friends genuinely wanted to help her. Hearing Bloodette's demand, I started to feel I seemed to have adopted a hunger ghost incarnation. Van left to complete the task I had given to him, leaving us 3 in the Blood Rock Cave. Turning to Courtney, I asked, what are the descriptions about the mutated ego gem and the innate rune given in your grimoire? The description for mutated ego gem is not detailed. It just says that my ego gem has mutated and has a high-level affinity to blood rule. As for the innate rune, it explains it as the rune born with the formation ego gem. That's all it clarifies about the two, making it really hard to guess the cause of mutation and the formation of the innate rune. Courtney answered to the best of her knowledge, without hiding anything, showing how much she trusted me. It's not hard to guess the reason for mutation in your ego gem. It had to do something with Bloodette possessing you during your ego gem formation. The innate rune Blood Supreme is evidence enough, seeing that my words caused Bloodette's expression to dim. So I explained to myself, I am not saying the mutation in the ego gem is bad. I just want to explore why the mutation happened in the first place and how we can use it to our advantage. I understand. Courtney nodded in understanding, and Bloodette followed suit. Good. Now tell me if there was anything out of the ordinary when you were forging the ego gem. I had to understand what led to a mutation in Courtney's ego gem because I wanted to make use of it to my advantage. Courtney's mutated ego gem caused the blood rule stream to manifest to the physical plane and bestow an innate rune to her ego gem. If I were to find the reason behind that, I could uncover a way to get the rule streams to manifest to the physical plane and give enlightenment. This was just my first thought, but after hearing Courtney narrate the description of the mutated ego gem, I discovered that ego gems could have an affinity towards a specific rule. This led to another question in my mind. How many rules can one ego gem have an affinity with? 2. 3. How many? Are there other card apprentices with ego gems with affinity to rules? Does Anna know about this? Too many questions, but I was clear where I was headed with these questions. How to manifest a rule stream into the physical plane. Is there a way to create ego gems with an affinity? Either way, all these questions led to one ambition: to become the master of the rules, rather than being a student of the rules trying to comprehend their mystic. But for now, I would be satisfied with knowing how to gain an affinity to a rule. Synchronization rate and affinity are two different concepts. The synchronization rate represents the card apprentice's connection to the world and the spiritual plane. In contrast, the affinity represents the fondness of rules to the card apprentice. Higher the synchronization rate, deeper and easier you connect with the world, the spiritual plane, and the rules within them. Higher the affinity with a particular rule, higher the rule's affection towards the card apprentice. My Calamity Soul Gem synchronization rate was near perfect, but it had zero affinity with any particular rule. This, to someone like me, who seeks perfection as much as possible, was a concern. And as a person in search of strength, I had to understand how this affinity thing works. Having dedicated my past life to science, even in this bizarre world and its mystic, I tried to explain everything with a logical explanation. And my soul pupils made it easier for me to explain the why and how of this world's bizarre mystic. Now that you mention it, something abnormal did indeed take place when I was forging my ego gem. Courtney recalled the process of forging her ego gem and did remember something of concern. Don't hesitate. Whatever it may be, let me be the judge of it. You just narrate what happened in detail. I motivated Courtney to speak up, whatever it was that made her feel concerned about the process of forging her ego gem. It was when I fed my ethereal spirit with my refined soul energy. Courtney spoke about which part of the forging process she felt out of the ordinary. Did your ethereal spirit show resistance to feed on your refined soul energy? I asked, thinking about the possibility. No, it did not. But what happened next was weird. After swallowing the refined soul energy that I fed it, it slowly turned into blood red color, just like Bloodette here. The ethereal spirit still maintained my appearance, but its ethereal body took shape similar to Bloodette. Is that normal? Courtney asked, having explained what happened while feeding her ethereal spirit with her refined soul energy. You were talking about little red Courtney? Ah, she looked so adorable despite her grouchiness. What's abnormal about her? Bloodette seemed to have liked the blood-red look of mini Courtney, and couldn't help but come to her defense, saying that nothing was abnormal about it. No, that's not normal, and I think that is the reason behind the mutation of your ego gem. Hearing Courtney's explanation about the abnormality in detail, I concluded that the mutation was indeed due to that event. You two are out of your mind. Little red Courtney is not the problem. Please don't blame her. Bloodette, despite hearing our conversation, seemed not to have the slightest idea of what Courtney and I were talking about. Bloodette, honey, watch something fun in my grimoire. Courtney opened her grimoire and handed it to Bloodette, trying to keep her busy and not let her intervene in something she did not understand. Wait, are you trying to get rid of me? I don't care. It's been a while since I have been online in the grimoire network. Let's see if there is something new there. Bloodette took the grimoire and hopped to her bed. How did Bloodette's involvement in the process of forging my ego gem lead to such a mutation? Courtney asked, wanting to uncover the reason behind the change in her usual ethereal spirit into a blood-red ethereal spirit. The answer to that question is in another question. Why did your ethereal spirit turn to blood-red color? Why not green, blue, or even light red? The ethereal spirit turned to blood-red color because of the source of the mutation, and that is Bloodette. Then, what in Bloodette influenced the ethereal spirit to turn blood-red color? Obviously, we can agree that Bloodette's rule affinity is the culprit. Now the question remains, how did Bloodette's rule affinity get carried to your ethereal spirit? Finding a solution to a problem always involves asking the right question. Didn't we agree that the color change was because of the involvement of bloodette? Courtney was confused, not understanding the reasoning behind my question. No, you are headed in the wrong direction. We know that bloodette's involvement caused the mutation because of the innate rune Blood Supreme. Through this, we concluded that the mutation point in the process of forging your ego gem was when you fed your ethereal spirit with the soul energy refined by bloodette and you. Clearly, the soul energy refined by bloodette and you is the source through which your ethereal spirit inherited the blood rule affinity of bloodette. The question is, why and how did the soul energy refined by bloodette and you pass on the bloodette's blood rule affinity to your ethereal spirit? I step-by-step spoke my thought process out loud, hoping that Courtney could understand it. Wow! Courtney exclaimed in amazement as I contemplated the possibility of soul energy refined by bloodette and Courtney infecting Courtney's ethereal spirit with bloodette's blood rule affinity. What is different about the soul energy refined by bloodette and you? How could it pass on bloodette's blood rule affinity to your ethereal spirit? All the questions point to the blood possession skill of bloodette, which she used to share her soul energy manipulation skill with you. Wait, bloodette, when you possess someone with blood possession, what can you share with the host? I inquired bloodette, who was engrossed in the grimoire network. Blood possession is not a sharing skill. It is a skill used to possess bodies. But since my proficiency in the blood rule is very high, I can use it to partially possess the host to share my abilities, skills, and soul energy. Bloodette explained how she used blood possession partially so that she would not end up devouring Courtney in the process of blood possession. Bloodette, when you possessed Courtney, did you share your soul energy with her? I finally discovered how the ethereal spirit inherited the blood rule affinity of bloodette through the soul energy refined by bloodette and Courtney. Yes, I did. Bloodette nodded in affirmation. That's it. The soul energy refined by bloodette and you was a mixture of bloodette's soul energy and your soul energy. So when the ethereal spirit fed on that refined soul energy, it fed on bloodette's soul energy, which has an affinity to blood rule. No wonder it inherited bloodette's blood rule affinity. But this should not be possible. The mixture of bloodette's soul energy with your soul energy should be considered as impure soul energy by the ethereal spirit, and it should have rejected the soul energy refined by bloodette and you. And yet somehow, your ethereal spirit did not reject the soul energy refined by bloodette and you, and instead fed on it and gained bloodette's blood rule affinity. This is nothing short of a miracle. I narrated what I had deduced to Courtney in great enthusiasm, but my confidence ended when I hit a large bump in my theory. When Anna and I were discussing about the creation of artificial ego gem, she explained to me that one of the reasons why artificial ego transfer from one card apprentice to another card apprentice is not possible is because the ethereal spirit will consider the soul energy of another card apprentice as impure no matter how many times it is refined. This is why I said that Courtney's ethereal spirit feeding on the mixed soul energy refined by bloodette and Courtney was nothing short of a miracle. It's not a miracle, you dummy. It's because of another one of my skills that I comprehended from the blood rule. This skill allows my blood rule and soul energy to completely morph into the blood rule and soul energy of the blood I feed or possess. I used this skill while using blood possession on Courtney so that her body would not reject my presence, making my partial possession of Courtney's body a lot easier. Bloodette, whom I distributed from her fun time in the grimoire network earlier, could not help but criticize me after hearing me call her skill a miracle. What? There is such a miraculous meaning of the blood rule. Your proficiency in that meaning of blood rule must be very high even to fool Courtney's ethereal spirit. I expressed my amazement at the wondrous meaning of the blood rule. Bloodette smugly nodded to my amazement. Bloodette, you are my lucky star. Courtney hopped on Bloodette's bed and hugged her, expressing her joy. Now that the mystery of the mutation of her ego gem was solved, Courtney was now finally not worried about the unknown and became genuinely enthusiastic about her mutated ego gem. I was not as enthusiastic about the outcome, because solving the mystery behind Courtney's mutated ego gem did not bring the result I was hoping for. I was hoping that solving the puzzle to Courtney's mutated ego gem would help me understand rule affinity better and deduce a way to gain rule affinity. In the end, it turns out all of it was for naught. Now that we have solved the mystery of your mutated ego gem, next, we should deduce the skills of your innate rune, Blood Supreme. Try using it. I asked Courtney to use her innate rune to see the difference between a normal rune and an innate rune. Okay, how do I use it? Courtney asked, agreeing to my request. Find the innate rune in your ego gem and show your intent to use it. Feeling your intent, the rune will activate just like using cards. I explained based on my experience with the broken runes. Uh-huh. Nodding in agreement, Courtney began channeling her focus into her ego gem. Soon Courtney's skin turned red, just like before when Bloodette had possessed her using the blood rule, meaning blood possession. Courtney opened her eyes, showing her morphed black sclera and red pupils. Soon, Bloodette and Courtney reacted and turned to stare at each other. Both Bloodette and Courtney had confused looks on their faces. Bloodette, are you also feeling a connection between the two of us? Courtney asked Bloodette as she gazed at her dearly. Yes, I, too, feel a mysterious connection between the two of us. What is this mystical feeling? It's as if you are the other half that I have been missing my whole life. Bloodette also felt the connection that Courtney felt between the two of them. I have the similar feeling as if you are the other half that will finally complete me. Courtney agreed with Bloodette, expressing that she felt the same as Bloodette. I feel the connection is pulling me towards you. The pull is getting stronger with my resistance. Bloodette felt an invisible pull from the connection between Courtney and her. Not knowing what this unknown connection is, Bloodette subconsciously resisted it. Really? Stop resisting. Let's see what happens. Courtney advised Bloodette to stop resisting the call of the connection between them. Okay, if you say so. Bloodette hesitated, but soon, she agreed with Courtney's advice and stopped resisting the pull from the mysterious connection between the two. As Bloodette stopped resisting I saw Bloodette morph from her humanoid form into liquid and directly enter Courtney's body through her orifice. After that, Courtney's red skin and morphed eyes turned to normal. Did I just swallow Bloodette? Courtney yelled in panic after feeling her strength rise as her orifice swallowed liquid Bloodette. If Bloodette just possessed her similar to previous possession, then her skin and pupils should have remained red. But they turned to normal after swallowing Bloodette. Therefore, Courtney felt that she had swallowed Bloodette for good this time. Seeing the changes in Courtney, I also began to suspect the same as her. After all, the innate rune was called Blood Supreme. Bloodette, Bloodette, answer me. Courtney yells hysterically, trying to get a response from Bloodette. Oh, SHD, was my first thought seeing Courtney not hearing a response from Bloodette after she was swallowed by Courtney's innate rune Blood Supreme. Bloodette, Bloodette, are you there? Courtney shouted in distress, not hearing a response from Bloodette. Her suspicion started to get larger. I am here. Finally, a pseudopod face made of blood extended out from Courtney's left shoulder and responded to Courtney's cry. What the hell? I yelled, seeing Bloodette's face extend out of Courtney's left shoulder. That caught me off guard. Courtney, who finally saw the whole picture and could not help but cry out loud in a scare. Who wouldn't if a blood pseudopod extended out of your shoulder resembling your friend's face? Bloodette also screamed. Seeing the comical scene in front of me, I was without words. Why are you screaming? Courtney asked Bloodette, having finally calmed down from the scare of watching Bloodette's head grow out of her shoulder. Why don't I get to scream when you and Wyatt both get to do it? Bloodette spoke in the logic only she could understand. We screamed because you scared us. Courtney argued. FYI, I was shocked, not scared. I made it clear to Bloodette and Courtney that I was not scared but shocked. Yes, I was shocked. And then continued to ask, Bloodette, what happened after Courtney's body swallowed you? About that, I was not swallowed into Courtney's body but in her innate rune. This rune helps me reside in it and share all my powers with her. When inside the rune, I can not only share my powers with her, but can also share all 5 of Courtney's senses. And this is easier than partial blood possession. I could spend eternity in this innate blood rune. I did not answer Courtney's call earlier because I was deducing how to use the innate blood rune. It's very simple to operate this rune. I mastered it in a minute. Bloodette explained the use of the innate blood rune and why she took so long to answer Courtney's call. So all this strength filling my body is your shared power. No wonder I feel so strong. And a lot closer with the blood rule. Courtney finally knew where the new power in her body came from. Interesting, hearing the benefits brought to Bloodette and Courtney by the innate rune Blood Rune, I was intrigued. This ability of Courtney's innate rune changed my perspective of different kinds of meanings of rules and their runes. Who would have thought that Blood Rule would forge a bizarre innate rune? A rune with the ability to store Bloodette in Courtney's ego gem. A space-related rune forged from Blood Rule, very interesting. The innate rune Blood Supreme had the ability to create a nurturing space for Bloodette in Courtney's ego gem. Within this space, Bloodette shares her powers with Courtney and experiences the world through Courtney's senses. The rune did not restrict Courtney's moments. If she willed, she could extend out of Courtney's body like a pseudopod. This rune sounded just like my Monster Orb item card, which had the ability to capture monsters and help the card apprentice nurture and train them. It's getting late. Let's head back, I said to Courtney. Seeing all the work here was done, I planned to head back and learn about rune forging from Anna. Okay, let's head back. Courtney nodded in affirmation. Can't you guys stay longer? Bloodette pleaded. Having tested Courtney's rune, she had separated from the innate rune. What for? Can't you just come with us using Courtney's innate blood rune? I reminded Bloodette that she could follow us by entering Courtney's innate rune. But the seal? Bloodette recalled dejectedly. It could work. We should give it a try. If the Soul Pact card can allow you to level the seal for some time, then my innate rune could do the same. Courtney supported my theory and wanted to give it a try, so she enthusiastically suggested Bloodette not give up. You would do that for me? Bloodette asked Courtney in surprise. After all, there were consequences to resisting the dungeon seal. Bloodette had tried so many times to go out of the dungeon, but was always stopped by the seal on the dungeon. Every time Bloodette attempted to resist the seal, she had to face harsh punishment. At first, Bloodette thought her power was not enough. She was right, but she did not know by how much. So whenever she made a breakthrough in her active soul control or blood rule, she would try to resist the seal placed on the dungeon. But to no avail. Every time, her power was not enough. And the repercussion that followed as the consequences of her resisting the seal placed on the dungeon was very severe enough to break Bloodette's will to fight. Finally, she gave up, deciding she would try once she achieved the zenith level of the active soul control and blood rule. Therefore this time, when Courtney suggested using her rune to con the seal placed on the dungeon, Bloodette could not help but hesitate. After all, she knew what the repercussions would follow as the consequences of her getting caught trying to con the dungeon seal. Bloodette was not afraid of the punishment of the seal, as it was nothing compared to the hope given by the innate blood rune of Courtney. But what worries her is that if they are caught by the seal of the dungeon trying to con it, then Courtney may also face the punishment of the seal of the dungeon. Bloodette had an undying body in the realm of a card overlord, so she could take the punishment of the seal of the dungeon. But the same was not true for Courtney, who was of the card soldier realm and had a weak physique of a human card apprentice. Yes, Bloodette was not worried for her. She could risk it following the hope provided by Courtney's innate rune, but the hope provided by the innate blood rune was not enough for her to risk her friend's life. Therefore Bloodette thought twice before agreeing to Courtney's plan. But the thought of Courtney being willing to risk her life for her so that she could get out of the dungeon was touching and moving for Bloodette, which made it even harder for her to follow Courtney's plan. She would rather spend the rest of the eternity trapped in the dungeon than risk losing a good best friend like Courtney, who did not think twice when it came to helping her get out of the dungeon seal. Yes, I would, because you would do the same for me. Courtney may look like a delinquent from outside and dress like a cheap girl, but her heart was golden and big enough to carry the wishes and regrets of her dead brother and sister from the orphanage. She knew the true meaning of brotherhood and lived by it. If someone would help her, she would repay them 1,000 times. If someone crossed her, then she would repay them 10 times. Her motto was simple: friends and family are more important than anyone. Repaying someone's grace is more important than revenge. And she owed Bloodette a lot of grace on that fateful night. If Bloodette had not allowed her into the dungeon, then she might have been kidnapped by her pursuers and turned into a slave, or worse. Okay, let's do it. Being encouraged by Courtney, Bloodette was infected by her enthusiasm and decided to try leaving the dungeon she was sealed in by leaving the dungeon hidden in Courtney's innate blood rune. Getting a green signal from Bloodette, Courtney used her innate rune, Blood Supreme, to call Bloodette into the rune space. Feeling the pull of the mysterious bond between her and Courtney's innate blood rune, Bloodette did not resist and followed the tug from the connection between her and Courtney. Soon Bloodette shed her humanoid body and morphed into a liquid form which began to force into Courtney's orifice than to the innate blood rune. Having settled in the innate rune blood supreme, Bloodette opened the dungeon gate for us to walk out of the dungeon. I head out first, and Courtney, carrying Bloodette and her innate blood rune, followed behind. I passed through the dungeon gate without resistance, and walking out of the dungeon gate, I waited for Courtney, concerned that there could be some complications as she tried to step out of the dungeon gate. After all, she was not walking through the dungeon gate by herself. She was carrying Bloodette and her innate blood rune, who could not walk out of the dungeon because of the seal placed on the dungeon. I patiently waited as Courtney finally gathered the courage to step through the dungeon gate. The seal on the dungeon limiting Bloodette to the dungeon was no joke. After all, the ancient demigods had placed the seal on the dungeon. There are severe consequences to resisting or deceiving the seal covering the dungeon. It's not a surprise that Courtney is scared, even if that is what she wished to do with her whole heart. Let's get it over with. Courtney finally suppressed her worries and, with great bravery, stepped into the dungeon gate. Walking through the dungeon gate, Courtney was constantly in a high agitation and alarm state, hoping that everything goes smoothly during the inspection of the seal placed on the dungeon. Though it only took one step to walk through the dungeon gate, it felt like an eternity for Courtney and Bloodette. Each of them was not worried about themselves, but the other. That's how deep their friendship ran. It worked. It worked. Ha. Courtney shouted, coming out of the dungeon gate, letting out all the stress and worry that had built up in her form one step, and slumped to the ground, letting out a huge sigh. We did it. Yes. A pseudopod had extended out of Courtney's back and yelled with great enthusiasm. It was Bloodette, who was celebrating her escaping the prison that limited her to a dungeon for decades by hiding in Courtney's innate blood rune. Unfortunately, Bloodette did not stop her celebration there and separated from Courtney's rune and morphed into her original humanoid form, yelling, "I am finally free." With Bloodette's yell, the dungeon gate that had disappeared after Courtney stepped out of it appeared behind Bloodette, and a dozen or so thick chains made out of the blood hooked onto Bloodette, who was declaring her freedom to the world. Oh, SHD. Feeling the pain and pull from the blood hooks that have latched into her blood-ruled body, Bloodette cursed at herself for celebrating too early. No, we'll not go back. No. Gruesome cries of Bloodette filled the surroundings. She tried resisting the force of the dozens of blood chains pulling her back into the dungeon gate. Also, to no avail. No matter how hard Bloodette yelled or launched at the blood chains, she was slowly being dragged by them into the dungeon gate. "Leave my friend alone." Courtney yelled at the dungeon seal and dashed towards Bloodette to help her get rid of the blood chain latching onto her as it pulled her back into the dungeon. "Wyatt, stop that foolish girl." Seeing Courtney come to her rescue, Bloodette gave up resisting the pull of the chains and jumped back into the dungeon gate, yelling at me to stop Courtney from attacking the seal of the dungeon. If Courtney were to attack the seal on the dungeon, the seal would determine Courtney as hostile and launch a punishment at her. Someone of Courtney's strength could not even face the friction of the seal's strength and live to tell the stories. Therefore, to save her friend, Bloodette stopped resisting the seal and jumped back into the dungeon before Courtney could attack the seal. "Courtney, stop. There is nothing we can do with our strength." I restrained Courtney, stopping her from acting rashly. And soon, the dungeon gate disappeared, having caught Bloodette. Arg! Courtney let out a roar filled with sorrow that had accumulated, seeing her best friend skewered by blood hooks and dragged by dozens of blood chains into a cage like a beast. For someone who believes repaying grace is more important than revenge, friends and family are more important than any higher being. Seeing her best friend and benefactor in such a state as she helplessly watched was the greatest pain. Bloodette. Bloodette. Courtney tried contacting Bloodette through her Soul Pact card, but we received no response instantly. "I am fine." After a minute or so, a weak voice responded to Courtney's call stating that she was okay. "Bloodette, open the dungeon gate, let me in." Courtney asked to visit Bloodette inside the dungeon, to check on her condition. "Courtney, I am fine. Just a little weak from all the ordeal earlier. I want to rest for now. Let's meet tonight at 9. Bladette explained that she was exhausted from resisting the seal on the dungeon and wanted to rest for now and asked Courtney to come back later. Blood. Courtney wanted to argue but stopped, feeling a hand pressing her shoulder. Courtney turned to see the owner of the hand. I shook my head with a sad look, telling her to stop at this and not make things difficult for Bladette. From the gloomy look on my face, Courtney understood that she was making things uncomfortable for Bladette out of her worries, so she decided to give Bladette her space to recover. Wyatt, can I eat your blood ego elemental? It looks very appetizing right now. Having consumed all her energy to deal with the punishment from the seal, Bladette could no longer maintain the humanoid form and had turned into a puddle of blood. With all her energy exhausted, the dreaded hunger of hers had surfaced. Therefore she planned to eat the blood swordsman I had left in the dungeon to comprehend the blood rule and heal its broken rune to completion. Well, I have only one of those, so leave the core and eat its body so that it can keep recreating its body, giving you a stable source of blood. And don't worry, I will ask my friend to bring all the blood he has collected. He will be here soon. Let's meet later tonight. Since I will be coming back later, I decided to leave the blood swordsman in the blood rock cave to continue comprehending blood rule. I did not expect it to become livestock for Bladette. Blood that constitutes blood ego elemental's body is normal blood, unlike Bladette's body, which was made of condensed blood rule. The average blood created by the blood ego elemental is very pure compared to the monster blood, which carries nutrition and waste from the monster's body. Therefore, the blood produced by blood swordsman was also tasteless and flavorless. But it tastes better when compared to the taste of the condensed blood rule. This seemed very appetizing to Bladette, whose hunger has reached new heights thanks to the punishment from the seal. Courtney, don't worry. She will be okay. I bet right now she is busy chugging the monster's blood that Van must have brought to her dungeon by now. I consoled Courtney, seeing that she was physically present here, but mentally, her mind was preoccupied with worries about Bladette. I hope so, Courtney replied meekly. I guess seeing Bladette skewered and being dragged into the dungeon similar to a beast into its cage was too much for her. Nothing I said seemed to bring up Courtney's spirit, so I let go and walked into the warehouse. Wyatt, you are here. Not Susan, not Anna, but Luna greeted me. The other two looked at her with surprise, thinking, when did Luna get so close to me? I nodded at Luna and headed in, and Courtney followed behind. When did you two get so close enough to exchange greetings? Anna asked her cousin suspiciously. Can't acquaintances greet each other? Anyway, I am glad that he finally decided to show up. The Memorconium or has been waiting to be analyzed by him. Hearing Luna, I finally understood why she greeted me so enthusiastically. Wait for a moment. I can understand why your mother has an ego gem. After all, she has future sight. But what about you, little girl? When did you forge an ego gem? Anna interrupted Luna and questioned, sensing an ego gem in Courtney's body. Anna had sensed the Calamity Daughter gem disguised as an ego gem in the clown mask long ago. But she did not think much of it, because the clown mask from the alternate future must have forged her ego gem. Having forged an ego gem once in an alternate future, it would not be hard for Clown Mask to forge an ego gem for the second time. But sensing the ego gem in Courtney's body, Anna was astonished because Courtney was a card soldier and had already forged an ego gem. I forged it a few hours ago, Courtney answered without thinking. What? Anna and Luna exclaimed in astonishment. Did your mother teach you how to forge an ego gem? Anna thought maybe the clown mask must have taught her daughter the basics of ego gem forging to her daughter at an earlier stage. No, Wyatt taught me to forge an ego gem in the evening, Courtney replied truthfully. Anna and Luna turned to me for an explanation. Yes, I did teach her to forge an ego gem a few hours ago. All I can say is that she is a natural. Not only did she manage to forge an ego gem within a record time, but her ego gem has an affinity to blood rule and has an innate blood rune. I gave a summary of Courtney's achievements to Anna and Luna. And turning to Susan, who did not know what I was talking about, I said, Courtney has achieved something remarkable. When you are of Card Soldier realm, I will teach you too. Susan nodded in understanding, with the corners of her mouth turning upwards. WTF. Stop flirting and give the details. Luna yelled. She, like Anna, also forged her ego gem in the Card Master realm. What? Who is flirting? Dr. Luna, watch your mouth. I am an honorable boss. I would never flirt with my employees. I defend my character. Yes, you were. Corey supported Luna's claim, and, turning to Susan, she said, Big sis, you do not need to be afraid and tolerate this pervert's workplace harassment. You are in the presence of the Southern Emperor. She will get justice for you. Corey, stop it. Susan's face was redder than a tomato out of embarrassment, and Corey's words were only adding to her embarrassment. Manager Susan, are the Bright family girl's words true? Is your boss guilty of such a heinous crime? Anna voluntarily participated in Corey's shenanigans and questioned Susan, putting a majestic front. Susan was speechless out of embarrassment. She could handle Corey, but how was she supposed to deal with the shameless Southern Emperor? Isn't this pot calling the kettle black? You are the biggest pervert in the room. How can you be the judge? I said, gazing at Anna for flaming Corey's fire. Uh-huh. So you accept that you are a pervert. Your highest, the culprit has admitted that he is a pervert. Please pass your judgment on him. Corey quickly caught on to the oversight in my words and asked Anna to judge my crimes. Bright family girl, by that logic, doesn't it mean you are admitting me as a pervert too? Anna's mouth with anger hearing Corey's logic. Pot and kettle are both black, so when a pot calls the kettle black, it means that someone with a particular fault accuses someone else of having the same fault. So if I use that item to point out that Anna was the pervert, that means that I am admitting that I, too, am a pervert, which is what Corey pointed out to Anna. But by this logic, if I were to be considered a pervert, then it meant she also considered Anna as a pervert. Seeing the nerve of Corey to act smart-mouthed in front of her, Anna was enraged and decided to teach Corey a lesson. Will you guys stop it with your gibberish? We have other important things to discuss here compared to Anna's loose morals. Luna interrupted before Anna could rain her terror on Corey for indirectly calling her a female pervert. Look who's talking, prude. TSK. Anna clicked her tongue at her cousin in annoyance. I am not a prude. Unlike you, who would just give it to anybody. I haven't found the right person yet. Luna defended herself and did not let go of the chances to dig at Anna and her easy lifestyle, said the 80-year-old virgin. How could Anna let Luna be after what she had just said? I am still in my 70s. Luna protested, hearing Anna state her age incorrectly. Whatever, it doesn't change the fact that you are a prude and a virgin. Anna did not fall for Luna's trap to change the subject from her virginity to age and continued to taunt her for being a virgin. I am not a prude and am a virgin by choice. I want to save myself for until after the marriage. Luna disagreed with Anna's insults. First, you said you were saving yourself for the right guy. Now you say you are waiting for your marriage. Which one is it? Anna asked Luna to make up her mind regarding the reason behind her still being a virgin. Well, I am saving myself for my wedding night with the right guy. Luna used her words wisely and got her defense together and made it more robust than earlier. That's what a genuine prude would say, Anna exclaimed, hearing the age-old defense of a prude from her cousin. No, I am not a prude, Luna yelled in annoyance. She seemed to be genuinely agitated by Anna's taunt, but Anna enjoyed herself so much that she couldn't notice that her cousin was comfortable. Fine, look me in the eyes and tell me if you have kissed a man casually. I bet you can't because you haven't kissed a single man your entire life. I dare you to prove me wrong. Anna glared at her cousin, daring her to tell her otherwise. Luna was without words because the words that her cousin spoke were right. She did not kiss a single man in her entire life. You've been awfully quiet for some who claims not to be a prude. What's the matter? Cack out your tongue. Anna was unwilling to let her cousin off the hook yet, as she had called her a slut who would give it to anybody. Luna glared at Anna and then stared at me. Feeling Luna's stare, I thought that she blamed me for this. If she did, I would like to point out that she was the one who accused me of flirting with Susan at the workplace. Smooch. Luna vanished from her spot and appeared next to me. Pulling me into her embrace, she locked her lips to mine. Then she shoved her tongue into my mouth and let it go wild. A total amateur hour, no technique, and too much tongue. Luna did not seem to know what she was doing, and I was not in the mood to teach her. I struggled to free myself from her embrace, but my strength failed in front of a card emperor's strength. Seeing Luna's blood actions, Anna, Susan, Corey, and Courtney were slack-jawed. Moi. After a minute-long steamy and passionate kiss, Luna separated herself from me. I just casually kissed Wyatt. Will a prude do that? Luna stared into Anna's dumbfounded eyes and triumphantly declared her act of debauchery. Anna was still in shock and could not believe her eyes that her cute little cousin dared to rebel. Fuck. You hoodlum sisters, haven't you people heard of the word consensual? Seeing Luna's actions, I felt violated and couldn't help but yell at her. But yells fell to an ear deafened by a momentary victory against her cousin. No matter how hard or what I screamed, it did not seem to get the intended results. I was not a fan of being publicly violated, and this was not my first time being assaulted. Each time, it was a card empress from the Heatsin royal family having their way with me, and I could do nothing but helplessly let it happen. At least Anna had techniques and made sure to tend to my pleasure. But Luna, she was like a barbarian. Her tongue ran rampant in her mouth. I feared I would choke any minute. How dare you? Anna thundered at Luna. Everyone in the Heatsin palace knew that she was not good at sharing her toys with others. Yet Luna still dared to play with her current favorite toy in front of her without her permission. What? I was just being you, dear cousin. Doing whatever I want. Taking whatever I want without caring for others' feelings. And I finally get why you like to act that way. It felt great. Anna's anger did not seem to faze Luna. She looked like she was enjoying the current expression on Anna's face. Luna earlier planned to slowly get close to Anna's current favorite, have him fall madly in love with her so that he would abandon Anna for Luna. That way, she could get her revenge on Anna. But having tried and failed to get any reaction from Anna's current favorite, Luna was not only dejected but started to doubt her charm as a woman. But now, being triggered by Anna, Luna decided to give up on her detailed plan to have Anna's current favorite fall madly in love with her so that he would choose her over Anna, and decided to take the most primitive page from Anna's playbook. That is to take what you want without caring about others' feelings. Having done that, Luna felt empowered and more confident in herself than before, so much so that she could stand up against the enraged Anna without batting an eye. Hearing Luna says that she just followed her example and took what she wanted without care of consequences, Anna, who was enraged by Lena's act, felt a sense of clarity, and her anger decreased by a lot. Seeing Anna turn calm, Luna got agitated as she was walking uncharted territory right now, and did not know how Anna would react to the new her. How was your first kiss? Anna decided to focus on Luna's new adventure and not the crime her cousin had committed for now. A first kiss is a big deal for someone of Luna's demeanor. Therefore, for now, she decided to focus on her positive side and leave her vindictive side for later. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.